If you are listening while driving, be watchful and mindful. A Little Taste of Everyone. Novella written by Zachary Cooper. Developed for Lit2 Animate.
Prologue. A woman exploded through a thick door, her success surprising even her. The contradictions of her recent scenes were severe and hard for her muddled mind to register. She escaped from a dungeon of concrete and blood which in her mind was where she was surely going to lose her life. She hit the door with her shoulders multiple times. The exertion dried the moisture in her mouth as though it fueled her strength alone. She lost count of the slams she endured to free herself. The air was so much fresher up here it was invigorating. The absurd change of scene in which she found herself smelled of lemon cleaner, compared to everything else she just left down below, the boundary of her cage not far away. The floor in front of the door was so slippery that she lost her footing as soon as she found it and she hit her head against a nearby wall. She was surprised that she barely felt a thing against her thick skull. Not long ago, she would have thought that the minor pain of a bruise on her forehead was only a worry that her bangs wouldn't hide it. The thought made her giggle at the absurdity of that now. The stunt caused her to bite her tongue, the coppery taste of her blood flowing into her mouth. Everyone's tasted their blood before, but for some reason, it was more sensational now. She didn't want it all over her face, so she tilted her head back to let it fall down the back of her throat. The taste of her blood lightly lining her mouth tasted more of something salty than of something taboo. A modern world was around her that she believed she wasn't worthy of seeing again. She looked back and forth down the hall of an immaculately clean house. How long had it been since she even opened that door? 20 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The pain in her shoulders was nothing compared to the refreshing feeling of being free. The seconds it would take to stop for a drink in the kitchen close by meant the difference between freedom or being caught. Wondering if she was truly free, she turned to see a front door of a regular suburban home and walked towards it, fixed in her sights and only yards away. She hesitated in rushing toward it, the fear of looking through the small square shape of glass at her height and seeing another person about to enter, would end her. Hesitating for a couple of seconds, she glanced back at the thick door, wondering how such a place could be hiding in a normal house. Since her mind was elsewhere, she hit her hip against a table along a wall. The table screeched along the hardwood, the new markings out of place on the robustly waxed floor. Bumping it caused her to stumble to the floor in front of it. Using the table to prop herself back to her feet, her mind was so jumbled that she nearly passed her wallet and phone sitting on it. That jolt to her hip woke her up. Walking out of the front door now would be considered suicidal. Instead of taking the fearful steps towards the front door, she looked back towards the kitchen. Grabbing her personal items, her feet flew across the hardwood, nearly slipping again, and in seconds she was in a modern kitchen decked out with the finest of stainless steel appliances. Black and white tile lined the floor, bright white colored cabinets were all over, and a door was against another wall near a carpeted living room. Her head looked sharply from side to side, expecting monsters to jump at her from any corner. She walked slowly, her head snapping around every couple of seconds. The couch that was so inviting would trap her, the recliner that would swallow her if she sat down, and if the stove beeped in the kitchen behind her, she would jump out of her skin. A back door was against a wall between the kitchen and living room. Slowly she walked towards it. Turning the doorknob, it wouldn't budge. Was it locked? Oh, right. A headache pressed again against her skull, trying to remember the mundane. She unlocked it from the inside, opening it as quietly as she dared. Her heart stopped in her chest as she was sure she heard the front door open. She slowly opens the back door, willing there to be no hinge screech or crack of the floorboard calling out her escape. The door did not betray her as she walked through it and closed it again slowly and quietly. She crawled under any window she comes close to on the way around the house, not daring to look inside in the fear of seeing another. She heard nothing within the house, nor any doors open or close. She ran as quickly as her legs could carry her. She willed herself not to breathe in the cool night air until she was a block away, in the fear her deep breath would give her away. The outside air flows through the hair on her head like she was flying. She must have escaped. This isn't something you'd imagine. The cool night air, the few people walking by, casually walking their dogs. The dogs gave her a wide berth, as did the people, but there were interactions and smiles of real people. Unable to go home, she dreamed of places to go and be safe. Her car was at work locked up with her keys inside the donut shop. That was also a dangerous place to go back to. She also didn't want to get friends in trouble in case she was followed in some way. She pressed the power to turn on her cell phone, but the screen wouldn't flash to turn on. It had been a while since a charge. She knows a local dive bar she sometimes went to. After work where no one knows her, she'd take that chance. She was surprised that she was able to run the whole way there. The recognition from the bartender was comforting as she sat down. She started with a glass of water. Her tongue didn't seem to hurt anymore from her biting it. She switched to beer to get something in her stomach, but nothing filled it or quenched her thirst. It was getting late and she was getting tired. Some guy helped her to his car offering to take her home, but she declined and kept walking. She wandered a while longer downtown, getting lost in the crowds. It was after midnight. The busiest crosswalk came up with a dozen people walking one way and the other than one tall man standing still at the other end of the street. She feels as though he was looking only at her. When everyone crossed, he didn't take a step, he just stood there. People from the other side passed her and she stopped nearly in the middle, realizing the man still stood on the other side. She turned back towards the street that she just passed and kept walking. She could swear that she heard a large person's boots step on the sidewalk behind her. She walked until she heard no other patrons of the night, other than the boots behind her that followed her for blocks. She dare not turn around. She walked and turned left a few times to walk the perimeter of a building. She lost them, not hearing the boots behind her for the last block. Where would she be safe? It had been enough time. She could go to a friend's place, but without her phone, she doesn't even know where she is or remember their address. Without her phone, she wanders around longer on the streets, continuing to empty.
1. The younger one. A dance studio side door slams open, freezing the immaculately dressed people within.
Shut up, I am here.
A gorilla of a man calls out as he drags a tattered woman through the door. One of his larger-than-life hands has both of hers clamped in its grip. Her frail body struggles against his single arm, holding her easily in control. The room freezes and each person sitting at the many tables snaps their heads towards the action. The calm music dies down but does not go silent. No one moves to help as the woman, practically a girl, crashes to the ground in obvious discomfort. Even after the interruption fades, no one stands to help, suggest, or demand other treatment. Their eyes, however, do dilate with interest. The woman's pleading eyes silently whisper to each of them to do or say something. At the disgust of a few in the crowd, a few pale faces blush in response, but still no one moves. They whisper among themselves. The man holding the woman is bald and wears a fresh suit. He sticks his nose up in dominance, the look only a leader can try to convey. It makes most of the crowd uneasy, most shuffle around in their seats.
Who created this meatless bone bag? She's clueless, and whines as though I should care. I have the right mind to kill her maker for the migraine she's given me.
He rubs his temple with a free hand.
My right-hand guy over here.
He narrows his eyes and sticks a thumb up at the man standing next to him.
For now. Can't find any information in her mind.
He finished loudly as he walks up the steps of the small stage, dragging the woman with him. The large man close by follows him, stopping next to him on stage, crossing his arms. When no one confesses, his eyes scan the room looking for a culprit to react. A few people in plain casual clothes sit at the same table, but most of the room is in freshly pressed and expensive garb. Some squirm in their seats when the leader's eyes land on them, but most are stoic, feeling this gaze many times before. The bald man snickers, targeting the man next to him.
You can't call yourself the mind guy, if you can't back it up, can you, Paul? Hey Zook, is this one of yours?
A man sitting at a perimeter table alone, the way he likes it, combs his fingers through his dark slicked back hair as he smirks. He doesn't admit to anything, so the boss continues with a smile on his face.
Well, she's a wimp and doesn't know recent stuff, so I bet you did make this scrawny twig of a woman, messed with her head, and left her walking around. She is your type. Did you do this to irritate me?
He looks the woman up and down, mockingly choosing a cut of meat he wanted the butcher to slice off for him, sneering at the butcher as though he is being insulted. The woman tries to pull her hands loose, but his grip tightens. Her cheeks redden and her eyes moisten as she barely holds back tears. A whimper escapes her lips, searching the crowd for someone, anyone to help.
You're hurting me,
she says, trying not to defy the man standing over her. Dominance flares in his sharp gaze and his upper lip rises. She says in a subordinate tone.
I'm not a wimp.
His grip holds strong, nearly dislocating her shoulder as she tries to pull away again. He callously speaks to her.
Yes, madam, in this room, you are most certainly a wimp. Look at these little twigs you call arms.
He says this, wiggling her arms in his hand and chuckling to the rest of the crowd. Looking back up to talk to the rest, he calls out.
She has hunted at least once without realizing what she is doing. Luckily for her, she wasn't caught, or we would have killed her and been done with it.
His words and cold smile conveyed the disdain he had for the woman for whatever unknown reason to most of them. Comp Tai is in his element and the rest of them didn't usually see this side of him.
She's probably been fed too. We aren't thinking she has kills under her belt yet, but we can't tell with the distortion going on in her head. She is probably recently changed, she has at least a few days in her, but we also can't tell how long it has been. Her aura is full of confusion, unless she's good at faking it. She's taking all this news pretty well though, she hasn't freaked out yet. Zook, what do you have to say for yourself?
A man sitting at the perimeter table, claiming the nickname Zook, with a long beige trench coat and nothing else of note, looks up at the man with condescension in his voice. Very funny, Mr. Comp Tai, I didn't make her or any others, I haven't in decades, maybe even a century by now. What year is it? He gets a few chuckles and giggles around the room and Comp Tai's eyes narrow, seeming to be upset that the speaker got a few placating reactions, when he did not. The woman looks up at that man sitting alone with wide eyes at such a statement. The man on center stage smiles at him.
Mr. Comp Tai, he says, finally someone with some respect. Everyone else keeps calling me Tyler, or boss. I wonder that about you, do you get bored with them or something? Whatever, don't care, the city needs your expertise.
Zookale tells others his name as his nickname, Z or Zook to his peers, none of them yet to know his true name as far as he has been able to find out. He isn't sure if there is danger for others to know his real name. There was some danger in the old days, now it is all hidden in the possible magics. He audibly breathes in, and out, a heavy sigh, purposely making an effort doing so. Well then, I believe I deserve a minor favor for this sort of thing. What do you say, record keeper? A woman sitting in a computer chair below the stage to the side perks up. She jumps into action on a laptop on a small table that is to the side of the stage, opens it, and waits for her orders. Her hands click around on the mouse and hover over the keyboard for edits. Tyler says.
You wish. It's worth a basic, maybe, but not a minor favor. Nevertheless, find out what you can, about this new unclaimed child.
Zook responds with a raised eyebrow. Well, how many times have I dug into people's minds for this city? There is that mayor's kid who would have been killed before I stepped in, now he owes us a favor. The brat cop that deserved more than he got. There is that ghoul hunter pack that surprised us that one time, we took them for city security even though they wanted to bleed us dry, then fry us. Nearly a minute passes with the two speakers, looking at each other trying to gauge the negotiation, and what it entails. Zook isn't getting much headway in the situation though, as Tyler's face is stoic throughout the offer. Understood, basic favor then. Tyler smiles, bares his fangs, and answers back.
I knew we could come to an arrangement.
Zook asks a final question to the boss. You did find out if she is dangerous, didn't you? She doesn't have a bunch of hidden power to beat my ass, she would have used it on you? Paul pipes up with his contribution to the conversation.
If she does have the capability for anything, she would have shown it not long ago. She's harmless.
Zook nods and calls to the woman, still reeling from the situation, looking at everyone who has spoken in this new world, and she barely understands the language. Hey, kid, come on, let's go. We have a lot to talk about. The brute on stage finally releases her arms and she lets them drop to her sides for a couple of seconds, then raises them to rub them in relief in each hand. She flops her legs off the edge of the stage, then hops off, and walks towards the mystery man in a beige trenchcoat. It is the only notable thing about the man. Dozens of eyes watch her carefully, and she feels those eyes boring into her soul. They all are eyeing her, choosing a piece they want to rip off to take a bite. She walks to the middle of the room. So intently does she feel their stares, that she isn't paying attention to where she is going and trips over a chair leg as she gets closer. No one laughs at her. The room is in a somber mood to not belittle her at this point. She stumbles and falls just before she gets to the man who is waiting for her. He didn't kneel down to help her, he didn't ask if she is okay. Deflecting their attention, he calls to the rest. What, none of you have seen a simpleton before? Stop looking at the new dull thing in the room and go on about your night. Most of them turn away, whispering to each other. She gets up slowly, rubbing her wrists at first, then rolling her shoulders, which are in pain from the mistreatment. She whispers to him gruffly, as she gets closer.
I'm 30 years old, and my name is Tina.
Zook whispers back. No one cares, kid. Just come with me, keep up. Don't fall behind, someone might kill you for fun. He spins and walks with a smile towards the exit, doubting anyone would touch the woman. She speeds up to catch up to his large stride, as they both have everyone's attention whether they were pretending or not. She expects someone to pounce on them at any second. Yet someone did pounce. Just not at them. A gasp and a groan of pain behind them cause them to whirl around. The crowd also turns their heads towards the noise. Tyler Compton, the bald, strong, and steady man still on stage, has a piece of wood sticking out from his chest. His hands shake as he touches it. Blood soaks into his nice white shirt. A woman appears behind him with a smile. The man standing next to him on stage moves to help his boss, but someone else appears out of nowhere, feet in front of him. The appearing man shoves a large, sharpened table leg into his chest. The blow slams the guard to the ground with such force that his legs buckle and the wood of the stage slightly cracks. Both of the men collapse to the floor at about the same time. A tall, lithe, and dignified woman takes center stage. She stands over the gorilla in man form, looking prominent and glorious, soaking up everyone's attention. Growls come from around the room, deep and rumbling, as though a pack of wolves has just seen new prey. Some men and women stand from their chairs, but think of it for a few seconds and slowly sit back down. She proclaims softly, in a loving tone, but loud enough for the room to hear.
I've decided to become boss of the city. I have the influence, and friends too. Stake my claim.
She says with a half smile across her lips, the pun that isn't missed by anyone in the crowd.
Does anyone object?
There were some murmurs whispered around the room, but no one stood to speak their mind.
This old tiresome bully might still have some use to me. I won't kill him yet. Just let me know if you need him. For now, I have already spoken with the investigator, and the record keeper will stay as well, unless you'd rather quit.
The woman sitting on a computer shakes her head slowly, and clicks around more on the laptop, recording everything. The two men laying on stage are dragged to a side door, and outside. The woman walks to the middle of the stage with her head held high and answers a few other questions regarding the change in management. Tina at Zook's side gasps lightly as her eyes haven't left the two being dragged along the floor until they are fully dragged out through the side door. A few eyes glance her way. Zook asks the woman now on stage, "Can I expect that my favor request is upheld?" As though nothing else is strange or different in the room. The woman calls back.
You made the deal with him, so we'll have to talk about it later. We can see how generous I feel whatever night that might be. Record keeper, track his request, and we will be speaking of it further, time permitting.
The woman at the computer nods and types on it further, keeping a record of the night's activities. Pulling at his arm slightly, Tina whispers to Z asking,
What just happened?
He looks at her, with a questioning wrinkled forehead and nose, as though she just asked whether he knew. If untamed cats and dogs had sex in the wild, in this context. Seconds later, comprehension dawns on his face, it transforms from a cringe to a half smile. Ah, the youth, come on kid. He whispers the moniker to Tina once again. She scoffs and follows as a few people from further away in the room giggle. Zook takes a quick glimpse over his shoulder at the group, and continues on his way out the back main entrance, away from the dismal scene. Tina follows this beige coat to a large town car in the parking lot, and a man is standing outside the driver's door, smoking a cigarette. Other drivers stand outside of car doors as well, some in small groups talking, some just sitting in the cars listening to other things. The mystery man in beige calls. Hey bud, we are leaving early, with a guest. We will be taking the usual extra precautions. She'll be facing me, passenger's side. The man promptly puts out his smoke, and hits the unlock button on the car, allowing them all to get in. An audiobook is speaking loudly, through a window to be heard. The driver opens his door and sits down, turning the audiobook off due to the company. Zook opens one of the doors to show Tina his fancy black car with a white top. The windows are highly tinted, making it a surprise when she is able to see inside. He lets her in first, to a town car with a large-sized back. It is a small limousine, custom-made, with 2 back row seats facing each other. Leg room is between them, enough to fit a pair of shoes on each side with a bit more to spare. There is a small drinking bar on one side and deep cup holders on both sides. They all get in. Zook calls up to the driver to get going after all are set. The driver does something at the front dashboard, and Tina is surprised by a quiet clunk, as a customized bear trap snaps in, on the seats next to them, 3 prongs on the bottom and 3 on the top, sticking out sharply, which would hurt anyone sitting there. There is also another noise behind her, another trap snaps out at the front passenger's seat. Zook smirks, answering her unasked question as she looks at him with it on the tip of her tongue. He even surprises me with it sometimes. She looks at the man in beige, with squinting eyes and wrinkled forehead.
So, that is why there are these strange holes in the back of my seat? Is that same thing meant for me?
He only smiles, saying, "Precautions." As they drive out onto the road, and the driver gets out into the little late-night traffic. The mystery of the woman's transformation has Zook feeling uneasy. In his years of experiences, this one is fairly new. He has not heard it all? Apparently. He has little idea what is in store for them. 2. Tina. The two sit in the back section of Zook's car, watching each other for the first minute of the ride. She looks out the window as they pass parts of the city. They size each other up. He sees a middle-aged woman. Her clothes were too large for her, old and unwashed. Her tennis shoes look too big for her feet. He wonders if it is a new fad these days. He wouldn't know. Perhaps she is just homeless. There are plenty of those around, and this is how they usually look. She sees an older man, a beige trench coat, nothing else, no tattoo that she is able to see, no scar on his face, no facial hairstyle. He is plain and boring. With nothing else to see, she looks outside of the window. Tina looks awake, but Zook knows that will change soon. She glances back at him. He smiles at her from across the median of the town car. He then pulls out a small device, which extends larger, and puts it on the bar between them, as a small red light shines. "So kid, you have gotten yourself into a bit of a mess, haven't you?" Zook smiles, as they are driven far from the gathering of strange people, and away from Tina's first strange dealings with them. She scoffs at his juvenile question. She feels the smooth road they travel in the large car, the liquid swishes in the bottles in the auto bar, and the seat is comfortable considering a bear trap is inches from her back. Zook slightly nods his head. "That little gadget is so that no one can hear us as we chat if they are listening in. So, here it comes, out with it." He does a come hither gesture, waving a hand to entice her to start. She thought he needs to be a much more sexy guy to pull off that look, but Tina snaps back with questions.
I just want to know what the hell is going on, what is happening to me, and why the hell was I roughed up and brought to that weird group of people who were staring at me as though they were undressing me with their eyes.
Zook smiles and Tina lets it flow out of her.
What just happened back there? Why am I like this? Why am I so hungry? Why did you refer to decades and centuries? How is everyone so calm with the murder of that boss guy? Why can't I remember what's happened to me recently? Have I forgotten something important? Did things magically happen to me that can't be explained?
Many more questions come to Tina as they are being driven down the road. Zook straightens out his beige trench coat in the seat and lets her ask her questions and keeps his own counsel to answer them all when she finishes. When she stops with her questions, he puts his hands on his head and sighs yet again. "I'm not getting paid enough for this. So, kid, are you telling me you don't know what you are, yet?"
Of course I know what I am. I'm 30 years old, so stop calling me kid. I'm not an idiot. I become a vampire. I just want to hear you say it. I've seen the movies and know the stories. Hell, if I know why or who made me this way, certainly no one asked. I mean, it is kind of cool, other than the no sun thing. I didn't get out much, anyway. I didn't know drinking blood would be so easy to get used to. It has the fun of sex, but with anybody, and I'm having it for once. I don't eat anymore, but I guess the blood covers it, but I barely know how much of it works.
She is rambling again, and her car companion lets her talk. Zook begins again. Very well, 30-year-old Tina. My name is Zook, most of the people around the city call me that or Z, it works for me. The name isn't so strange when I was younger where I grew up, but now the nickname works. I might not look it, but I'm old, older than you, older than some of the other vampires in the gathering, but don't kid yourself, we are not immortal. We live a very long time if no one decides to end that naturally, multiple holes, and removed body parts. Lots of bullets can kill us, knives, and swords hurt more, and fire and sunlight certainly should be avoided. Few of us are ever asked if we would prefer to become a vampire, if the mortal coil we live on is enough, it just happens. Think how absurd that might be, someone asking you if they can drink all of your blood and make you one of them so that you can be stronger, stay up all night, and live inexpensively. Tina sticks up a finger to get him to stop, he glares at her to let him continue, she puts her finger back down and sits back. Nope, hush, an adult is talking. You'll get used to the drinking, or you'll have a nervous breakdown. Blood hunting, get blood from any animal, obviously including humans. We call because there are so many people, but we don't always have to kill and are almost at the top of the food chain. Some of us are good enough with animal blood, and you might start with that first, but human blood is so different. You'll know the difference, eventually. There are 7 billion people out there, we do a service for nature. You can drink animal blood if you become fast enough to catch them, or you can buy it from some slaughterhouses or from hunters pretty cheaply if you get a good one that doesn't ask questions. You can exist that way, but it isn't as fun as humans, and the taste just isn't right, especially if they are big on alcohol, or other drugs, which is pretty fun too. He maniacally massaged his hands together, imagining his next hunt. Then, he continues. When it comes to us, when this happens, we have some rules we most often follow when we create a vampire like yourself. In my organization's case, throughout most of the world, we usually take the men or women and direct them around. We show them the ropes, and teach them how to exist. Show you what you can and can't do, and the limitations of most situations. Some other organizations around the rest of the world are not as forgiving, they do some very odd things with people as well, but we don't need to get into that. You can't remember what has happened to you, and I'm not the same type of vampire you've read about or have seen in the movies. I am pretty good at dealing with people, and even animals, so I sometimes help out. Many of the vampires are bigger on speed and strength, me, not so much. I can handle myself in a fight, not as much as some of them in there, but I'm better with people. Most of us use the blood we consume to fuel our powers or our bodies. I save the blood I consume more for waking up for the night and use my will to do things I need. In that case, I don't need to hunt as often. It all depends on how you look at death. Zook smirks at his joke, but Tina didn't catch it. He realizes he will need to talk slower for her to get his amazing humor, or she is too modern or ditzy. He shakes his head thinking. Kids these days. He lets her stop him and she asks.
So what, you read people's minds or charm people with your piercing gaze? Don't you have to be hot for that?
He smirked at her jab right back and nodded at her insult right back at him. She keeps going.
That is the stupid stuff about being a vampire. Why can't you fly, or do cooler stuff with your mind, telekinesis, or turn into a bat? That is always cooler. How about turning into mist and going under doors?
He combs his fingers through his hair again. Calm down, kid. Some can read minds, I've been working on that ability but it is pretty advanced. Next, some of us use the power of the blood to make it impossible to be seen or noticed, but if we affect the area around us, then they can be seen again. Being stabbed, attacking someone, tripping on a toy or a cord will disrupt it. Using these traps in my car helps me survive longer. The blood we take allows us to fuel our powers and wake up for the night. If you use too much over a night for whatever reason and don't take more, you will either not wake up, or wake up thirsty and crazy, letting your beast take over. It is the vampiric spirit in your body, it wakes up and more often than anything gets you killed. Not from other people, but from people like me investigating it or the bosses back there, or other beings who notice and keep watch of that sort of thing. If you are lucky, you'll just kill and possibly drain someone you are with, or close to. Your beast when it takes over is stronger than you and hungry. Most of us can't easily control it. Most of us can't fly by ourselves or turn into bats, but some of us can, when the power is learned. Zook put a finger to his droopy chin, thinking about what to still go over. He continued. There are several blood powers that we can learn. It is either learned genetically, through the blood we have when we were created as a certain type of vampire, or we can usually learn different ones from others. That usually is at a hefty price of either blood, money, or favors. When you get the swing of the different blood powers, you'll know what blood family you're in. Tina tapped on the car floor with her shoes, thinking of her own questions.
What is this about favors? You and that last boss guy talked about them.
He answered. Favors are deals we track. We do a deal, share abilities, save each other's life, sell them for cash, and we earn favors we can later cash in. They go on urgency, agreed between few involved, ranging in importance from basic, to minor, to major, to life. You might guess the urgency. Next question from her.
So, what are the different things we can do with blood powers?
Zook nods while he answers. Dozens of different things, and some are not well known to me. The obvious things are increasing one's strength, toughness, or speed. Blood magic is known to the magicians, they learn different things, but I don't know many of those. They keep those secrets because it is one of their biggest benefits. If they allow that to spread around too much, their domination in the field will weaken, so they don't just want to keep it secret, they will often kill those who aren't of their blood family who learns it in some way.
Sheesh, that is pretty harsh.
You have no idea. So, there are other things, turning into animals, dogs, wolves, and bats, those are known by some, but not many. Some can sleep in the ground with a certain power that allows them to flow into the ground as though it is water, and they sleep if caught out in the open for a day. Can use it to hide from being chased. That certainly isn't as well kept a secret, but it just isn't well sought after other than the rest. Mind and feeling manipulation are pretty well known, forcing humans and more to do what we want.
Wait, isn't that about the same thing?
No, with mind manipulation, like your problem, we can change what people remember. With feeling manipulation, we can make someone not care if they remember something or not. I can tell your brain to remember or forget something, but I can't tell you that we are friends, and you just are that way. Feeling manipulation allows someone to trust or fear you. Tina shivers.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Zook capitulates with her. Sure, it can be rough, but you can do it right back, so make friends who can do that sort of stuff, and if someone messes with you, then another can help you figure it out. Or you just get upset at it all, freak out, and greet the sun as it rises. It isn't a pretty sight, and it would be extremely painful for a few seconds. He continues with a few other blood powers he hadn't yet gone over. There are a few more I know of: the blood power to heighten our senses, sight to see far away, or details, increase smell to smell blood or perfume or cologne if you so choose. See the aura of a person, to tell if they are someone special like us, or if someone is angry. We can also tell if someone is lying to us. It is nice to know. The different abilities pertaining to the heightened senses also contradict the blood powers to hide from others. It isn't just invisibility, but more of a misdirection, so someone isn't seeing or hearing you. Being able to feel a psychic vibe from objects can be handy as well. I can find evidence, or key important things in a crime scene if the cops let me check around, but it also is to help on the job if the cops aren't around. Some have the power to increase their fingers to the size of claws. They hurt a lot, and healing that damage takes a lot of blood and time. There are many options. Sadly, there isn't a menu you can pick from. If something interests you, you can ask around, or see if someone can give you other hints. Some you can just learn over time if it is in your blood family. Since we do not know who your maker is, that is part of your mystery. The car bounces as it goes over a speed bump as Tina asks.
Are there anything more modern? Talking with computers, or reaching through telephones?
He shrugs. Not that I know of, but I can talk to animals. If I wanted to, I could become a pet psychic. There is some money in that, but I can't be able to be too accurate or get famous. That sort of stuff would draw too much attention. Tina licked her sharp, extended teeth, getting used to them near her tongue.
So what about things that want to hurt us? Can humans, or other things?
Zook answers, nodding. Oh yes, there are humans out there that hunt us for a few reasons. Usually it is revenge. In the old days I hear it is a religious thing, but werewolves, magicians, the real mortal kind, not vampiric ones, other vampires. There are plenty out here we are careful about. Her chin lifts towards the driver.
So, the driver up there has heard everything apparently. Who's he? Is he a vampire too?
He's Bud, that's all he goes by design. She hears Bud's deep voice from the driver's seat. He nodded to the side, still watching the road.
Ma'am.
Zook keeps going. That is not his name, but he doesn't know more than that, because that helps us both. His name is something else, but other vampires or supernatural beings use that sort of thing against him, or me. He's not one of us, he is a ghoul. He gets some of my blood over time, and he can live longer, and be stronger and do other things. He also likes me more because of it. Do you live in the area? Tina answers, shaking her head to remember the flood of info.
Yeah, I think I've lived in the area for a long while. I can't remember much of what was happening for me a while ago though. What is happening around here? The men and women back there, why were they so snooty and calm when the boss guy is stabbed in the chest?
Yeah, kid.
Stop that.
She says, tired of the nickname. Zook smiles with a gleam in his eyes. When you prove yourself to deserve it, 30-year-old Tina. They are snooty, because they consider themselves better than you. The money in that room could buy Alaska, all homes, businesses, and apartments in it, and boot everyone out to make it a vampire's paradise. In this case, the woman who struck the old boss owns companies and has a bunch of money. She will be handling us as a group here, and she is pretty good with humans, so I won't do as much with her as I did with old management. Tina interrupts for a second.
Are you upset about that? Will you lose out on anything?
Not really, he was a brute, kind of a bully. Those tend to be the boss sometimes with an iron fist, but the woman who has taken the job as an artist, she is Panteri's aunt, and she is one of the decent ones if not a little quirky. You'll get used to these sorts of changes, or you'll have a nervous breakdown. That will be on you.
You say that so often, and so casually, I don't like it.
Well, it happens, just trying to prepare you for it. I didn't make you one of us, so it isn't on me. None of us get asked if we want to. Just do what is asked of you by them if you can and play nice. Oh, and the staking, they aren't dead yet, they are mostly dead though, making them slightly alive. You know the only thing you can do with people who are all dead? She paints a smile on her face, but it doesn't reach her eyes.
What? Pull out the stake.
Zook replies, oh my, kids these days, you go through their clothes and look for loose change. He shakes his head and scoffs that she does not get the reference. So, the wooden stake through the heart needs to be well placed, and if it works, is more of a paralyzing and not full death, but of course, your head could be separated when you go limp, so try to be careful with toothpicks. You were probably the youngest person in that previous room. I'm not truly sure how old everyone is, and the person who made you is in pretty big trouble. I guess we can get to that sort of stuff. Tina scoffs. Zook replies, oh my, kids these days. No, you go through their clothes and look for loose change. He shakes his head and scoffs that she does not get the reference. So, the wooden stake through the heart needs to be well placed, and if it works, is more of a paralyzing and not full death, but of course, your head could be separated when you go limp, so try to be careful with toothpicks. You were probably the youngest person in that previous room. I'm not truly sure how old everyone is, and the person who made you is in pretty big trouble. I guess we can get to that sort of stuff. Tina scoffs.
I told that guy back there that I don't know who did this to me. I can't remember what happened to me. I barely know what day it is.
Zook gestures to the driver. Hey bud, we'll take the extra precaution tonight, take us to the mall, then around the usual parking lots till about an hour till sunrise, then home.
Got it, boss.
Bud replies in his deep monotone. Zook continues answering Tina. You told them that you don't know who made you. I am here to find out who made you. It is one of the things I do. They talk about things more through the night, getting earlier in the morning. One of the important things they go over is what Zook calls the universal rules. Humans can't know of us, showing off will get you, and them, killed. Often by one of us. No experimenting on them and leaving them out in the open, no ripping them in half, leaving them in places where they can be found, and bending them in incorrect places. There is a reason we've been around for centuries without notice. It is all rumor and mystery. Get this through your thick skull, don't get caught. The rest aren't as important, we'll just go over them really quick. It is getting closer to sunrise, and each of them tires of the chat. Near sunrise, the car pulls up to a large home neighborhood, trimmed trees, garages, and white picket fences. It looks too normal. Zook watches her eyelids get heavy. He whispers, I know you're getting tired, don't worry, we're at my home. He uses an old-fashioned roll-up window part of the door. This has covered the inside of the window with a hard plastic covering. Then, he does the same for the other side of the car. We will drive into the garage just before sunrise, and Bud will have us brought into the house, into a safe area for the day, then we can speak tonight. Hina's eyes pop open, doing her best to stay awake. She worries what his plans are with her. Her voice is shaky as she asks.
Wait, aren't we speaking already? Are you sure they can all be trusted? What if any part of the sun touches us? When I've been knocked out during the day, I always sleep through it, never toss and turn, or have to wake up to use the restroom. How will we be safe? Where will we sleep? What do I do about work?
Zook's eyes go wide at how fast Tina rambles on. He lets out a little sigh when she finishes. Don't worry, kid, I've done this dozens of times. There will be another of my friends to help Bud get us out of here. The walk from the garage to the safe place is completely away from the windows, and they wouldn't hurt me, or you. We'll talk more tonight. Hina doesn't enjoy the prospect of relying on him, but for some reason, she trusts him. He could have killed her already if he wanted to. The seats were comfortable, as she continues to get more and more tired. The last thing she remembers before passing out is worrying what will happen during the day. That day, she dreams of being stuck in a small box. The feeling around her is wood, and it is dark. She calls out for help, has no room to pry the box open, but she tries anyway. It is bolted down and won't budge. Lifting her knees, she tries harder, still won't budge. Using her fists, she punches up and down against the bottom and top of the box, calling out for help. No one answers.
Three. Another captive. A different captive trapped in their nightmare. Where am I? I cannot speak, my mouth is closed. It is dark, and I can't open my eyes. Something keeps them closed. It feels as though it is that crust over your eyes when you have slept for way too long. I can't move anything in my body, it is all numb, and I can barely feel anything. I am uncomfortable, my head feels fuzzy, but not a fun fuzzy. I have felt that fun fuzzy plenty of times before, that one night, and then that one party after that. I couldn't walk straight for a week. This is more a drugged haze, wanting to sit around and do nothing but imagine. I haven't felt this sort of thing before. Last I remember, I was jogging through the woods. I don't often jog through the woods. I'm more of a city person. All the different noises, the smell of pizza and beer at all hours of the day or night, keep my spirit awake. Last thing I remember, I was alone in the woods. No, I was with someone. Who? Oh, friend, we are on a vacation from the city. We wanted to get back to our natural roots, free-spirited, walking in the cold air. It is breezy, a bit cool for some, but my body runs warm. Jerking my arms out, I feel someone clamping them down, which makes it worse. I flail around, and get nothing. Someone's grip is iron, no worse. I press out to get loose again, and wail. Grunts pass my lips as I moan. The clamps, or handcuffs, whatever they are burning my wrists, rubbing against them often. I try to smell, but my nose hurts, stuffy as though I took a deep breath in a field of flowers, or I have a cold. I don't get colds. I try to ask someone for tissues, but all I can get out of my mouth is a gurgling sound. Unclogged nose gunk drips down my nose, gross, but I can't wipe it away. I hear a deep voice giggling. Someone I don't know is near. I can't recognize anything else going on. I'm in a strange place, sort of small, but there is fresher air nearby, but I still can't see. It isn't that I can't move, there are many braces on me. Someone went through a lot of trouble for all of this. Where is my friend? He was with me, now he isn't. I hope he can defend himself better than I can. I'm pissed but can't contain my feeling of helplessness. I wriggle, move, and try to force things off me, but not only do the clamps burn, but I have extra arms on me holding me down, and they are so strong. The feeling of discomfort changes but doesn't lighten. My body is numb to pain. I feel as though I've been drinking a lot of vodka without the fun part, but instead of my face being numb, it is everything else. Nails tingle and prod all around my body. Oh no, the pain is waking me up to keep my mind moving, and drugs are trying to get me to sleep again, but I can't let them. I wasn't walking, I was jogging, my friend and I. Hearing something strange nearby, my friend tripped, and I heard a loud tearing of flesh. I went back to look. He was in a bear trap, and two men were standing over him. One had a self-made metal bat. I remember a growl coming from the pit of my stomach. I had to help him, I needed to. Just before my jump, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head, and again, I don't remember much till now. Why can I now remember my old friend with me, but before couldn't? Why can I no longer think of anything else? Jogging, trip, bear trap, 2 men above him with sword and bat, thunk on my head vibrating, so loud. All I can think about now is the trap set for me and my friend, over and over, not helping him, then being helpless here myself. All I can do is try to shed a tear, but can't even do that. Some tears are dripping through my nose, my head is so woozy. Whatever is making me sleep is wearing off. I remember again jogging through the forest alone. No, wait, I was with a friend. How do I keep forgetting I am with my old buddy? Wait, what is his name again? Jogging through the city, no forest, he tripped and I went over, bear trap, sharp pain on the back of my head. I'm okay with one hit, but when I hit the ground, I see my friend, and he is moving his lips, trying to whisper. I can tell what he is trying to say, his mouth going up and down accusingly, saying,
"You can't save me, you can't even save yourself."
I remember it happening again and again, but I am getting drowsy each time I hit the ground, but each time I see my friend in the same situation as me. I can hear him say it so much easier and clearer, almost as though I can hear his voice in my head.
"You can't save me, you can't even save yourself."
Someone falls into a deeper, yet uneasy sleep.
Four. Let's sit for a little while. Part of the night that Tina remembers. The next night, Tina wakes up in an unknown bed, placed on top, with no covers. She wears the same clothes as the night before. She is relieved not to have woken up stuck in a claustrophobic coffin. That brings up some thoughts. She hasn't been a fan of small rooms or tight places. Is she supposed to get used to it now that she is what she is? She is on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed, and there is another set of beds along the same side of the room she is in. A little drained from the night before, she looks around seeing 2 metal doors as though she was cargo in a truck, debating in her mind which door to choose. The comfortable bunk beds are odd pieces in the room. The room has metal walls, but a carpeted floor. She feels that she is in the back of a semi-truck, tractor trailer. There are double doors to one side of the container with 2 sliding slots on one of them, and a single door to the other side which also has 2 sliding slots on it about in the same areas. She isn't sure which is to enter or exit. There is a small kitchen area, and 2 comfortable chairs in front of a TV. She sits back, wondering which way she should be looking to get out of there. A minute later, the double doors to one side crank open and swing wide into a larger room. Tina sees Zook. He has changed clothes and is ready to start the night. "Come on in, kid," he says with a smile. "I show this place off if I can. Most of the other city members I'd rather keep out." She glares at him as his smile widens. There is a stairway that goes down a bit, but then another protective door went to another area, and when she walked in, the room is strange. It is comparable to a home, but closed off. The larger room they were moving into is 3 shipping containers side by side. The sizes look to be double the one Tina was in, but much nicer. There is a larger bed, carpeting, and a few bookshelves full of books to look through. There are 3 recliners in front of a large TV. "My actual man cave," Zook calls with a flamboyancy she hasn't yet seen. "I often sleep down here, it feels cozy." Tina looks around the room, then walks towards the books. There must be a couple hundred books on the shelves. Sets of recent mystery stories are on the shelves, some fantasy books, science fiction, and very few bits of educational material. Helps to keep me guessing when it comes to what others could do at a crime scene. I may not be highly efficient in some observing blood powers, but I keep a few things in mind out of the box that others might just not worry about. Not too bad, huh? Tina gives him a nod. She asks,
Observing blood powers? Oh, the stuff from last night, right. With all of these other books, you don't have any Spanish learning books, or how to program computer apps.
He answers by walking over to another shelf. Sure, I have this shelf over here. He shows her one shelf out of the many, of 3 books on learning Mandarin and PCs for dummies. Other than English, Chinese or Mandarin will probably be the biggest language known. The computer book is for fun if I get stuck down here for a while. It gets me caught up on the decade. Observing blood powers is the use of blood powers that depend on your years of training, strength of will, and blood type. Okay, 30-year-old Tina, let's get out of here, and we will speak more. This isn't the place for that. He directs her toward the double doors. She doesn't see any other exits from the place, following behind. They leave the larger room, then close the large doors behind them. They pass the bunk beds and kitchenette to the single door at the other end of the shipping container, and open the single door towards them, just as Bud is reaching for the handle to open it. His much larger hand reaches for her, since she opened the door to walk through it without looking. She gasps and does a short hop backward, almost bumping into Zook. Tina sees the door is thicker at first, with a metal slab between it. She also gets a good look at Bud. He is bigger than expected when he is standing up. Suit and tie, dark blue colored sunglasses even where they were, and his bulk took up most of the space of the other doorway. There is also a space for a rod in the wall and the door jamb, and a push rod from the container side. Near the door, there is a lever along the wall to move downward. She looks at it, then back at Zook. It is a lever, it allows me to force the next door closed, don't think too much of it. Tina glances into the next room, seeing a strange 30-foot long, concreted hallway with a staircase.
Wait, are we underground?
She asks Zook, as she touches the concrete lining the walls. The firm surface is cool to the touch. Why yes Tina, you get a gold star, we are underground. He patted her lightly on the head, with no windows, and my little kill box just in case naughty people try to do naughty things. Bud turns around to walk back the way he came for the others to follow. So, what is with this hall? When you do this, do you have them carry you down this hall each time? She asks Zook, as she touches the concrete lining the walls. The firm surface is cool to the touch. Why yes Tina, you get a gold star, we are underground. He patted her lightly on the head. With no windows, and my little kill box just in case naughty people try to do naughty things. Bud turns around to walk back the way he came for the others to follow.
So, what is with this hall? When you do this, do you have them carry you down this hall each time?
Well, kid, why do you ask silly questions to which you already know the answers? When I take these precautions, they carry me after I fall asleep. I'm not very heavy for them, my blood strengthens them, he answers as they continue down the hall, and reach a door. Bud also rumbled in his deep voice.
Besides that, you are really light, especially compared to him.
Zook attempts to look offended, gasping, widening his mouth, and pointing at himself. Hey, I would slim down, but I can't, so you'll just have to deal with me. Behind the door, they walk towards a set of concrete stairs that went upwards. Bud opens another door, and it opens into a home kitchen. Tina compares the door to what would be the pantry of a home kitchen, but it is hollowed out for the stairway and underground area. She sees a window that would likely be avoided from the hall to the basement, able to see out of the kitchen, and the underground area is under the backyard.
Hey lady, Tina is it?
A deep-voiced, Bud, gets her attention, and she turns.
I got a set of clothes for you to get more comfortable, a few shirts, smaller pairs of sweatpants. I didn't want to check your clothes and didn't know your size, but elastic should be okay, right? They are on the counter, and you can change in the bathroom over there.
She thanks him, takes the bags into the bathroom, and changes into sweatpants and a different shirt. She puts the old crusty shirt and jeans she wore into a bag. She washes her face, helping her feel refreshed, and leaves when ready. Zook directs her to another room with 2 chairs in another small den, and they are 2 very comfortable looking chairs. She asks if she can charge her cell phone. She doesn't have a charger, but asks if someone has the same type of charger. Bud found out what type of phone and said he'll look around. Zook begins after both of them sit in the comfortable chairs. Tonight we will go over some of your recent past. If we can get info about your maker, we will. Unlike the men you were speaking to earlier, I can broaden your mind using a power of the blood that some from my family have. I might ask you some strange questions, I might ask you the same question more than once. It is probably for a reason. Hold nothing back, it is for your own good. Take me back to last night, when you met the guys that took you to our gathering. Before Tina answered, another man walked into the den. Tina is so engrossed in wanting to start with Zook that she hopped to the side of her chair when she heard his footsteps. The man whispered into the room. Boss, you good? Zook answered. Sure Steve, how is the perimeter? Steve answered. All as usual sir. Making another lap before the break. Zook nods, the other man walks away a few paces.
Who is that guy?
Tina asked. Zook answered, another one of my friends, his name is Steve. I helped him when he was homeless. I don't know, some years ago. He is a veteran of one of the. He snapped his fingers a couple of times, thinking for a few seconds. He calls out, "Steve, where were you deployed?" A head poked in, and Steve answered, "First deployment was when the Vietnam War started, then Cambodia, sir."
Wait, Vietnam War? I don't know how long ago that is, but it was before I was born, isn't it? He looks like he is, what, about 40?
Zook smiles and asks, "Steve, how old are you?" He questioned, not having left yet. "Is it okay to answer with the civilian present, sir?" Zook nodded, and Steve answered with a stoic face. "Technically, ma'am, I am over 80 years young. I will live a lot longer if I can help out one of the best men in the world and you are sitting next to him." Zook stopped him. "Go make your rounds, soldier, you are going to make me blush." The man's footsteps walked away. Zook hums, right. He has a lot of interesting stories. You should check with him later. His commander was a jerk. He was selling military supplies and blamed him for it. Pretty interesting stuff. Anyway, go on, we should get to that night when you get picked up. Tina answers.
Wow, okay, where were we? The guys that came to get me last night, the guys who might be dead already. I saw one across the street nights ago. He was staring at me while I was looking around. I was basically in a daze, even sort of confused about my situation. I knew that I was a vampire already, but I wasn't scared or ashamed of what happened to me. I was sort of excited, but worried about all the people around me.
She shivers a little, remembering.
I didn't want to hurt anyone, but knew that I instinctively could. I needed to. As I crossed the street, the tall guy in a trench didn't cross at the crosswalk with the rest of the people across the street. He just stood there, sort of watching me, at least it felt that way. I was pretty sure he was a creep, or just some kind of pervert, didn't know if that trench coat of his would fly open, and he'd be flashing me.
Zook busted out a quick laugh. "Ha, if he doesn't get killed, I'm going to tell him you said that, he'll get a kick out of it." It paused her for a bit. She isn't surprised he is so flippant with the notion. She kept going.
He followed me though, as I walked down the street. After a few minutes, I thought I lost him. I didn't hear his boots behind me, and I even turned back and didn't see him, but he showed up on the sidewalk in front of me shortly after, being all intimidating. He looked down at me, and I could feel his eyes bore into my soul. He could see right through me.
Zook breaks in. He was probably using an observational blood power to see that you were a vampire that he didn't know, and that you were creeped out. If you knew what you were up to, you probably would have introduced yourself and not been thinking he was going to flash you. She is just about to get to the important stuff, so she keeps going.
He asked me a few questions, who I am, and how long I was in the city. I told them I've lived here a long while. He stuck out a shotgun in one arm and a sword in the other and pushed me into an alley. I thought my last thought would be, who uses a gun and a sword to mug people these days? After about 20 seconds, a van pulled up to the alley street we were on. I didn't realize he called for backup, and he told me to get in. Things are a little fuzzy after that, I don't remember what.
Zook looks deep into her eyes, and asks her for further details about the night. While speaking with her, trying to open up different parts of her mind, he stresses to put in some struggle when trying to effect some sort of created blockage in her head. Tina widens her eyes, the sound of her foot unconsciously tapping on the ground, metaphorically cracks the glass barrier in her mind.
When I didn't get in the van right away, the guy in the dark trench coat put a wooden stake through my chest, and I don't remember a thing till I was hanging by my arms with some thick chain, and could barely move, swinging from the ceiling. They interrogated me, not in a very nice way. The bald guy took off his suit jacket and button-down shirt, still having an undershirt on, and didn't even really hit me, just grabbed around my body and squeezed with his huge fist. My muscles, as little as they are, flattened in his meaty hand, all the big ones, the different big muscles on my arms, then my legs. When I have nothing to say, he thought I was lying, so he kept going. Since I still have nothing to tell them, they escalated it. I don't know how I could forget this. They used knives and dug into my arms and legs. They punched and kicked me till I could barely move, but I couldn't tell them anything. They were very upset.
She rubs different areas of her arm, legs, stomach, where she has an itch of phantom wounds from being stabbed.
I didn't get used to everything yet, but I sort of knew how to help myself. Using some of my blood, I've taken over the past couple of days. I've been pretty lucky not to have needed to drink much blood, which was strange. I remember the awful feeling of the hole in my chest closing from the use of my blood. Concentrating in my Pilates classes at the gym is about the same. My brain is telling my mind to heal in places. In class it is more leg cramps or breathing exercises, not as much trying to close a hole in your chest. They asked me a lot of different things: who I am, who made me as I am. I told them I didn't know. They asked me where I fed, and what my blood type is. I didn't understand a darn thing. They believed me, but I didn't know how. I was pretty banged up. Only a night before I was picked up for all of this, I went to a club. They let me in even though I probably already looked high and how I was dressed. Luckily, I had blood from this jerk that same night. He bought me a drink I didn't want. I started fake drinking it, but all I could think about was his blood. The thing is, he was trying to roofie me. He walked up to me after I pretended to drink for a while. He came over and started talking to me, started putting his hands on me, and pretended to help me.
Seconds of a memory flashes in Tina's mind, a well-deserved batch of blood.
I let him take me outside, and over to his parked car. When he looked around and felt comfortable attacking me, he opened up his car passenger door and helped me in. After he got in, he saw me turn more coherent, and got worried. It felt pretty good to dig my teeth into his neck. He liked it for some reason. That effect is a good thing, 'cause he would have screamed his face off. I didn't kill him, probably could have, but I got pretty filled up from him, and didn't feel too bad about it.
Zook answered her with an unexpected compliment. "Ha, you're a natural. That was a nice play against the drugging guy. When we feed, biting into a human's neck, for most of our cases, brings out a euphoric effect, which is pretty decent for us, 'cause otherwise we probably would have been caught by screaming people by now. It just gets tricky sometimes when you are out hunting, or drinking people who you have chosen from for the night. If you want to not drink too much, we can't tell, unless you have a specific set of people you take blood from, or unless you have a specific set of people from whom you take blood," he said, correcting himself. "If they donated a couple of pints of blood at the local Red Cross, or plasma, if they've been fed on by another one of us, they can either pass out or die from blood loss, just something to keep in mind." Tina's nose crinkles in worry.
Oh, didn't think about it that way. I told the two of them all this, and they called for this strange-looking guy to come into the room. He looked all over and at me, and the other two, and asked what they wanted. They said to make me forget the recent stuff they did to me, and I remember them telling him to get it right this time.
Tina's eyes widen again.
The strange guy was talking to me, like you are here, telling me that I wouldn't remember them being mean and talking to me. Asking many different and strange questions, that I would hold nothing against them. I recognize him in my head as one of those strange guys on the side of the room. Oh, I'll hold something against them all right. Later, well, unless they are both dead anyway. If they can order someone to mess with my head. So, what do you usually do for blood?
Zook answers. "I have a specific set of people I drink from, some I even ask to get drunk or high so I can get a buzz going for the night. Sadly it doesn't last as long as it used to." Tina asks if it is a good idea for her to do the same. Zook thinks for a few seconds and answers, "If you want to last long, it is a good idea, but some get used to it and get bored. It will be up to you. It depends on your personality. Think of it this way: could you eat the same meal for a year? Think chicken, rice, carrots. The chicken is salted and peppered just right, carrots are tender but not mushy, and the rice has buttered, but it is that meal every day for a year. It is how you should compare it in general. Commitment with your blood donor can be boring, but it could save your life. You will get pretty bored with one type of blood, you will realize the different flavors you will get from different people, and it gets beyond enticing to try other blood. It is also hard to protect them if you have someone you try to be careful with and drinking their blood. So, let's get into the night before. How have you gotten into your situation?" Zook pauses. "You know what? Never mind, we'll go into that stuff later, let's talk about some other stuff. Your life will differ from now on. Some things you'll ask yourself are, is your house or apartment set for you as one of us? It would help if we also find out what blood type family you are in. I can do some things, the other woman on stage can do quite a few things, and some can hide from others' sight and other senses, a lot will depend on that. If we can't tell, you'll be considered Ronin, or they might consider themselves unconfined, Something of a jack of all trades, but not specialized in much. There are a few others in town, but they are sort of considered renegades too, not too much structure, tends to be that way sometimes. When we find your maker, we'll know what your blood type is, and can get you to hang out with them. So that you can learn new tricks of the trade, so to speak. You'll want to learn things from them, it will make the time go by easier. Tina answers a few questions.
No, my place is practically a greenhouse, with large windows, and things that probably won't be needed too much if I last long. I used to be big on cooking for myself, sometimes with a date, trying to stay looking good, but that will change. I will probably need to move. I don't need as much space anymore. I might as well be in the witness protection program.
Bud walks in with a phone charger and she digs into her bags for the phone in her pants to plug in. Tina is surprised she hasn't checked her phone in some time, it is so trivial compared to its importance before all of this. She also sees the time, is it already 1 in the morning? Have they been talking that long? Maybe she couldn't gauge the timing so easily so far, since she has just recently started staying up all night. She unlocks her phone and looks. Going into her messages, there are a lot of read text messages she doesn't remember reading, a bunch of missed calls too. 16 from Esri, one of her good girlfriends with benefits, and 19 from Ted, a guy who is pretty much the same. She also has over 20 texts from each, starting from the usual wanting to get together, then ending in calling her a bitch for not messaging back. She puts the phone on the side of the table plugged in to charge. Her head reels from seeing this situation. Sheesh, that dynamic will change a little. Wait, did she see this right? The phone is saying that the last messages were from over a week ago? She finally looks at the date. The last thing her mind has been on is the date. It is later in the month than she thought. Or is it the month before? Her life has been messed up. She is wondering what has happened to them over this time, hoping they were all right. She texted them both to chill, she is fine, and she'd get back to them later. Her mind has been chaotic from everything that has happened over the past few days, and she can't tell them anything yet. She voices her issues with Zook, telling him she is pretty sure it has been longer than she thought, asking if she's been wandering around for so long. Zook replies, "Oh, probably not, this sort of thing happens all the time, don't think too much about it." Newly created vampires sometimes lose a lot of time trying to cope with their situation, especially with what has happened to them. You probably will want to move out of your place, and you'll figure out a job eventually that you might be able to do overnight, or you can rob your feeding victims, or use some blood powers to take it all depends on your desires. I know all sorts of peers doing miscellaneous stuff. You can prefer to feed on drug dealers, or criminals still out here, but there are plenty of nasty bad guys out there. Those bad guys deal in cash or other naughty things, and we often take some of it to pay the bills. You never realize how much people won't care as long as bills are paid. Of course, drug dealers and other criminals usually are tougher to feed from, but you might figure out a few things. Or you can get a job at a call center that is open 24/7 to do customer service. Alright, we've been talking here a bit, you might get home for a change of clothes, and you must feed, but we don't have time to hunt. Tina gauges her blood situation and doesn't exactly know how she is on her stomach, or what has happened to her recently, but she does feel quite drained from recent not-so-good activities. Zook looks at her. You can tell me the truth, did you smoke, drink a bunch, or do any drugs while human? I don't mind, it will help me gauge how I can help you too. I know lots of people around town, and I could even get you some blood full of THC if you want. Tina replies easily, unable to stop herself.
I smoked some pot, but not too much. I drank a decent amount, but usually they were bought for me while I was out clubbing. Whoa, that isn't so great, is it?
Her eyes widen at her truthfulness, she wouldn't have usually been so informal. He smiles and answers. I get it, if you'd like to feel a little buzzed tonight, we don't have time to hunt. Unless you have any friends, you might want to see. Tina exclaims.
No, what are you crazy? I wouldn't want to bring this stuff up to my friends, not until I grasp it myself. My friends are not in my blood menu.
Zook puts his hands up in understanding. Okay, I get it, I know a few guys you can go feed from, They are probably already buzzed for the night, and we can buy them a few drinks to get them wasted so that you can feel tipsy for the night. You need it. I will make a couple of quick calls, and then we can head off. Do you drink beer, wine, or more of a liquor kind of gal, 30-year-old Tina? She rolls her eyes back at him.
I usually would drink whatever is brought in front of me that is bought for me, but different liquors usually. Should that do something different, depending on the type of drink?
Probably not, but I just wanted to know. You are getting it from their blood, not from their stomach. He slides his phone out of his pocket and looks for a number. We'll leave in a few minutes. You want to go home for a change of clothes, or shower first? Tina answers.
Oh, yeah, I feel pretty gross, but I don't have my apartment or car keys, they are still at work.
Zook answers. No keys? Okay, I will get you in. I guess we have the rest of our night planned then. I will make a couple of quick calls. He calls out, "Hey Bud." Bud is just around the corner, listening.
Yeah, boss, what is it?
Zook answers. We will be heading off soon. She will give you an address to use so that we can take her home for a shower and change of clothes. Be ready to head off. Bud leaves the room, after a quick nod. Zook picks up his phone and searches to find someone. He pushes in the contact to speak with them, then calls one more. Bud walks back into the den after coming back in from the garage and asks where they are going. Zook tells him that they were going to stop at Tina's first. He shakes his head to the side in a wordless gesture to tell him where. She tells Bud, then Zook tells Bud, back to Reed's place after that. Bud writes it in quick code on a small notepad in a pocket. Bud walks back into the garage waiting on the two he will be taking around. Tina and Zook get into his car, and even with it in a closed garage, and carefully watched, they take the same precautions. They choose seats, and bear traps bite down over the unused seats. They get to Tina's pretty quickly, with no traffic so late at night. Zook takes the front with a lockpick set out and fiddles with the door for a few seconds and she hears the click of her apartment door. Tina says,
Please don't mind the mess, I didn't know I was going to be turned into a vampire and showing it to someone special.
Zook shrugs and answers, Believe me kid, I've seen worse. They open her place, to see that it is a complete mess. Books were thrown off her bookshelf, and a desk she has when she wants to just mess around on her computer is a mess of papers searched through and moved around. The computer is pulled off the desk, and thrown to the floor, the screen cracked. She didn't know much about computers but guessed it was pretty much broken beyond use. Zook shakes his head and smiles. I lied, this is pretty bad. They both hear a grunt in one of the next rooms, and they both rush in to check. One of the windows is being closed from the outside, and someone is slipping out the window to the street below. There is no fire escape, whoever it is, held onto the edge of the window frame closing it. Then they drop to the ground. Zook lifts the window again, to see a woman running down the street at a quick speed, much faster than he usually can run, using a blood power to increase her speed. He checks her aura, and it looks like it is a vampire. The emotion he could get is a dose of fear, but most of it is excitement. Zook is in his element now, he has a crime scene to look into. He tells Tina to get some clothes, and jump into the shower. Whoever that is, she likely won't come after you while I'm here, but make it quick. She does so, grabbing an outfit off of the floor, looking and dropping the shirt. She then dropped the skirt and grabbed a different tank top, then she dropped the tank top for another short sleeve shirt, then she dropped that for a different tank top. The looks Zook gives her shows he just didn't understand what it takes to look good for a party or a bar. The look Zook gave her showed he didn't understand some women, but he figured this is the most unusual aspect of the opposite sex. She finally decides on one and goes into the bathroom. Tina washes the grime off of her small frame and hates her body yet again, wondering if she will be able to change it now that she is this way. She would have to remember to ask Zook in the car. She was going to a party, finally something interesting over what she has been through lately. She finishes in the bathroom and exits to the disaster that is her apartment. She sees Bud walking around looking as well.
You could have cleaned up a little, maybe?
She sees the strange look Zook is giving her and asks why. Zook answers her, You look less comfortable than you did with the clothes from before, but whatever. I'm not your cleaner. I got a few things from around here, including your computer's hard drive just in case. You have some strange naughty stuff too. Shall we list off your porn DVDs? Pirates XXX? You realize the pirate fantasy is just that, a life of sailing makes men gross. He finishes his point by tossing a DVD cover of the movie into a corner of the room. Tina's eyes widen in shock yet again.
Dear God, no, we cannot talk about my naughty stuff. Let's just go.
In the car, Zook tells her what he found. I inspected a lot of stuff around your place, then I went to the window, at the place where we saw the woman hanging out of the window, about to fall to the street, and inspected that as well. I got the same feeling from the whole place, frustration and not being able to find something. Something along the lines of a favorite doll, the plaything that was lost. You. There was also a slight twinge of excitement from her also. It must have been your maker. She is upset that we found you and that she would need to find help, but she relishes the action. Tina asks something that is on her mind.
Zook, the queen bed you had me sleep in, during the day, why do you have the room set up like that? It was so comfortable, I was like, dead to the world, even after all of this crap. Wait, you didn't try anything ungentlemanlike, did you? I couldn't do anything during the day.
Bud looks at the rear view over his shoulder to Zook, who looks back with a face that left no room for discussion. Zook chuckles. Oh, young Tina, if you were sleeping, so was I. It wouldn't have been any fun if you hadn't remembered it, besides you are young for me. It is mega hard to stay awake even minutes after sunrise. After the first few decades, sex isn't as fun anymore. I mean, we can get things going again with the use of blood, but those parts aren't as prominent in our minds as they used to be. The hunt and taking of the blood will exhilarate more than sex after a little while. Using my blood power, I can tell that the person leaving before you jumped in the shower is your maker, with a personal, slightly serious, and not very broad smile. She ran to get some help, but it will take them quite some time to get together, and those guys rarely help each other in this sort of situation. Tina asks.
Wait, how can you tell it is her? Wait, a woman made me? Do you know her, or who she is with?
Tina, it would take a long time to explain everything, and we don't have time. We'll be at Reed's place soon. We must speak with the boss and other members of the organization. Tina's worry spikes, and fear slices into her mind, making her shiver again. She has no idea what to expect, but Zook will keep her safe, right? Probably? 5. You wouldn't want to remember either. That same night, this is truly what happened during Zook's and Tina's conversation. Is this a mercy, or a vampiric manipulation? Tina's nose crinkled in worry.
Oh, didn't think about it that way. I told the two of them all this, and they called for this strange-looking guy to come into the room. He looked all over and at me and the other two and asked what they wanted. They said to make me forget the recent stuff they did to me, and I remember them telling him to get it right this time.
Tina's eyes widen again.
The strange guy was talking to me, like you are here, telling me that I wouldn't remember them being mean and talking to me, asking many different and strange questions, that I would hold nothing against them. I recognize him in my head as one of those strange guys on the side of the room. Oh, I'll hold something against them all right, later, well, unless they are both dead anyway, if they can order someone to mess with my head. So, what do you usually do for blood?
Zook answers as before. She asks if it is a good idea for her to do the same. Zook replies, if you want to last long, it is a good idea, but some get used to it as boredom, it will be up to you. So, let's get into the night before. How have you gotten into your situation? For the last few nights, you have been wandering around the city, in a daze because of what has happened to you. You have fed off of one man who tried to attack you, rightfully and ironically. You might have saved more lives from him. Do you remember if that was the first person you have fed from? Let's go back though. You weren't born again yesterday, you have 30 years of Tina happening, and now a new Tina is only a couple of weeks old. Let's open this up. Tina gasps and keeps going.
No, I didn't feed on him and let him go. Not only was I defending myself, but pretty much from what I can remember, it also was pretty much the first blood I've had right from the source, and it was amazing, without getting dirty. It was like a jug of cold water after a workout instead of lukewarm, bitter black coffee. Actually, since it was warm, it was more like hot cocoa on the porch, on a cold night. You probably know the feeling, it was very tough to describe.
Tina takes over again.
I drank until his body went limp, and I tried to drink more, But he was so still, neither of us moved, me from the exhausting first rush of what happened, and him, well, because he is, you know. Before that night at the bar, or walking around, I was fed. I keep getting the sensation of cold blood. The first time I drank was from my attacker. Wait, no.
Many things worm their way to the forefront of Tina's mind at once. The wall that was built up recently is punctured. Her eyes widen, clouding over like she is going to lose it. With a red mist that blinded her sight, blood tears began rolling down her nose, and her shoulders were rolling as she slumped forward, shaking in despair.
The man, whoever he was so nice to me, and he saved me from. Oh no, I'm such a terrible soul, I'm such shit.
Zook, who is listening with great intent, called out for Bud to bring tissues, and a wet washcloth. Bud brings them in, giving them to Tina. She cries audibly, feeling the thicker liquid drip from her eyes, not able to control herself. Each time she clears off her face of some of the blood tears, they run down her cheeks again. She wipes her face many times of blood, but they keep on covering her face, turning her whole face red. Zook looks into her eyes, rimmed in blood, and even bloodshot from her reaction. He is yet to find out how this has hit her. He uses his influence to manipulate her mind and she stares blankly. Tina, you must compartmentalize this to keep it in mind, but this is an urgent problem. This man you are talking about, he is a stranger and means nothing to you. Tell me as though it happened to you years ago and you are just now telling me, I will not judge you. She nods, and he continues. You will only remember us speaking of your apartment, and your need to move soon. Since you are newly changed, you'll need a new life, and you will basically be in the witness protection program. She nods, her mind changing to form around his explanation. Tina's reaction is immediate. She stops crying and her face loses its wrinkles of despair that have grown in minutes. Her face straightens like she is just telling a story, not one that happened recently, but years ago. After some cleaning around her eyes and nose, she continues.
It happened so long ago I'm not sure how many details I'll be able to keep in mind. For maybe even a month or longer, I was the prisoner of this woman. She took me after a work night. She was nice enough at first, what I know is her fake smile was easily believable. She was a late customer at the coffee and donut shop where I worked, and she often just got a small cup of coffee and sat at the place, people watching till it closed, but one night she directed me to follow her home after work. I agree easily for some reason, but I knew something felt wrong. She led me over to her place. It has been so long I couldn't tell you where.
Hold. Zook stops her story and convinces her to get back to that day in her head. Tina, that night when you walked to her home, what is the first tree you remember seeing when you two stopped at a place? What did the mailbox look like? Give me any description you have of the house, the color of the paint. Did you walk through a garage door, or side door? These are important parts. Your mind can keep this stuck in your head, even if it isn't important. She takes a few seconds to answer that she remembers that there were only pine trees around the yard, but all grown out and not trimmed. The mailbox is a bricked up one sticking up in the middle, pointed top. Most of the house is white painted, but the garage is strange and has a green door. Tina did not look at the number of the place going in. The lawn is overgrown though, and there are large windows at the front of the place. Tina continues from what she thinks she remembers.
I walked in, and followed her to a basement, fairly thick door, some sort of metal in the middle of the wood, very thick door, and a bolted lock. I walked in without a care in the world. I followed her, walking past another person, a man that was also in the basement. A young man, maybe upper teens, was looking down at the ground like he didn't want to see me. I was directed to walk to some pretty old BDSM equipment. She guided me with her words, showing me the power over me. I did anything she asked. It isn't used for some fun though, well, not with me. The basement had gray, concrete walls. There was equipment and tools on a stained red wheeled table. Yet, each tool sparkled with cleanliness.
Zook stops her and asks what she can remember about the basement.
There was no TV, couch, or books, just strap-down tables, a chair with straps, and a swing attached to the ceiling. Under the tables and swings, there were drains. Walking over to the swing, I sat in it. I was strapped into the hanging swing and was experimented on for a long time over that first night. As soon as I sat in the swinging chair bolted to the ceiling, she released my mind to my own, and I realized where I was, and how terrified I had every right to be. I shook a lot to release myself, but by then it was too late. It was fun for her to carefully cut away my clothes. She soon changed scissors to scalpel. She used it on my skin, testing me, and where she touched my body lit on fire, not in a fun way. Then it felt like she put me back together. This was while I was still my old self, still human. She sliced on my arms and legs, then she somehow melded my muscles and skin back together. She used knives and a hot poker. The pain was like nothing anyone has ever possibly felt before, at least I would hope.
Tina couldn't help but shiver to remember what happened, the phantom cuts forming goosebumps on her skin.
Even though it happened a while ago, I remember being kept awake during the night, fed bread and water during the day by the other guy with me, when she left the basement. The young man didn't want to help, but he couldn't resist her. While she was away during the day, he would clean me, mostly because I couldn't control my body for days or feed myself. At first, I was thinking it was so strange that overnight she did what she wanted to me, but then was gone all day, but I could barely tell what time of day it was. I couldn't care about anything less than the pain I was feeling. Never anything close in my life. I was screaming so much my throat was raw, and I was crying so much I passed out, but every time I did, I was slapped awake. She kept on telling me to scream all I wanted, no one would hear me. I am feeling so terrible. The man fed me bread and salt water when she was gone. Have you ever drunk salt water before? It was so bad it hurt my throat, and I drank it through a straw. I was sweating, crying, and bleeding. I couldn't take it, sweating and crying so much dehydrated me. I got out of my head, like an out-of-body experience, to my happy place. It never worked. When she toyed with me, it was like she could force me back to reality.
Zook asked, "Did you ever hear the boy's name? Did he ever call the woman something?"
No, he never said anything. Desire and cruelty don't begin to describe her smile, which she only showed when she practiced on me. She was a psychopath, only showing any emotion when she made me twitch, cry, or scream. She is so skilled though, she cut with extreme precision, like she was a doctor knowing where all my blood vessels are, and she only hit them twice the whole time, but I didn't bleed out. She saved me so that I could feel more pain, and to test herself.
Zook corrected her, "Actually, that is more of a sociopath, or maybe both, but whatever, go ahead." She continued.
I remember her face, but can't describe it to you. It was so plain, other than her smile, as she hurt me. She laughed when I cried, she screamed in ecstasy when I screamed in pain. She was testing herself more than testing me. I was pretty sure I was going to die in that basement. Through so much of this though, she was talking to me, wanting to know how I was feeling, talking to me like you are, telling me to forget everything that she was doing to me, how scared I was, and I could never lie to her, couldn't try to withstand her inflicting pain. That must be why I couldn't remember much. She was using this same blood power on me that you are using to break it up. She broke me down, but she showed me one kindness. There was this strange young man, whose name I never knew.
Zook gave her a few seconds to collect her thoughts. "Yes, Tina, she has this same ability, but of course I'm better, and more practiced at it. She practices her disgusting stuff. I have been practicing this stuff for a long while. When it comes to much within the city dealing with mind-affecting beings, I am called to help. If I wasn't better at this than her, I wouldn't be able to help you this much. We are not the only beings who can affect the mind. I've been working on my version of trying to use the same on animals. It has been pretty promising. Anyway, keep going." Tina shook in fear, having to continue.
I begged the kid to release me. I could see the hurt in his eyes, and the desire for him to help me, but we were both locked in her basement. He was terrified of her, not to mention probably couldn't do a thing against her even if he wanted to. I would have given him anything, even my body, but he could only witness this woman's victims. Not that I wasn't offering, I was often naked and strapped down with him in the room during the day. I may not have much going on, but I could tell he was interested in me, but his fear outweighed his desire. I guess if you see someone go through what I did, it is hard to think of doing naughty things with them. He said she has done this a few times before with him as her cleaning boy. He knew something was different about her. She wasn't human. She often drank his blood, calling herself a much more powerful person than he would ever be, and if he was good, she would make him one too. When he was forced to watch her, she could sew skin and even bones back together, with just her fingers. Then things escalated.
She sniffed, cried some more, and blew her nose further, getting to another chapter in her life. Tina shook some more, to rub parts of her body in remembrance of suffering. Zook continues to watch and listen intently. He gathers her attention, looking into her eyes. Tina, nothing has changed. Finish this story with me, and then keep it in the same compartment in the back of your mind as other things, so that we can deal with the issue head on. This woman's face is important. I can't see it, but you need to. It will help you remember it all. Continue, don't leave out a thing. You can't embarrass yourself in this story of your transformation.
Escalation meant she carried me over to another area and strapped me down to a table in the basement. More control over me. I couldn't move my arms or legs, and she would carefully cut my skin open, even some muscle, and use a hammer to break bones, big ones, leg bones, arm bones, but then she could somehow force them back together with her bare hands. There must be so many small bones, she couldn't exactly be careful about breaking them into two big pieces, but she found most of the small pieces, and somehow melted them back together. I might get an X-ray to check out my body to see if there are bone chips. I couldn't feel anything but pain as she did this. It was like being awake at my embalming. Terrifying isn't half of it. She wanted to see how much force my body could take and be put back together again. Over these days, when I was hoping it would all end, this strange young man was bathing me. He had such a gentle soul, and probably didn't want to look at me like he wanted me, but I was naked, and he was falling for me, needing to clean me every couple days. He was getting to know my body, even though he was so gentle. Nothing about those days was sexual.
Zook stops her to take a break. Tina, I understand more than you know about how bad your situation is, and it was terrible. You are lucky to be able to walk around, and we're lucky that you could survive to help. You need to put this whole thing in the back of your mind. Do not think of this. You will only weaken yourself to a state where you will be numb to the world. You can't remember this, it is all hazy. But you haven't checked your phone in a while. You will check that soon since you still have it somehow. Then we were checking on your desire to get you back to your place to shower and change. She nodded again.
After a few days of the
Tina's legs and some of the rest of her body shivers from remembrance.
bone cracking, could have been 3 days, a week, a couple of weeks. I wasn't paying so much attention. She eventually formed me into a vampire. Biting my neck, and at the time I was feeling so terrible, the kiss you told me about, it lightened my fear, my pain, for a short time, and after what I've been through. After everything else, it felt like mercy. I thought she was finally letting me die.
She shakes again in fear and lets the end of the sentence hang without finishing.
I was drained of blood and fed a small amount to be changed into a vampire. I was so thirsty, so hungry, I didn't know what was worse. After that, I couldn't feel pain as I did, I wasn't bleeding as much, my muscles didn't twitch as often, and she smiled less. She didn't have as much fun, I could tell. I was force-fed something cold, some different kind of blood, but I wasn't sure what it was, not sure if I could wrap my mind around it. She started the process over once more, seeing the difference in skin, the same piercing of my skin, but I wasn't screaming as much. I felt it before, but for some reason, it wasn't as it was. She told me to concentrate to heal it, but I couldn't sometimes. When that happened, she would slap me to get me to try harder. Other times when she just cut me open and tried to force me to heal it, I could. After a short time of cutting and pushing my skin back together, she made me watch her separate my leg bones, with her fingers, then put them back together. She then would ask me if I could move them after she set them back together the way they were designed to be.
The change in the aspect of the story no longer had her shake in phantom pain.
She took notes on the side every couple of minutes. I might be lucky she took so much time into it, or I'd be terribly crippled. I don't know what she did completely, and not sure I ever want to know. After some time, the young man felt so sorry for me. I'm not sure he could take seeing me in pain anymore. He waited till she left one morning. By that time, I realized that I couldn't stay awake longer during the day. Something forced me to sleep so quickly, so fully, I couldn't figure it out, but the boy knew. He wanted to get me loose but was so scared of her, but he couldn't let it go any longer. He must have had the hots for me, I never knew, but it might have saved what was left of my life. He used the hammer and hot poker, not being so hot at the time, to chisel away the chains and release me.
She sobbed again, could barely talk against a choking in her throat, but she could keep going.
I didn't know what I was doing. From the nights before, she forced me to use blood to heal myself somehow, and I was still so new, so uncontrollable, so thirsty. The boy was so innocent, so kind, and so vulnerable. He was too good for me, but I lost myself, my days of being forced into pain, forced into what happened to me, and my body, my soul's demand for blood. I sunk my teeth into his neck, and it felt like tasting his entire self, like I was just given a cool cup of soup broth after being starved on only water for a week on a life raft at sea. It felt like I could regain what was lost over the time in that basement, even though I was taking in some of his life until he could no longer move. He might have been forced to clean me and care for me while we were under her thumb, but he couldn't have deserved what I did. I didn't remember, that was the first blood from a body, and I'm ashamed of it.
Tina's shoulders slumped forward again, even Zuka slightly disheartened by her plight. It is tough for her to continue.
After it happened, I couldn't think, I couldn't speak. I looked at the man that I was on top of him like I would if we were both naked, my thighs hugging his waist. His strength left him already, he was laying on the ground like we just had sex. I got off of him, I felt so guilty. I touched the side of his head, then his forehead, and he was getting cold like the concrete under us. I couldn't take it anymore, I figured it out, he could join me. I smiled and bit my wrist to feed him my own blood. It didn't take long for him to wake up sharply, like I did when she reformed me. He told me he was so thirsty, I forgot I needed a good amount of blood when I woke up, so I fed him some more of mine, but I was getting really low myself. I could move more than him. I got up and was ecstatic that he was still with me. It was a terrible mix of feeling like a monster, relieved, and tired, but I was also naked. I couldn't think about it anymore, we had to get moving. We were already so tired because it was getting late or early. There was a huge door between that basement and freedom. I wasn't just terrified anymore of this woman, I was pissed. We had to get out of that room, but it must have been early morning, because we nearly drifted off, even in our plight.
Her shoulders shivered, remembering the next couple of minutes.
I forced my muscles to keep moving, used some of the blood from the man that I stole, and forced it into my muscles without knowing what was happening. And ran at the door of the basement, slamming my new body into it, again, trying to bust it open like I was a football star, but by then, the room upstairs was full of sun, and I couldn't leave the basement, by instinct. I knew something terrible would happen if I went up there, but I knew my only chance was to wake up as soon as it got dark. I slowly closed the door to just a crack. I flopped to the steps and had used some of the blood. I still had to fuel my strength to get that door open. My roommate was on his feet and wobbling towards me, begging me for more blood, and I told him I had no more. He said he just needed a little more, and I told him I wouldn't make it if he did. He bore his fangs and walked closer and fell on top of me. I moved to the side and made it further to the basement. He got moving again and crawled to me, but right on the floor next to me was the hammer that he used to free me. I grabbed it and told him to stop. His eyes glazed over with hunger and his mouth widened. He fell on top of me again, his head kept getting closer to my neck. I slammed the hammer into his head and he fell to the side. He rolled to his side and gasped to come closer with his teeth sharp. I had to hit him again, the hammer hitting the side of his head and his head slammed to the ground.
Another tear left her eye as she remembered the hammer slamming into the man's head. Shiver, a few seconds later, shiver. She finishes.
He stopped moving on the ground after that. Both of the sides of his head were bruised and dented. He wasn't bleeding, there was so little blood in his body, but his skull was cracked and he didn't move a muscle.
She sniffed and blows her nose again.
I know it was self-defense, him or me, but that doesn't make it okay. I was naked on the floor and worried he would get back up and surprise me, but he was still, and I did all I could to still be awake. It has been a few minutes since sunrise, and you know how hard it was to stay awake. I was about to pass out, but couldn't stand his eyes open and judging me. The last thing I could do was close his dulling eyes with my fingers as oblivion took us both.
Pausing a few seconds, Tina lets that sink in, and remembers the next night.
I woke the next night, and my roommate was still on the ground next to me, still unmoving. One last thing, I was naked. I quickly looked around in the basement. I doubt she planned on changing down here and left a closet. I didn't see anything that resembled one, but I looked down at the boy whose life I just stole, my eyes losing another red drop of blood staining the concrete ground. I didn't want to cry, not anymore. I have taken so much from him already, but he could help me one last time. I could fit into most of his clothes, so I did.
She leans against the large arm of the chair she is in. Not able to pick herself off of that arm, she is just about done.
I didn't have long before she would come back down. I ran up the stairs and burst through, hitting my head against the wall right in front of the massive door, and luckily, I found my phone and wallet on a table right by the door to the basement. I almost ran home by instinct but worried that she likely would have checked my wallet for that and phone if she got anything from it, which I don't think she did. She didn't find me before the other guys found me, and you probably know most of the rest.
Seeing the hurt in her eyes, and her relief of getting it all off her chest, even Zook loses a tear down his nose. He moves a hand up to his face to wipe it off. Zook affects her mind further, leaning towards her chair, raising her chin so that her eyes meet his.
Tina, you have been through a lot over the past month and you would usually never forget something like this, but I can help you. You are strong having lived through what happened to you, but take it in bit by bit to persist. That young man wanted you to live. He didn't know you were going to be ravenous once he released you, and his tenderness made you both vulnerable.
Zook is glad that he could help her like this, but also knew she would be pissed if she found out. He said, who knows what she might have done to him if she could catch him if he planned to run with you? He might have been treated terribly by her if he could be found by her again. She could have made his pain, his eventual death, last longer than you would want to ever know, screaming nightly. You can no longer remember what happened to you in that basement, you don't even know why you have been crying. Recently, all we were talking about was different things about your next steps, finding out your blood type, and then you'll want to check your phone for recent stuff, you probably haven't in a while, check it out. Zook directs her to check her phone. Tina, check your messages shortly, and pull out the SIM card. Do you know how to do this? The organization that your maker is part of, it is pretty unlikely that they would have or use the resources to find you like that, they are not the type, but it is good to take precautions. Check your wallet for anything strange as well, there are new devices to track people. Tina, surprised she hasn't checked her phone in some time, her old life felt so trivial, she checked over at the phone charging, she doesn't have any notifications of texts, or missed calls. She also sees the time, is it already an hour after midnight? She sees all the messages from friends and replies back to let them know she is well alive, and she will check with them later. She pulled out the SIM card and the phone could no longer get reception. They make their way to the garage where Bud has prepared the car. After Tina's shower back at her place, going to whoever this Reed guy's place is, watching each other to see who might speak first, Zook decided one more thing. Looking into her eyes, he used his mental strength once more. Tina, you'll not remember the basement of my home, or remember my address at all, if you did before. The address and street are hazy, and you don't care about it. The last thing you remember is that the room, though fairly small, made you feel comfortable. When you woke up, you were in a small bedroom with a large bed and painted over windows to block the sun. In my large home, it is a mansion, and you were surprised it might be so extravagant. Tina isn't able to look away, Zook's eyes mesmerize her, muddling her thoughts. Her experiences gloss over in her mind. She remembers being changed into what she is, a vampire, a new predator of the night. She no longer remembered the activity of her change, it is no longer important, only that it happened. She didn't feel as though she is a killing machine, she didn't control people, or dominate with an iron fist all those who would oppose her, or be a devious evil woman bent on world control, world domination, she could just be. Exist like so many others. This experience could hit her in pieces, as designed, the way a human brain could take it. Zook gets to deal with her plight, as she did. This isn't something you just forget, unless someone forces your mind to do just that. No one else that he trusts in the city does what he does.
6. They are trying to sneak back in.
Reed is a contact that Zook uses in a serious case in the need of a decently safe place to hang out, and to flow through a party of interested humans for a few people for blood donations. When Bud pulls them up to the place, Zook opens the back door and insists Tina get out first. She looks around and sees just a regular house, but music is blasting out as a party is going on, and some people are walking around inside. They walk up, and Zook pounds loudly on the door.
Zook. What up, man? I got this party together just for you, buddy. You can have your pick. Come on in. They are both invited into a house with nearly 24 people inside, drinking, talking, and having a regular night out with friends. The smell of beer and other liquors is obvious, but Tina is having trouble making things out. Everything is more colorful in this place, full of life, not just a gloomy, stuffy party in the previous places. Zook's place is okay to her, but certainly not as lively as it is here. Zook takes her by the arm. He whispers, "All you need to do is ask someone to feed on them, and they will let you. Anyone here hasn't been fed on in a while, and Reed's parties are always staffed with nurses who help in bad situations, but we are always careful. I will help you control yourself. We only take a little at a time. The people here also like being fed on. The kiss is something that most enjoy, and they might even ask you, just go with it. The bite marks heal as you lick the wounds clean. It will be instinct, but always keep it in mind. As you found with your first guy who tried to get naughty, you can't be drugged, so go nuts." She goes with it. She went in, listened to music, and felt the life of the party. Basking in the life of even the first few minutes made her feel more normal. She walks up to a cute young man who is talking within another group of people, probably about her age, and just listens to them talk. He laughs at a joke someone else told and it makes her smile. She waits for a lull in the discussion and whispers in his ear asking if he can go somewhere more personal. He smiles and nods. The two wandered around a little, hand in hand, and she asked his name. He asked if she even cared, with a smile on his lips, and she nodded. He called out his name close to her ear since the music is blaring around the house, Tom, and she smiled in confirmation that she heard him. They found an unused bedroom and locked the door when they found no one else in it. He asked her to remain calm and only take a little. She can go to another within the party and get more. She nodded back at him, but isn't fixated on the blood she imagined that flowed everywhere in him, or his neck like some impersonal stranger, but he still held his drink, like perhaps they were about to make out. She kissed him lightly on the lips and tasted the vodka and fruit punch flavor, and he smiled. She kissed under his cheek, and he took a sip of his drink, and she drew back for a few seconds. Tina knew if her heart did beat, it would be trying to press through her ribcage right now. She bares her sharp teeth, and presses them into his neck like it is a natural thing for her at this point, to find a vein. She licked the sweat from his neck at first, but then the blood rushed through her lips and the salty taste changed to something that is difficult to describe. Satisfaction and fulfillment as much as a hearty meal wrapped into seconds of tasting blood that her body desperately needed. In these few seconds, she has been given broth after a couple of days in starvation without food and water. The blood tasted of the tiniest hint of liquor, mixed in hot chocolate. The sensation is hard to stop, though she knew that if she went on too long, she would take too much. She stopped after a couple of seconds, and when the blood flowing out of the man's neck lessened, she pulled back and licked his wound closed. She asked,
"You okay, Tom? I haven't done that much yet."
He sat back on the bed and felt where she bit him, the holes in his neck already gone, and he felt for anything bad, feeling nothing. He nodded and answered, "That is fine, you did okay. How do you feel?" She smiles, happy that she didn't take too much like the last two she drank. She simply nods and looks at his neck. It isn't covered in blood because she drank most of the first spout, but his neck is still pretty red. She asks if she can help him clean up. He looks over at the nightstand and points out a roll of paper towels and asks her to get him a few, which she did. He says, "They keep those out for us so that we can clean up." She pressed the towels against his neck at first, then balled them up and wipes away. His neck is mostly clean after that. Her eyes glisten as she thanks him and walks out of the room. Tina walks back out to the party, and no one acted like anything so major happened as she consensually accepted the gift of a human's blood for the first time. She is offered a variety of body types that night, and she also found that there were different flavors of blood. Not everyone says yes to her. One did reject her advance, but she was so high on the life of the party, she didn't care. While she tries different types of blood, she did find that she gets tipsy from the drinks. She also feels weird from someone else's blood. She isn't sure what it is, but it made her face feel funny. Along the way, she mixed up with Zook as well, and she asks him if she could try some of his blood. They look around, checking to see if anyone is paying attention, and no one is. They find a corner, but Tina is not as personal as with most of the others she has tried at the party. He nods and extends his wrist in the corner they stole in the living room. She grabs his hand and arm lightly, biting down onto his wrist. Zook's eyes close as he feels the rush of bliss flow to his head that all others get from the bite of a vampire. The stars flash behind his eyelids after a few seconds. His blood is smooth coffee liquor, with no sour bite, or too much strength in it, which isn't her drink, but she is willing to make that exception when the rest of the party is a light beer as far as blood goes. She took a bit more of his blood than some around the party because of the taste and feeling she got as she drank it. It is euphoric, forming goosebumps all around her body. She grabs his hand and arm lightly, biting down onto his wrist. Zook's eyelids drop, as he feels the rush of bliss flow to his head that all others get from the bite of a vampire. The stars flash behind his eyelids after a few seconds. His blood is smooth coffee liquor, with no sour bite, or too much strength in it, which isn't her drink, but she is willing to make that exception when the rest of the party is a light beer as far as blood goes. She took a bit more of his blood than some around the party because of the taste and feeling she got as she drank it. It is euphoric, forming goosebumps all around her body. It is tough for him to pull away, but after a few seconds, he does. Tina asked if he would like to try some of hers, and he shakes his head, declining for now. When she is done, she heals his wrist by licking it, and it closes. He leaves to go back into the kitchen to look for another interested patron. She continued through the room, feeling better than she has in a while. She again finds Zook sometime later as she was walking around, and he looks at a watch as though he is ready to leave 30 minutes ago. They both go back outside after thanking Reed for his hospitality, and Bud drives off again. On their way back to Zook's place, he reaches for his cell and dialed a number. Zant, it is Zook. A couple of things, we must speak tomorrow night. This is more than urgent. I also might need some help tonight and need you to call on backup, you, and another to please check on me, the car I'm in, unless you have two others better than you at mystically projecting to where I am. Yes, I know you have the ability to do so. We might be being watched. I need possibly more than one to come near my place and watch for others, and if some are seen, to be forced away. Tina was likely taken by the bad guys who we ran off a couple of decades ago. I caught the sight of one that was running for help, so there could be more. He gave her a highway they were on, direction, and mile mark, and told her to hurry. As he is about to hang up, he heard the voice getting his attention and put his ear back to it. He listened for a few seconds and answers. Yes, if no one is around and you wasted your time and blood, I'll owe you a basic favor. Agreed. He hung up the phone and told Bud to pull over on the side of the road. This is done. He is texted minutes later and is directed to wait about 30 seconds for the two to be in place, and then they can go, which is also done. Tina scowled at being left out and asked,
Can you help me out here? I do not get it.
Zook nodded. This could take a bit. Okay, so I just called the boss, Zant. She is getting ready to sleep for the day, but royalty's job is never done. Using a highly experienced power of the blood, she can travel through a sort of plane, and see things happening around here. A literal out-of-body experience. With some effort, a battle can happen there, a battle of the minds. It is possible someone might be watching us now, in this car, traveling as fast as we are. Likely their bodies are in the city, and flew here in that plane, at the speed of thought. I told Zant where to find us so they can get here, and follow us to my place, where they will see if anyone is around watching for us, or in that plane, watching to find you. He pauses for a few seconds, looking around, trying to see something or someone out of place. Think flying like a superhero, but faster, by a lot. They can see us, the car, and things we do, but can't hear us speak or talk to us without some effort. With some checking around, they can also see if anyone is trying to hide themselves using another blood power. Developed enough, they can navigate the area, check things out, and search for bad guys. If they find any, well, the plan is to attack. In that plane, things move so fast, if someone runs back to their body it is extremely hard to follow, but the battle is very different, and could be quickly fatal. I hate asking the boss for help, but these are bad guys. Now, for them, we ran them out decades ago, but could not finish them off. They call themselves the Fang.
The Fang?
Tina smiles and snorts a little in a giggle. Zook doesn't find it funny. Well, now it might sound like a dumb name, but centuries ago, it probably had more fear brought with it being spoken. There were also only a few of which we knew at the time. If we would be considered the good guys of the vampires, they would definitely be considered the bad guys. We more often let people be, we have rules that prevent us from tearing down the walls of society, and lots of things to prevent us from stifling human progress over the centuries.
They are the guys and gals who want to rule, they still do in some places. This country is pretty highly developed for it though. Some bad guys sometimes don't think of themselves as bad guys, but I sort of doubt these guys have any misgivings about their death choices. What happened to you is nothing compared. I mean, they want to show off that they can and do crush humans with iron fists. Many of them can, they develop strong blood powers and quite a few grotesque ones. They consider vampires above humans, and just better, humans to them are to only be considered food. We have been clashing with them in a general sense over the centuries. Okay, it is getting late, that'll do for now. Bud should be getting us closer to my home, and we should be good. It is getting too early for them to be staying out using any hiding blood powers, or even the out-of-body experience. We'll take the same precaution, staying in the garage till sunrise, and my friends can take us inside. As they pull up to the driveway, Tina looks over at Zook, seeing him squinting his eyes and looking out one side of the car, then the other. His fangs sharpen in his mouth in some anticipation, like he felt as though someone is watching. After stopping outside the garage, the ghost of a person appeared right outside the door of the car, and looked through it, like it isn't there. Zook and Tina saw a face, head, then seconds later, a body moving toward the car with a smile.
The ghostly wisp of a vampire mystically pushes through the car door, face first. The mystical invader's eyes widened, and his head spun back out of the door in surprise. The face vanished in a puff. The seconds of silence are deafening inside the large car. Tina breathed heavily through her nose. If she was still human, she'd be hyperventilating in fear. Her vampiric body didn't lose it. After only about 30 seconds of waiting, which felt like minutes, a woman magically appeared in the seat next to them. Tina could see through the body. Her eyes went wide yet again, those muscles in her face would become those of an actress. A bear trap exploded into action, clamping down faster than someone can move in response to the woman appearing in the car. Her smoky eyes glanced down, but she ignored it like it is insignificant. She hums as her eyes meet Zook's.
Good guess, Zook,
said the ghostly vision of the boss.
There were 3 watching your place, watching you. I'm sure that makes you feel pretty good,
she said, smiling. Her body is in a ghostly form, and it looked like she is concentrating fairly hard to be able to speak to them like this. The body has a figure of a woman, but no clothes or naked body, just formed into the shape of one. Zant's smile soon turns into a frown.
2 of them were with us up here, another hidden out there, not impossible, but that is unusual though. We almost cut one of their cords for them to be lost forever, but they recoiled back to their body.
Zook leans his head down in a short nod. Thanks boss, let's talk tomorrow night about our situation. We'll scope out their numbers if possible, and strength, to assess whether we'll need further help. She nods and disappears, melting into the seat of his car. Bud, calls Zook from his back seat, get out of here, we'll set the day guard, and sleep in safe place too. A switch in the median part of the bar is exposed from a sliding door, and another small button like the window roll-up is shown, and pressed, an additional layer of opaque hard plastic slides up from behind the windows, completely blocking the sun from all side windows and rear view. Bud drove to a known location where they could park for the day, due to his home being known. Bud will get picked up by one of my other friends when they can come to get him after sunrise. We'll stay in the car and sleep, no one will mess with us. We'll be in an underground parking lot I know of in the city.
7. Captive calls out. Another captive. Her body is still numb when she wakes up to realize it. Her head is still fuzzy, but she's starting to realize her situation. She hears a whisper, but can barely make it out.
Les. Hopefully. Wake. Me help you. Don't move. Caught.
The whispering stops, she could hear it, but needs him to repeat it, but the man's voice stops. She struggles, but her legs, waist, and everything are still bound. Her head feels groggy right now, but is clearing. She can feel the daytime flowing into the small room. It has been days of all she is able to think of or remember her friend being killed in front of her. Her mind reeled from the nasty manipulation. In her mind, she blamed herself or her friends so many times, she didn't know what to think. She still can't see anything, but her body is burning through the drugs she has been put on quickly. Her nature is coming back to her. She wonders how it can be second thoughts to her than who she is. She's aware. Another voice booms through the captive's head.
Wake up, you weak-nosed possum, is this coming through yet? Runs with boar, how can you be sleeping through something so important?
A voice rings out in her head like he can talk to her right next to where she is stuck, the voice of reality, her pack alpha practically screaming at her through the psychic link shared as pack members. Her mind races, so many important things he needs to know, and she still didn't know her whole situation. Silver scarred, I'm not sure how long I have, what has happened? The additional voice continues.
Finally, whelp, what has taken you so long? We've been calling through the pack link for a month, why haven't you been answering back? You can't be deserting the pack, are you? Losing yourself, with some hooker and blow, to avoid what you need to get done with the pack?
The reply is thought back. Of course not alpha, I was taken, with too hyper. Sullen feelings come through the pack link of loss and anger.
Too hyper, he has now become one with Gaia, the spirits have taken him back. Where were you two? You should have told us in your pack where you be, just in case. Now we lost one of you, and don't know where you are. What happened? Why haven't you sent a message yet?
Runs with boar continues. We were running through the woods, I don't know where, Too hyper rented a cabin, find out where it is. We both usually just hang out in the city, but we wanted to actually take a vacation from it to get out here in the woods and run around as a wolf. Chase our food, hunt instead of buying it at a grocery store or butcher. Man, I forgot how much meat you can get from a deer just by hunting, you know? A feeling of frustration comes through the link.
What you are trying to say is that you went hunting without the rest of the pack.
Runs with Boar, the name of the werewolf, which is given as a young teen, would have flinched if she could have moved, but continues. Come on, all I ever get is crap from the rest of you being behind the chase, going after some prey. Too hyper and I can never get to be a big part of the hunt, you and the rest of the pack always take down a kill, and the two of us are rarely in it. Anyway, we were jogging around as wolves after a hunt, both fairly full, but doing okay, a slow pace but the wind still rushing through our fur, but then I thought I heard Too hyper trip. I went over to laugh at him, and he had a bear trap around a leg, and two guys were above him with blood-dripping weapons. I'm thinking Silver, because it didn't take much for them to knock us both on our asses, apparently also killing him. I smelled them before I was knocked out, they were leeches. Anger flows through the link from more than one pack member, memories of betrayal, knowledge of the corruption of the humans against werewolves, and the acknowledgement of the powerful foes they would need to crush for messing with the pack. From the Alpha.
How can you talk to us now? What has happened? Do you know where they have you? Can you see or hear anything?
Runs with Boar replies in her thoughts, I don't know, my head lightened, I think one of my captors lessened some drugs that are being forced into me. I can't see or hear a thing, it feels like my eyes are closed, but I can't open them, they aren't taped or glued, I don't think. I'm practically bolted to a piece of equipment, which is sore all over. My skin and much of my body are numb, I'm pretty sure I'm cuffed with Silver, the metal burns.
That's fine, kid, what else can you tell us? Where are you? We can't tell where you are through the pack link, or through our pack spirit.
I'm very uncomfortable, it feels like there are nails through my body, but they are not being healed out of me like most would be. I never woke up after they knocked out Too hyper and me, I can feel the actual fresh air, it is a fairly small room, but open to the outside. On a rare occasion, I hear some others walking around outside the door, gravel ground, my eyes aren't blinded, and I don't feel cloth over them, it just feels like I can't open them. The Alpha's influence feels like it is right next to her, but she knows it is many miles away.
You've done all right, you were attacked by a prepared opponent, and we'll never let you hear the end of it, but right now.
As the Alpha's words are coming through clearer than ever, the captured pack member hears someone coming and leans down close to whisper. He whispers again, and the captured wolf sends through the link that they need a second, whoever helped before is trying to say something. Whoever the man is, whispers.
Whatever you were thinking about before, it is forced into your head, they torture like that, they have done that to many of us, keep that in mind. It is close to nighttime, and if I don't turn this up, they'll know something is very wrong, you'll lose help, and I'll never be free of them. I hope you got a call for help.
They clarified that if we let the bag empty, they would peel our skin off a foot at a time, and we would know the taste of our fingers. I hope you got some sort of message out.
The captured wolf whimpers, couldn't help it, as the drugs kick in again. Over the pack link, trying to finalize the message. Alpha, we have an ally in the camp where I am captured. It must be human. He says the vampires will be awake soon. He saved my life and helped us get them back for this. He has to increase the drugs, or they'll find and kill him. Find out what you can and help me when you can. I'm sorry. Her mind gets cloudy again, and it is coming on strong. Drowsy like she is so tired but trying to push through staying awake. She needed some coffee, she announces through the communication, I can't stay awake, I need to order a large coffee-flavored coffee, creamer, and 2 sugars please. The last words die in the sleep that is forced but comes on strong.
We will find you.
Is the last note that is heard, along with anger as a final picture comes through the link of tripping too hyper, the smell of blood, seeing 2 men above too hyper, feeling of anger, and a feeling of pain in the back of her head.
8. Preparation. The room has their attention on Zook. This isn't his thing, but he has important stuff to talk about. They are in a more lavish place than they usually congregate, likely it is one of the boss's homes, or it could have been an art gallery with all the artwork around. The same crew is sitting in the same cliques as before, but the chairs were fancy leather pieces instead of some restaurant-looking ones at the previous center. Tina isn't used to the scene and is nearly speechless. Well, Zant, it would be pretty coincidental if it isn't them. The kid, he said with another smirk, told me about her creation, flesh melding, and bone manipulation over the last month. I don't know much about them, but I know of some of their blood powers, and many of them aren't pretty. It must be the Fang, again. Tina tugs at his jacket trying to ask what he is talking about, but he ignores her. Zook continued as though she didn't interrupt. If anyone has studied them more, they can say otherwise, but as far as blood powers go, that isn't the sort of thing they spread around. It supposedly takes training and lots of practice. Get our feelers out in the human community. They do sometimes get out and try to force manipulation in the cops, judges, finance, real estate, even the homeless community. Check out our current influence in the city. Push your contacts. Then, check out our possibilities. If they are trying to work in the city to see what they can pull off, we could be up against something nasty. We should let Zant know who we know within the city that we handle, any cops, judges, hitmen, drug dealers, and homeless shelters. This is war, everyone, fight it. If anyone needs some help dealing with the mortals, either call me or the lovely Panteri Zant here, and we will help you figure something out. This is no time to tread lightly, and be nice to your contacts. Murmurs begin throughout the gathering, nodding heads, and having short conversations among the small groups. The groups stand up out of the chairs and disperse, making some cell phone calls, either walking to different areas of the room or leaving entirely. Some also make their way towards the woman sitting in the comfortable chair, typing away on her computer. Some walk up, speak for a few minutes as she types, and continue on their way to either get back on the phone or leave the gathering. Since Tina is new to everything, she makes her way back to Zook.
What did you mean back there, my creation, other powers? What did you mean, and my God, will you stop calling me kid?
Zook smiles back at her. Make me, he says with a wink. So, we have some influence with the humans around the city, cops, local government, judges, homeless, blood banks, regular banks, the underworld. Many of these different things might give us a clue about the situation. The enemy is more the uncooperative types, and when they make their way into a city, they usually try to force their way into the political structure, just spending money on cops, or sneaking into and out of homeless shelters if they are in a bad way for food, but it often gets them into trouble. We will see how far they have spread themselves in the human community, but also see if we can see if anyone has bought some real estate around town, multiple accounts or contracts. They might have bought a place outside of town and made their way in here when they can, or they could have bought around town, and stayed closer. They often just take over a warehouse, or apartment area and just terrify everyone. When groups of them show up in a town, sometimes the homeless population drops,
so we have a few that know some are stuck in that situation, and they will be checked on. I'm not big in the homeless community, but I am decent with the mob in town. I'll be getting in touch with Sammy, he's big in town. Zook asked Tina if she would like to stay with the others, safety in numbers, or if she would like to join him. She should be fine either way, he'd help her out, she replies.
I'd rather stay with you. If I stick around them too much, they get a little creepy.
Zook smiles as he waves her out of the doors to get outside. She asks if he could just call this Sammy, and he lets her know that some stuff just can't be done over the phone. They both get into the car, and Zook tells Bud to go to Sammy's place. Bud drives off with them, speaking in the back seat about some of the life of the modern vampire, what to get used to. She nodded and understands the changes she must make. They are being driven up to a fancy place, and Tina is looking out of the dark windows.
A golf course?
Zook smiles back at her, as the car pulls up to a late-night golf course and driving range, and they both get out of the car. You know how many important people play or pretend to play golf? It is the sport of the rich and powerful, and unsuspecting. Some good and bad people play the sport, many are just bad and often cheat, but it is a decent way to get to know people. Sammy owns this course and knows a lot of unsavory characters around town, and we are going to be going there to hang out a bit. Zook points out the view the winding road showed them. The road whirled around, showing a few holes of the course, and on the way to the clubhouse, they see two of them down a hill. I'll use my blood power to see if anyone has been messing with him, it might give us a decent chance to see what the case might be. Again, they likely won't because these guys rarely deal with humans as we do. Mostly they just scare them, or use force to get their way. You might eventually learn that control has a lot to do with subtlety. Tina opens the back car door and gets out, Zook follows her, and they both walk up to the clubhouse to a closed building. They walked up to the small building. It had an easily available look with large windows and sliding doors around for accessibility by the club members and owners. Club hours are on the front doors, a posting shows as closed. But that doesn't deter the two. They walk up to the doors and Zook presses a doorbell. A big, muscle-toned jock comes to the front and opens the door.
What?
He asks in a deep tone. Subtle, says Zook, haven't met you before, I'm here to see Sammy. The muscle at the front opens the door wider and looks outside, sees Zook and Tina standing out there like they know what they are doing there. He slowly closes the door. Before fully closing it, Zook got his attention again, noticing he is about to be ignored. Hey, big guy, you'll want to tell him that Zook has shown up. We gotta talk, he knows me. The door fully closes. Not long after that, shouting is heard from another room, a sharp noise is issued from the further room, short grunting next, and glass breaks within the building. Calling so they can lightly hear it. You'll learn some respect. If I wanted your opinion on my friends, I'd give it to you. Go let them in. Another short time later, he shows back up with part of his face swelling and holding his stomach. Sorry sir, the boss wants to talk, I apologize for my words, saying each unfamiliar word, as though by script. No problem, I get that a lot, says Zook, patting the guy's cheek as he and Tina walk in. You'll want to get some ice on that, it will get worse. The big man rubs the side of his face and walks them into another room, and he continues further to a kitchenette. The room they are directed towards is a client room, with a couple of leather desk chairs sitting in front of a desk, and another larger leather chair behind it, with a smaller man, petite himself, somewhat of a stick figure. He smiles and gets up to greet Zook. Sammy asks, Hey Zook, what's up man, you get that thing I sent ya? Zook smiles back at an old friend, Nah, but you always forget my birthday you jerk, it happens every year. They smile and pat each other on the back after shaking hands. Sammy checks out Zook's friend. Oh my, you get yourself a lady friend recently? She's kind of cute, you want a job? I can make you a lot of money. Tina smiles at Sammy, and looks at Zook, as his face straightens quickly, with the slightest shake of his head. She tries to play along and says,
Everything depends on the night, boss. We might get to talk about it later.
Sammy smiles back. I like this gal, you should put her to work though, she. Zook glances back at Sammy. This isn't a social call, man. We gotta talk. Sammy frowns, nodding his head. What's up, old man? Sammy sits back into his larger chair at the desk and invites them to sit down. Zook explains, Sammy, we know another gang is in town, and they are playing mean. He continues as he looks into Sammy's eyes to gauge the situation. Do you know of any groups hanging around town that are trying to mess around doing naughty things? Nah man, if anyone is in town trying to do hardcore stuff, I'd either be in the know or know a guy who is, Sammy replies. Zook doesn't relent, staring into the other man's eyes, laying on his blood power thick. Sammy, this is important. Do you remember anyone coming by to try to figure some things out in town? Maybe they wanted to hang out in an area that isn't used up, maybe something else? This might be something you've been forced to forget. I'm trying to help you remember a bit. Tell me and we can help you. It likely would have happened within the last month. The boss man nods, and his eyes bounce around in his skull, thinking, and his eyes widen. How could I forget? Oh damn, Jake, how the hell could I just let him go without saying anything? Zook directs him to clarify. I somehow forgot, but this guy, we might as well call him Biff, 'cause I don't know his name. He came in one day recently and asked me to hang around and help me out if I needed, harmless enough, but I recently lost a guy. Not the guy at the door, he's been around, but another. I thought he quit, but I saw some guys a couple of weeks ago. They asked to come in, and as soon as they were let in, they started busting up the place. 2 men and 1 woman bloodied up 6 of my best guys without any effort, like they were rag dolls, and had their eyes on me like I was a turkey leg. Creepy jerks, I don't know how I gave up anything they wanted to know. They asked me about any areas outside of town where I sometimes stashed some goods or whatever if anywhere is available. I told them about a storage unit area outside of town that doesn't have anyone working there. It is one of my fronts. Some garages are out of sight from the road, and they have some room for some people. He said there were a bunch of friends and he needed room. He told me the places were now used up, and that I didn't want to use the area for a while. It is occupied. He had one of those looks like he was in the mood to rip my face off. He looked like he was holding himself back from not pulling my fingernails off one by one. He is looking at me for a while, telling me things like I couldn't remember anything about the night, and the people who walked into my club. I'm remembering them now though. Aw man, when we were done, they threw 3 of my guards outside and dragged them to their cars and drove off. The other 2 were bruised and broken. I got them to the hospital. Zook smiled at the news. Even though a mob boss is in the room, they know a location where they need to strike. Without finding other information, they are on their way out. They left the office, and walked into the main room, followed by Sammy. They continue to talk as the big guy from the door is walking towards them with a bag of iced peas on his face, drawing each of their attention. Zook looked at the big man and asked, Peas? Have you ever even tried peas before? You look much more like a meat and potatoes kind of guy. The door guard looked like he is about to say something, but the boss man gave him a dirty look. Shortly after that, his eyes widen. Headlights of a car were seen on his face, lighting it up in the dim room through a nearby sliding door. Zook instinctively listens as a car rushes up to the club behind them, and he quickly looks at Tina, and calls out.
Everyone jump!
Tina barely gets the surprised look onto her face as the door splinters behind them from an entrance. The car rushes into the clubhouse towards them like the horsepower it had is metaphorically trampling through a building. Zook is a tough vampire, years he can't remember behind him, but a car is a car. With just enough reaction time to use blood to make himself tougher, and jump, he rolled into the windshield. The rest of them weren't so lucky. Sammy and the big guy were covered in the glass shards of the sliding glass door, and some of the wood, and hit by the hood of the car, bleeding on the floor, barely being able to move, and Tina is hit with a hard punch from the grill of the car. The angle isn't right to break her, but is that on purpose? She is thrown to the ground. She'd probably feel that the next night. two men rushed out of the car. They grab her and drag her behind it. Zook stands seconds later next to the car, having been tough enough to withstand the body damage, and heal the bruises shortly after the crash. The attackers weren't done though, they both pulled out stakes, the wooden variety, and attacked Tina. They didn't have their attention on anyone else. They attempted to stake her 3 times, shoving sharpened wood towards her chest. Tina shakes as the wood digs in. The pain for her is barely registering. Another is in the back of the car, a woman. She opened up the back door, leaned a leg out, and twisted back to see Zook standing up. She pulls out a pistol. Over that time, Zook reaches the 2 men and Tina to try to help her, but he also sees the shooter that is with them but isn't worried about her. Tina is definitely in serious trouble. He prevents another staking attempt from the attacker by grabbing his wrist and holding it up, but the shooter shoots him. Zook isn't too worried about bullets, but the other attacker turned his attention toward him with one of the stakes. He realized this problem pretty quickly. Bullets aren't painless, but a stake could ruin his night. He backs off as the bullets started punching his arm and shoulder and his coat. He hates having to get rid of them. The stake is used as a knife punching into his side. He rushes to get behind an office chair that fell on the floor.
Would you wimps get it done already? I don't have enough bullets to drop one of them,
says the shooter. Another try from one of the attackers. They puncture Tina multiple times, and she kept on trying to fight back, twisting herself to keep moving. Her blood leaks out to prevent easy thrust. They get in a lofty hit to her chest, and she goes limp. Zook kneels behind the office chair as they are throwing their apparent prize into the back. He darts his eyes to the back of the car. No plate. They notice him and shoot at him again. Zook isn't big on guns, because they didn't hurt vampires too much, but they probably would have come in handy about now. As he is kneeling protecting his face, he got a look at them using the sight blood power, to see what type of crew they were. They knew they should fear him. That is easy to see in their auras. Even though they put up a brave front, they fear the guy in the beige trench coat, as they should. They were also ghouls, humans who have tasted vampire blood, and possibly been given some blood powers, but not much, and not sustainably. Zook isn't big on crushing people, but he is in a mood to do so. Along the same lines he is wishing sometimes he is bigger on working out with more fighting powers to give these guys a beating. After putting Tina in the back, the other men started shooting at him, and he could take a few of the hits, but couldn't force his way toward them easily. One of the men twitched and sweat profusely like he is high, and maybe just a little bit off. He said, "Keep it up, Zook, and we'll put 10 bullets in her before you can drop us." They knew him and knew who they were after. One of them turned their guns towards Tina in the back seat. The other man shouts, "Shut up you dummy, you want to give the plan away? Why don't you tell him everything? Get in." He thought she could probably take it, but he wouldn't be sure and didn't know how much she is hurt from the car crash. The few cuts and bruises he got from the bullets were already closing up from his healing, and he looked angrier at the holes in the beige coat than the men on the floor, or Tina in the back seat, but he is worried about her. These guys knew what they were doing. Zook calls out, "All right guys, you win for now," catching the driver's eye. "Who sent you after us, and her?" The driver closed his eyes. "Nope, nope. We can't. Nope. Shoot her a couple of times, I'll get him again." He said this as the bullets start again, and he reloads. Zook thought he could be quick enough, but he is still a few yards away when bullets started again, and a couple went into the back window and into Tina. These guys might be high, but they were decent shots. Zook stopped and backed up another few yards. "Okay guys, I'll back off." Blood soaks into his nice beige coat. It pools on the floor from the 2 men still on the ground and not being able to move. They jump back in their car, surprised that more than a dozen bullets didn't faze the vampire much. Their driver turns the wheel and drives through the front of the clubhouse, shattering the front door. Zook would lose some known contacts in the mob if the boss Sammy died, and he knew that he is a ghoul himself, so he might survive. The big guy is mangled up from wood boards and glass, along with being hit by the car. He checks the big guy's pulse. It is very faint, and he might not make it. He checks his aura, and he sees deceit, betrayal, anger, and fear. This man is human, and he might not have long. Zook checks on Sammy. He is worse off. He might have been protected by the doorway, but the car hit him with a pretty strong force. Zook checked his aura, seeing a calm blue vibration, showing more conscience, compassion and bravery for a mob boss, and his underling has a red vibration in his, showing more anger and cruelty. Sammy could still talk though, but not well. He is having trouble breathing. Zook raised the mob boss's head and gave him some of his vampiric blood. He still has some open cuts from his arm that he could feed to him, and it made a noticeable difference in Sammy's body. Zook gets a surprised look from Sammy. He has seen that look often enough before to know that he either slipped up with information, or doesn't care what he just said. His answer, yes, he might be nasty sometimes, but he is a pretty decent fighter. Don't change him though, he'd be messed up, just help him like me if you can. I won't let him take it much longer, please, as a favor. Those were the magic words. Zook did as he is asked, more for the favor than the rest, it is currency in their world. He fed a few cups of blood to the brute, and his breathing becomes stronger, but he could still barely move. These two still need some hospital help, but they would make it. Zook asks Sammy, did you do anything recently that would cause this sort of hit on you? Those three were like you know. Special. Did you catch a view of either of them? Were you able to see their faces? Zook pulled Sammy's phone out of his pocket and called in the incident to the police. Sammy mentioned, no, I didn't recognize either of them, they could have been hitmen bought tonight though, you know the city, it is good for business but bad to get to know the right, or wrong guys around. Zook called in the incident with the cops, made sure Sammy would make it without passing out or dying, and got out. He didn't have the desire to talk to the cops tonight, if he didn't need to. Zook got back into his car, and Bud drove off, making it with plenty of time to spare before the cops pulled into the complex. Zook pulled his phone out of his pocket and called Zant. He told her what had happened that night with Tina. She listened, then answered back, just like it is any other day of the week.
We'll need to gather together and pool together the info. They might have set up a checkpoint to see if someone would show up and take her if they could. We still might have a chance. If they wanted her dead, they probably would have made a show of it.
He replies, sure, that may be the case, let's chat, I found out a bit, and we can pool resources. Not sure if we can try to scope out the area first, it would probably be risky, I'll be back at your place soon, have you gotten further info from others? Zant replies in the tone of a woman speaking to a son.
Of course, this isn't your one-man show. Get back here. We also have a bit of better news though, they might have angered some others we can rope into this, a pity for them.
9. Can we do this? Zook returns to the gathering of the others like him. Once he takes a seat amongst the others at a perimeter table, a few, including the boss, turn to look at him, a few eyebrows raising, waiting on some information from him. Perhaps some of the information has been shared already. Zook adds in, a quick version of the story that happened to Tina and him at the golf course, and that Tina has been taken by the others. Zant answers.
Well, the homeless population has decreased by a few dozen over the last month, meaning they are probably taking some in for food, a usual case with them. Others weren't able to find out if they spent some money around town on anyone, but the cops fear going to the area you mentioned, and there has been some fear and manipulation on the police's part to stay out of the area and forget about some of the known homeless around town. If they took a couple of dozen, there might be at least 10 of them, could be more. Going there mystically by mind travel isn't a great idea, considering they have at least a couple with it. Do any of our hiding friends feel comfortable in their blood abilities to avoid them to get some intelligence? We need numbers, and if possible, any strengths. I tried to contact the closest city of others, and we couldn't make contact with any of them, which is a bad sign. We tried phones and emails, but we didn't exactly have time to drive up there to find out, but we might need to assume the worst. They weren't very big though, and they might not have been able to help us out too much.
A voice called out from across the room, it is Seth, known as the representative of the ones that consider themselves adept at hiding, due to their deformities. It is more than just a skill, it is practically a necessity. It is a negative effect of their blood type, but there are a few benefits to it as well.
Hey boss, a couple of us will check out the situation, we will gather any intelligence we can, and get back as soon as possible.
Xant's initial reaction is with a smile, and she is about to answer when she is disrupted. From another side of the room.
Hey, what about me and mine? Don't forget us.
A grunt is heard from the speaker, he shakes his head and continues.
Why are we always passed up for these sort of things?
He stands and rubs his hands together.
We are just as capable, if not better than those meany hidden ones of not being seen, and gathering intel. Oh no way, we are far superior to them, we can maybe even.
He giggles in a high pitch once again, but straightens his smile out and clears his throat.
All we need to do is use the same stuff, but better. We can be sneaky, then put bags over our heads, then close our eyes. When we can't see them, they can't see us, huh?
He points to his temples, and then his finger against his nose.
You knows it, lady, we can find out anything when we put our minds to it. We can hear everything with our ears, they are so much better.
He finishes smiling again, shakes his head, and grabs his head with both arms. Xant smiles and shakes her head, in a playful voice, but no mistaking her placating mood.
I'm sorry, Petey, I have something else for you to do, something more important. Your family will not be represented there, just in case we can really use your help with this other thing.
The man sits back down.
Aw, but I wanted to see the crazy going on, they will probably be doing something weird. They often are.
The other group gets up from the chairs, and one of them slightly nods, as they head out of the room. Xant speaks out to the gathering.
Everyone, make your plans, speak to your respective leads, and get whatever you need done. We might be getting into a scuffle here soon, and we better be ready. Feed if you need to, and prepare weapons you have, ask for anything you might need, don't be shy, we are all friends here. We don't have any abyss mystics, sometimes they work between us, and them. They have some nice tricks too that can sometimes help, hopefully, they don't have a few they've convinced to help them.
Most of the gathering collects materials and leaves to prepare for a rough night. After some time, in the early morning, the group gathered once more to figure out what they were able to find out, and possibly choose plans to remove the blight of the others from the city they have handled for a generation. Once gathered again, most were silent in contemplation of their situation. Seth speaks up with some of the intelligence that his crew and he could gather. He stepped forward to deliver the news.
The news is grave for us, he began. They are either the Fang or good fakes of being so. They have solidified the storage unit area as their own, and they have sentries on watch that likely are pretty good in seeing those such as myself, but little could they know, I'm not a simple expert in the craft. Seth flourished at a colleague sitting in a chair next to him. Max and I checked out the perimeter of their area, and it isn't good. They have a couple dozen vampires at least doing various things around the complex, from what we could tell about 8 ghouls, and about a dozen humans, likely to watch during the day. They have a couple of large units where they house the homeless, and most of them either are carrying machetes or rifles in sheaths. We didn't find the woman, Tina, but we saw some leader-looking types, more dignified and being followed by others. I checked their aura, some of you might have seen it, but I rarely see it in an aura, not over the decades. I can tell that it is the blood power to manipulate bone and flesh and has some other horrible benefits to the wielder. He is holding a cane to add to his costume, and he punches it to the floor. We also found something interesting while checking out much of their compound. We heard the yip of a captive animal. We checked it further and discovered they had a wolf in one of their storage units. We didn't enter the compound at this point, we were just able to see and hear it from the outside. From the vantage point, we could not get a good view, but we could hear wolf noises, grunts, and other noises from the area covered by a few of them. It is likely they wouldn't make that much fuss of it if it isn't a werewolf. It is resting on a big table, and we could tell it is breathing because much in the area is not. It is heavily breathing, but slowly. Inside the camp would be very dangerous for us, especially considering the situation and with no backup. We might use the wolf to our advantage, but with any luck, they have disrupted the werewolves as well. If the naturists would. A man in a flannel button-down and cargo pants speaks up.
Oh hell no, you ain't volunteering us to deal with no werewolves.
The statement came from a rustic-looking vampire. He isn't as pretty as the rest of the gathering, and he certainly wouldn't have won second prize at a beauty contest. His slightly pointed ears, fingers, and nails were something simple to notice. He has a 7 o'clock shadow on his face, his flannel shirt is not fully buttoned up to reveal a hairy chest he is pretty sure the ladies still like, no matter how often others tell him otherwise.
Those things hate us, and even if we tried to get their attention, who knows if they'd just rip our throats out because they want to. Have you ever seen their claws? They are huge, and their teeth put ours to shame. Why would we have to talk to them? They are mongrels and non-thinking killing machines. They are adamant about it. If they sniff us out, they'd never let us go. Then if they found out that some other vampires had their buddy, they'd blame us. They have some of their own tricks. Even if we tried, we'd have to play it extremely carefully with them if they'd help us at all. Let's just send them a letter, or a note, or just let them kill the werewolf or whatever it is they are doing and kill them later. Zan stood out of her larger-than-life leather chair at the front of the room.
Rob, this isn't up for debate. You heard the force risen against us. Our control of this city is pretty good, but who knows what they can pull off. They at least have someone with some bad blood powers, and who knows what we'd have to deal with. We are only a couple dozen ourselves, even surprise won't get us too far if we try to gain support in another city. Who knows if they have spies in other places to get the word of plans, and they can either run for the hills or get back up of their own. We must get this ally if we can, and even if it isn't one of theirs, they might help us kill other vampires. If we are lucky enough, they'll leave us out of the mix. The naturists are the closest thing to their nature and can sometimes get them talking instead of just getting them to swing away. We have to try. You know where their territory is in the area, right? We need a just-in-case plan as well. Seth, will you please join them in the investigation? You signed up when you brought up your decent skill to hide others. It could be a backup if the wolves become uncooperative. Zook, join them as well, since you are decent with animals and negotiation, you might.
Rob answers the boss, it's crazy, but yeah, I know their territory, and I know I shouldn't try to breach it, too. Their territory is on the other side of the city from the storage unit place, which could be why they haven't seen anything.
With respect, boss, Zook spoke up, werewolves are not animals, like Rob said, they are killing machines. They are more attuned to the beast than some of us, and... Zant exclaims.
Enough of this debate, this is going to happen. I need Seth to be there to hide anyone that finds the wolves, and Zook will go to help just in case. Be diplomatic, be nice, we need these possible allies, and if it doesn't go well, we'll try to use the humans to try to get in there and force open some of the doors to the storage units. That could do it.
3 hands go up simultaneously. I vote for using the humans. The 3 who have been volunteered for the work say almost as though they rehearsed it. Zant smiled and snapped back.
Well, good thing this isn't a democracy. Get the wolves to help, get moving. If you can't, we have the humans try, then we'll handle it on our own if we can. Great, so we have a start of a plan, you 3, or maybe another, leave at twilight.
One of us will come too.
A woman in a collared polo steps up. She is a brutish type, like the old boss, known as Becca.
I'm in. Just because Comtai is the boss, doesn't make the rest of us like him. Comtai is the best of us. If we could have him here, he could probably make a difference, but we can't. I've asked Zant to release him, but she will not take that option. We'll also be there to do our part. If the beasts get out of control, we will.
You will do what you can, to push them off of us and run. Rob answers, you will hide when we get there, like Seth. They will respect another of us hiding, but if you start something, they can and will overpower us fairly easily, unless there is only 1, maybe 2, no matter how strong you think you are. You ever see one of them fight? Their muscles are the size of your chest, and the blood power that boosts your strength is nothing compared to their ferocity. You will help us and run, and we will try to run, and hide, if it comes to that. They sometimes disappear and we cannot catch up to them no matter how fast. That is, if they want to run. With them, they'd probably stay and fight, which would be bad for us, so keep it in mind, you are there to get them off us if they start anything. You will not lose your cool, or I will let them take you.
10. Where are we?
Take off the blindfold, and I'll take out an eye.
Fun first words anyone might want to hear when you wake up, but Tina opened her eyes to see and feel cloth over them. She barely registered this though, because the pain in her chest is excruciating. She laid down on the floor sideways, grinding her teeth together, trying to get her head straight. A man's voice, deep, mocking.
Ha! You are pretty new, aren't you? You can heal yourself. Go ahead, I won't bite.
The shock, the surprise pain, she barely hears what this person is saying, but she remembered the feeling of helping her wounds a day ago when she was with Zook, and she thought about the pain in her chest lightening. She could feel the amount of blood in her system dwindle to medium amounts, can't yet tell how bad off she is, but she could smell the dirt, her blood, and fresh air in another place, the small place she is in, it is being aired out.
You got your own little room. Congratulations, Tina.
Her name on his tongue surprised her. He could have known in a lot of different ways though, with all she's learned recently.
Now you are getting it.
He said.
I didn't learn your name from your own words, I could have also plucked it from your mind, but no. I got it from your better, Mel.
A gurgling sound comes from where the man used to be. A voice, a terrifying, melodic voice, spoke, one that Tina couldn't forget. She probably won't if she lives for another 100 years.
If I wanted her to know me and my name, I would have given it to her before I peeled her like a grape.
Tina rolled her body into a ball. She didn't want to show any weakness, but she is more vulnerable than ever. She heard a slam against some sort of metal, and a scurry away from the area from the original speaker. So far, she has the name, Mel. She hears feet walk up to her and feels Mel up close, and too personal. The feeling she got from her maker is something she would also remember, the smug superiority without showing it. Then she feels a bony finger on her cheek.
Oh, my dear Tina, I am told I am not to play with you anymore. It isn't nearly as fun once I made you stronger, but we still had fun, didn't we?
Tina could barely feel the cloth moisten from her tears she let go without knowing it. She heard Mel giggle and licked the cloth where she let the tear go, and spun her head away. She felt like she wanted to vomit, but couldn't. More disheartened than sickened, she laid back down on the ground. Mel stood and walked off from what Tina could tell, listening intently, and she heard the screeching of metal, a garage door closing. Now that she could pay attention to her surroundings, she is blindfolded and handcuffed behind her back. She sits up on the uncomfortable concrete floor. She taps on the ground, which she thinks is an S.O.S. After seeing it on some show or another, it keeps her from thinking about her current deal. She hears a light whisper on the other side of the wall. Someone else could hear her, a slight tapping using the same sort of coating against the wall she is leaning against. "Can you hear me?" whispers Tina, as low as she possibly can, trying not to be louder than a mouse, trying to speak mouse, to another mouse.
Yes.
Says another quiet voice.
I'm guessing you can hear me too. Keep this quiet, we aren't the only ones with hearing aids.
Tina can't help but smile. I don't have hearing aids on. Tina tries to steel herself from her seconds-long meeting with her maker. Who are you? Do you know where we are? There is a quiet answer.
Name is Adam, and we are slaves to the monsters out there that pretend to be people. We are at some sort of storage facility, with many buildings, open areas, not like a big building with rooms. Why did they put you in another place?
Tina isn't exactly sure, but she figured it could be partially because she is a vampire, like the rest of them might be. They are too familiar with her, and her maker is here, possibly not meant to stay with the commoners. I'm not sure, but I know nothing of what has happened out here. I think they only took me recently. How long have I been here? How long have you? The other quiet mouse answers.
You just recently got here, maybe a tiny bit before the scary lady is in the room with you. Doubt they kept you somewhere else long. Other people are in a group here with me. I've been around probably about 2 months now. We've kept shifts watching them during the day. There are others that are on their side with guns and long knives. They have drunk a lot of our blood, leaving us weak. Not sure if you'd believe me, but the way they act, they are probably vampires. I know how crazy it might sound.
Tina replies, still as quietly as she can. Not as loopy as you might think. She lets that hang in the air a little. If they took me recently, I know of some more people that might help us soon. These things are worried.
Really? What from?
Asks Adam. Tina dreams about being rescued by Zook and the others. Things just like them, I hope. Do you know how many of them there are? I hope they've made a mistake. Adam answers.
I'm not sure, we watch a few at a time, maybe around 20 or 25. It is tough to tell sometimes, and some of them walk around the area a bunch at night doing their stuff. They also have an animal here, but they are messing it up, and it is bound tightly, somehow attaching what looks like bones to its skin, or muscle. I haven't been close enough to be able to see, but it isn't pretty. Shh.
The other little mouse hushes the conversation, as something is happening outside their metal push-down doors. A deep voice calls out a short way away from the two little mice, trying to find comfort in their hidden conversation.
If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. You have drawn too much attention to us when we're in the prime of producing our little pit for a fun fight, and this upsets me.
Tina hears her maker's voice.
Sire, I am sorry, we all have the playthings that we enjoy, you know I like mine, as do you. Yes, I underestimated mine, but we have nothing to fear from the bleeding heart wimps. They are weak-blooded and they want to preserve life, you know we can use this to our advantage.
The louder voice booms.
Do not presume to tell me strategy, child. I would remove you right now, if I thought it would make me feel better, but no, I need you as a target. Do not disappoint me here, or I will choose another as a student in the arts, and if you even survive, will be rogue to me.
Mel pleads.
Master, I'm not fodder. I'll show you, I'm worth the blood and time. I have skills.
The deeper voice answers.
See that you do.
As they both walk further away from the discussion.
11. Who is hunting who? Seth, Rob, Becca, and Zook, get prepared and head to the side of the city that is the territory of the known wolf pack. They didn't venture much, mostly stay out of the vampire's territory, but the four were hoping they could make an exception in the current case. They drive as far as they can, to a walking path that leads partially into the woods, and walk till they get deeper in. With no one else looking, they started running deeper in. Everyone smells around for what they were looking for, something different in the wilds other than them. They run tirelessly together, nothing to say, for 3 hours, some backtracking another way as well to cover more ground. If anyone could see or hear them, would probably think they were a few crazy people training for a marathon. Rob states.
If you see them, hear or smell them, slow down, we aren't the predators here. If we can get their attention, do not act dominant, do not get in their face, however tough you think you are, they are tougher. We might not be dominant, but we will not be subservient either, be strong in your stance, and if they bare their teeth, watch their eyes, not their muzzle. Since they have one missing at least, we might get a word in before they go a little nuts.
Taking flight again, another couple of hours pass by, and then sniffing the air, actually enjoying the run, other than the hint of, oh my god, are we in danger here? A rhetorical question they ask and answer themselves. Seth decides it is time for him to hide himself and Becca, using his blood power to be difficult for anyone to observe, and be backup for the small team. The four continue their run, like a winding river. They turn from this area to the next, getting someone's attention, and the only hint they eventually find is some scratch marks on a tree, claw marks, either some beast, or those they are trying to find. The mark is old, none of them could tell. Minutes later, and they could tell they were being watched. Hairs at the back of their necks were standing straight up, and if they could sweat, they certainly would be. They smell something in the air, and a wolf appears in front of them. They smell the predator soon after, almost like they could hide from being detected, as two others showed up around a tree, not growling, or unexpectedly barking, just silent, which is more ominous than them acting like regular predators, baring their teeth. The two parties are as silent as the death they both represent. A man, obviously with the wolves, walks from behind a tree, in overalls, no shirt, smiling, then leans up against the tree.
You boys are in the wrong place, and this certainly is at the wrong time.
Two of the wolves grow into a larger wolf form, an obvious threat. Rob kneels down, and blurts out.
Please, we are not here to start a fight, we want to help you save a pack member.
The wolves are leaning down, about ready to pounce, but stop and swivel their heads to the human in the group. The human smile straightens on his face.
We know one of your kind has one of ours. Where are they? We can get them on our own. we don't need no leech help. Give them back and maybe we won't kill all of you.
No, Rob says, we don't have whoever it is, another group of leech. I mean, vampires, have him, they are savage, and they have many on their side, they are on the outside of town, and might even be prepared for you. They likely also have silver due to them knowing what they do have with the other of your pack.
Nothing can prepare for us,
says the human with them.
Which town, and where?
Look, sir, what can I call you? Rob asks, being diplomatic.
You can keep calling me sir, I don't know what you leeches can do with names, there is power in a name,
says the human again. Sir continues.
Tell your friend, or friends, we know another is out here, and if he keeps moving around, we'll sniff him out and rip his head off. You think you can hide from us? You're wrong.
Stop moving around, calls out Rob, hoping that Seth wouldn't provoke them. Rob didn't know if Seth could hide them all if the wolves attacked, and he might just run off instead. None of them knew if the wolves could attack them under that blood power, but who knows what they can do with their magics as well. They aren't just wolves who could get bigger or just turn into animals, they had plenty of stuff they could do. Sir, says Zook, this other group of our kind, we have been fighting with them for centuries, and we would love to help you rip them to pieces, but they have skilled beings on their side, and they aren't just muscle, they have quite a few other things they can do. They have one of ours as well, a woman, she was just turned into a vampire and she is probably terrified.
Like I care,
says Sir, growling through his words.
Might just kill her ourselves to put her out of her misery, save her from centuries of drinking blood and getting rid of bodies.
Zook speaks up, Sir, we haven't for a long time, we have gotten with the times. We let people live all the time. Look, that isn't important, we need help to get ours back, you need help for yours, they probably have silver, and even with our numbers, which still might not be enough, they are well fortified, and ready for either of us to hit them first. If we hit them together, we can get both of ours back, and slaughter those that are trying to take control of the town. Can we get a deal here? The representative of the werewolves makes a couple of noises, rattling it around in his mind. He looks down at one wolf, which in an unwolf-like way, nods at him without looking up. The rep looks at the other wolf on the ground and it gives a dissenting opinion, it looks back at Zook, and Rob, and growls in an obvious hate towards them. The wolf speaker scratches his chest by digging his fingers into his overalls and pressing them against it, like it is an uncomfortable covering, more than a modest protection of fleshy bits. Sir calls back.
Good enough of a deal, Leech, how do you figure we get this straight? We won't coordinate with you. We'll hunt on our own. Hitting them at the same time will help, though.
One of the wolves growls at Sir's feet, and spins around as his muzzle sweeps the woods.
You don't have long before we teach that friend of yours a lesson.
Rob calls, don't push it, try something stupid and I can't protect you. Out to the wooded area behind the negotiator of the wolves. Zook suggests in a questioning tone, hoping not to offend the easily offended creatures they are with. I've thought about this during our run, our side can have a bandana or armband wrapped around both arms, to keep us separated from them so that you know who to hit. Can we figure out tomorrow night, say, around 2100 hours? That will give us time to get back and let everyone know the deal. They are at the storage unit place on the other side of town, you can't miss it, they have guys walking around on the inside during the day, and at night there is plenty happening. You probably can't run through town as wolves, do you have cars or something so you can get there in decent timing? Sir smiles.
Thanks, Leech, we recognize current times, we have cars, toilets, and even digital watches. Do you know what might be easier for us, though, Leech? We could just take the humans protecting them and kill them easily during the day. We could just make that easier. Your kind is all easier to kill then.
Zook thought of this option before, but suggests against it. Sir, there would much more likely be humans coming into the complex, at about the same time. The anger your kind can muster usually draws a lot of attention. They must have some contingency since they have one of your kind, more silver available, perhaps. Look, if we can be a part of this, we are both much more likely to succeed. He isn't majorly hoping that they could do this without him because of Tina, she is just a baby vampire and if they might not kill her, or if they just killed all vampires in the complex, he probably wouldn't lose too much sleep, but they also wouldn't have the spoils of the attack, They wouldn't be able to control the humans that were still there, they would blab to the police. They needed to do their best to convince the werewolves that they needed to be there to control the humans from ruining things. Zook continues, the location is popular for the humans. If you are rushing around during the day being shot at, being all big and hairy wrecking the place, the police would much more likely be involved. Your kind would risk a lot more exposure than mine. If you do this during the night, there will be much less likely that other humans would get involved, and we will handle the cover-up and cleanup when the damage is done. Sir weighed the options. He also raises his head and his face wrinkles and cringes in different ways, having a silent conversation with the others in some way. The two other wolves on all fours looked over at different times, putting in their 2 cents without making additional noises.
We have a close enough deal then, we'll hit around 2100 hours, the storage unit facility on the other side of town. You wouldn't want to betray us, believe me.
He says in his deep rumble. He continued, growling.
We have plenty of friends around here, and you wouldn't want to meet them. You have 7 of us without the one who is missing.
Zook answers for them. Of course you have cars, just checking, and no sir, I do not want to upset this very tentative deal we have going here. We'll be ready at 2100 hours, 7 will help a lot. Good night. Rob calls out. Good, we are done here, we have to get back to town. Sir answers back.
Run along, little leech, the sun is coming up soon, you'd better make it back to your coffin.
He says, smiling with a row of sharp teeth bared. 4 pairs of feet rush back toward the city with a plan. Seth shows himself after about an hour of the group running. Becca appears soon after, they are deep in the woods. Seth asks. I can't tell if they are following us, Zook, you have the sight, right? Can you tell? Zook answers back. Yeah. Not too great at it though, and it might depend on if we can see them at all. It isn't like they can hide like we usually can. I've been looking back, even trying to see and can't, but I figured you'd be back there, you aren't completely hiding from them, and if you stayed behind, who knows? Seth appears at the periphery of their vision, like the shadow of a tree they didn't see at first. Seth called as they ran. Yeah, that is plenty creepy, but we were lucky to get some help. The others have numbers and sometimes they can get pretty powerful, but we'll have something I doubt they could anticipate. Zook says, I certainly hope so, they are well set, and we have tough stuff to deal with, plus they are confident enough to keep a wolf in their stronghold. We'll see what they have up their sleeve and shove it up their ass. The 4 hear growls a short distance behind them, and all slowly turn to see a very large wolf, and a smaller wolf, slightly panting. Well, I guess they can keep up, and they can somehow hide from us, great. I thought we had a deal? Sir appears behind them again, since the group has turned back to look and prepare for the wolves.
We just wanted to show you that we could keep up. Run along, dead things.
He smiled and turned back around the tree. Zook went around the area that they all saw, and still didn't see Sir as he disappeared, and the wolves darted away in opposite directions without a bark between them. Well, they sure can make an exit, says Becca, tired of being quiet. They make it back to the car and then the gathering shortly before daybreak for final planning. Another is there that most don't recognize, a brunette woman, tight hair to her head pulled back into a ponytail, and a figure good enough to make a few of the men stop and stare for a second or two on their way in. They may be dead, but they aren't all dead. Zant sits on her leather throne on stage, and calls out melodically. He smiled and turned back around the tree. Zook went around the area that they all saw, and still didn't see Sir as he disappeared, and the wolves darted away in opposite directions without a bark between them. Well, they sure can make an exit, says Becca, tired of being quiet. They make it back to the car and then the gathering shortly before daybreak for final planning. Another is there that most don't recognize, a brunette woman, tight hair to her head pulled back into a ponytail, and a figure good enough to make a few of the men stop and stare for a second or two on their way in. They may be dead, but they aren't all dead. Zant sits on her leather throne on stage, and calls out melodically.
Okay everyone, shut it.
She says calmly, smiling in a tease of the previous gathering starting the commencement.
We must collect information about our situation before sunrise. What of the backup?
Zook affirms that they were able to get the werewolves to back them up. They would not come with us to coordinate the attack, but they could strike with us at 2100 hours tonight. Zook adds, one thing I must add, we must gather here before we strike. There is a part of the battle plan I will announce that will help us out. Zant nods, and next keeps going.
Most of you don't know, but 42 years ago the muscle helping Tyler, the previous boss, was requested to be backup and saved her life. Alisan is a magician, she used some of his services, and she is here now, fulfilling the major favor being called in from him. She asked that he survive for saving her, and I have granted it since he is the source of her being here. The record keeper kept track of it, and since I didn't pull his head off, he could call in this favor. I had little intention of doing so anyway. She won't get into the thick of things and demand someone with great observation blood powers to watch for others, but she will help. She also has some experience and knowledge of the Fang, and their tactics.
The woman from further back in the room walks forward with a slight chuckle.
Ha! Tactics, that is a generous phrase for what they would call it. They have little to no tactics, they usually follow their strongest into battle. They have some powers that we usually don't, sometimes including shadow powers, and body or bone blood powers. I have studied your recent situation, and that is likely what was used on the girl. The higher study and strength in that power, well, let us just say, is a ferocious beast form, stronger than most of us can usually bring to bear, but if you mentioned werewolves, they might tip that scale. Luckily for you, it is most unlikely that they have a magician with them. My blood type doesn't play well with theirs. We haven't heard of any of them after a war between us, and their own likely wiped most of the rest of them out, but we cannot be perfectly certain of anything. I can help in battle, but will not be on the front, or in the thick of things. That is not my purpose. You barely get my info and my help from a major favor.
Zant asks.
Anyone else have anything they can bring with us?
No further answer.
Very well, we have a group of allies. We have information, and a magician on our side, and we can do this. Meet at the studio at 19:30 tonight, hunt if you must, and gather here for whatever Zook has planned. Don't go directly there without us, you can accidentally warn them.
Rob, Seth, Becca, and Zook gather at a table before separating. Rob asks, "Why didn't you tell them about the arm?" Zook covers Rob's mouth. He answers, "Shh, that can't be known now. I will bring the stuff so that we can be known by the wolves so they don't attack us accidentally." Rob, "Do you know if they can see color?" "I don't know if that is racist or something, but dogs can't. I've asked them. That isn't just a rumor." Rob snickers. "Ha, it hasn't come up, but it could be the case. I can see color as a wolf, but our form is mega different than theirs. Just bring what you can. That might help." Paul was allowed to wake last night in a jolt, after the stake is pulled from his chest. He saw his new boss standing over him, asking what some might consider personal questions, and he cannot lie to her. They were of the same blood, and she warned him only once that she demanded his truth, and his allegiance. He promised it. He didn't bother asking for Zant to bring the brute back in for the big fight. He is just glad he could wake up again last night. The gathering disperses till that night. Zook hopes the plans will work out for them. Getting the wolves involved doesn't always help their situation. That next night, the good guys gather at the dance studio, not at Zant's place, and Zook brings out a box. Zant brings out a late addition to the fun, the right-hand muscle of the previous boss, Paul, who is allowed to fight alongside the group to help show his camaraderie. He is a strong and fast fighter, which is why he is there, and he is of the same blood type as Zant, unlike when he is with the previous one. Many look toward him, and Zook opens with the question they are all asking silently: "Do we have to worry about you?"
Paul answers back, "I hold no grudge towards Mistress Zant, and I didn't like Comptai, anyway." Zook glances at Zant, mouthing, "Mistress?" Zant shrugs and answers,
"I'm trying it out."
Smiling, she licks her sharp canine teeth. Zook opens up the box. It has many armbands and bandanas for everyone to wear. "This is not about fashion, this is to distinguish us from the others. The wolves will try to not tear our arms or legs off if they see these on our arms. Put one on each. I brought plenty." Zant smiles and says back,
"Not very fashionable. If you would have said so, I could have brought some without polka dots."
Everyone that will be in the battle puts them on. The record keeper is not the fighting type, and a couple of the newly created ones in recent decades ask if they can be excused from a massive fight with werewolves, the other organization, and other crazy stuff going on, and are allowed to stay back. The record keeper pulls up a town map and extends the map to another larger screen in the room. She points to it, directing everyone's attention to the areas. She points out,
"Over here is the storage unit complex. It would be easiest to park at the mall over here and run the quarter-mile and prep from there and run. If you need a gun, prefer swords, whatever, ask now. We also have a silver clip for the assault rifles in each van. Since we are dealing with werewolves, we should keep them just in case."
No one argues with that logic. Zook calls out, "Okay, the storage unit on the outskirts of town. Remember, we are there to save Tina, the girl, and a werewolf. Do not lose focus or think you can take someone that looks weak. Have help with you no matter who. We shouldn't take any chances. We have a dozen ghouls with us helping in the fight with the same bandana protection. Be careful, everyone."
12. No escape. Mind manipulation can also be used for less than savory acts. Just ask this werewolf. Runs with Boar remembers her recent weeks so vividly, as though she revisits the stuck memories multiple times. Her alpha and the rest of her pack failed her and left her to die. She had been shot in the leg with silver, but it only grazed her. She could fight. Her pack is up against a group of vampires, all showing their tiny sharp teeth compared to hers, and the pack is surrounded, outnumbered, and trapped. There were guns and grenade launchers, swords and spears, and all were ready to attack in the middle of the night. She shifted into her warrior form and readied herself, but the others didn't follow her example.
"Hold them back so we can flank them."
Her alpha whispered to her on his way away from her. The rest followed him. She didn't want to take her eyes off of the enemy, so she only looked around at them. RWB nodded and growled in anger at those who thought they could bring down one of her pack without a fight. They would come back and flank them. They must. It made sense to get to a better vantage point. Her alpha had not let her down before. The rest of the pack runs behind her and she can't hear them shortly after that.
"Wait. Hold."
A voice called out, from the crowd of enemies. Someone walked forward in plain clothes, and seemed to not have a care in the world. Whoever this is, looked as dashing as a movie star, the finest features to make the world blush, when he made an entrance.
"We can be reasonable, your kind attacked first, as always. We just defended ourselves. You must know that most of your kind is no match for even a couple of vampires, right? You see many of us here, just submit."
She calls out as a wolf, but it only comes out in a heavy accent of snarls and grunts. "You lie, you are nothing compared to us." The enemy answered as though he understood her.
"I assure you, we are stronger and faster than you in every way. Submit to me."
If only Runs with Boar could keep them distracted, just a little bit longer, then her pack could pounce. Since this one understands her, she calls. "Never." She clearly feels the defiance through her voice and soul, even though she can't claim it to where most of them could understand. As she blinks her eyes, the vampire is far away but able to be seen. The next he is right in front of her. RWB felt the vampire's cold grip around her thick neck as he lifted her off her feet. Her hundreds of pounds of muscle flew from the earth and slammed to the ground. The wind is knocked from her body, and within seconds she felt weaker than a wolf pup. Her arms didn't answer to her call to strike back, her legs wouldn't kick, her body wouldn't wiggle to free itself. The oxygen left all of her muscles quicker than ever, as the vampire keeps its grip around her neck. Seconds pass with no sweet air, able to fill her lungs and fuel the rest of her body. Obviously, her pack would be attacking any second to save her and kill these vampires. Without strain, the vampire speaks above her.
"Your friends will not come to help you, they have left you. Submit, and I'll let you live."
Her wolf maw is inches away from the vampire's face, but she couldn't move it. He is so strong she couldn't move a muscle. She felt him let her breathe just enough not to pass out. He asked again.
"Do you submit, little werewolf?"
She took in a ragged breath and felt her head move in the slightest. She defied him with her eyes and shook her head. His grip visited back around her neck until she nearly passed out. He turned her head to allow her to see, her pack standing near the edge of her sight. She willed them to come back to her aid, they were so far. She saw her alpha looking back toward her as a wolf, and he turned to keep running away.
"You see?"
The vampire smiles in his victory.
Your friends leave you here alone, to die by my hand. They know, your kind is not strong enough for our strength, numbers and weapons. It does not matter, they would have done this to you eventually. You remember all of those other times they left you to die, and you barely survived. This time they run because they fear us, as they should. They were never your pack or your friends, they would have left you for dead a long time ago.
Her enemy said to her.
Don't you remember that time when?
A flash of memory comes to the forefront of Runs with Boar's mind. She is on a vampire group hunt about which her pack knows. There were 4 of the pack together, there to take on 3 vampires, at least that is the information we got. RWB recommended that they wait till the morning when it would be easy to kill the vampires. Her alpha said that would be cowardly, and they could take them on even with the vampires at their best. He didn't want to wait, so he ordered her and 2 hyper to go inside and kill them. The other 2 would wait in the car and be there for backup just in case. Things went well until the pack member, true to his namesake, got anxious, and after taking a quick look around the above floor seeing no one, after finding a stairway down, opened it and walked right down to the basement. There were 3 vampires playing cards with 2 human guards. The vampires were strong and fast and the humans were tough and had guns. RWB called out for help a dozen times throughout the house but no one came down. We could even talk to pack communication through telepathy, we still got no reply. With 2 hyper and RWB, they were outmatched. Both of them were in warrior form, the vampires beat them up easily and threw them against the wall, the humans shot them so many times, the bullets hurt them so much. The noise is also deafening in the enclosed basement space. The vampires had the humans stop and with their super strength punched and kicked us so many times that even our broken bones had bruises. RWB was surprised they survived. She remembers her jaw is broken in a few places, each time they kicked her, she felt another rib crack in her chest. The vampires dragged the 2 of them upstairs and threw the slowly shifting back to human-sized bodies outside, bloody and bruised. They kept healing the pain and broken bones, but it took minutes that we didn't have. On the way to their cars, the vampires and their guards said they would take their game to a different house just in case the werewolves did any more funny business. They laughed at us as they drove off. We got to our feet after a couple of minutes of healing and stroking our highly bruised ego. We looked around for our backup, but couldn't find it. Smoke reached for the sky in a backyard next door. Smelling the burning of trash and leaves, we walked to the neighbor's fence. Instead of our backup helping us downstairs, Silver Scarred and another were putting out a trash fire that a neighbor had started, with their hose. There is an unmoving man laying on the grass and my alpha is happily putting out the billowing blaze.
Can you believe this guy is burning trash? It is so terrible for the earth. So is it done?
Silver Scarred still had the hose pointed at the fire as it is in a controlled area and fire pit, but he keeps the water going to it until it is nothing other than smoke. No Alpha, the vampires were too strong for us, and they just drove away because you didn't come to our call. You were out here this whole time?
Runs with Boar, this jerk is burning trash, it is my duty to help Mother Earth, and put this out.
Her Alpha said to her. Are you kidding me? We are down there, nearly being killed by a few vampires, because you found this guy out here burning trash?
I figured you 2 were strong enough to kill a few vampires, this is important too. Our duty is to the Earth. He needed to be stopped, could you 2 not take a few vampires on yourselves?
Alpha, the vampires were super strong and they had human backup with guns, it was the 2 of us against 5.
I still figured you would be able to take them, but that is fine, we at least stopped this crime. We'll find those vampires later.
She growled in frustration with her Alpha, he is their leader, but to leave her with just one other, to handle their unknown enemy is inexcusable. She is about to argue that point when the neighbor is getting up, surprised that there were others in his backyard. RWB remembered running for it, not wanting to deal with them. Next memory that worms to the forefront of Runs with Boar's mind is when she last defended herself against a hunter that went after her. They had taken a break and visited a wharf off the coast of New Jersey. It is fairly late in the night, and RWB had her sandals off, feeling the sand between her toes. She found a bottle or 2 under her feet, but she would heal, and sadly it is sort of the charm of the Jersey Shore. Some woman walked up to her while she walked alone along the beach. Everyone else in the pack had walked up to the shops to get us some more beers. She looked and smelled human but walked up to her with a purpose in her eyes. When she goes close enough, RWB realizes she isn't dressed for a beach walk, but for a fight. She has all dark clothes, boots, and her hair is cut short. Walking up, she slowly drew a sword on the beach and spoke when no one else was around for quite some distance. It is a secluded area. One of your kind killed my mentor and I am here for your life. RWB told her, look lady, I'm not sure what you are up to, especially with some sword, like it is medieval times or something, but I didn't hurt anyone. Drop your sword and let me buy you a beer. You can tell me about your mentor. No beast, die now. The aggressor is pretty quick with a sword and swung at the werewolf as a human like they were having a duel out on the beach with no one around, just like in The Highlander. With the two of them, there could be only one left standing. I called out for help and my pack was already running up close to the fight bringing the beers for our leisurely walk. No one else got too much closer. They stayed about 20 yards away. Runs with Boar had a sword in her stuff, and pulled it out of her usually needed gear and blocked a couple of her first swings, even though the aggressor didn't see it before, because it doesn't exist materially until it is needed. It is a werewolf thing. This other fighter is seriously into it. She is quick and didn't try to rely on her strength, which she didn't have much, especially compared to the werewolf. The aggressor tried high for a feint and she saw right through it when pulled it down for a low swing, which I hopped back. Runs with Boar realized the rest of the pack didn't run all of the way up and called out to them. Hey guys, what gives? Not coming to help? She heard across the distance from one of them.
Nah, you can handle a regular human, can't you?
RWB answered back. Guys, you must be kidding. She walked right up to me and started swinging. She's a trained hunter.
One person is on you, defend yourself.
RWB remembers thinking that if it is most of the rest of them, they would interfere, but they wanted to see how she would do. She blocked quite a few hits with a sword alone, but pulled a shield out of nowhere as well, and saw the frustrated look on the crazy woman's face. She pleaded with her again. Lady, I know you might be hurt, but neither of us have been wounded yet. If you drop your sword, you can tell me whatever you want and just chat. If you are one of those people who thinks I am just a killing machine, I can help persuade you that I am not. What is your name so I don't keep thinking of you as Crazy Lady? I'm not crazy, the name is Angela, and my mentor will be avenged. Runs with Boar barely remembered her name until now. Angela swung the sword a couple of times, which she easily blocked once with my leather shield and then sword. The aggressor is sweating already. Another feint from lower had her swing out with two swords. They were buckled together in an annoying marvel of design and she swung low with one and high with the other. It threw Runs with Boar off guard and Angela got a good cut on her sword arm. RWB asked, wait, mentor, avenged, is this a hunter thing? Are you telling me you have truly trained as a supernatural hunter? Angela wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded and smiled seeing the wound bleed on Runs with Boar's arm. Silver, guys, she has a silver sword, come on. You going to make me do this? She felt the sting of silver on her arm yet again. Silver pain isn't something we forget. It sizzled on RWB's skin. The woman Avenger smiled at her connection.
No, you got this, just be more careful, don't let her hit you.
Wow, you guys are a great help, don't let her cut me with the swords, brilliant fighting tactic, thank you so much. The woman hunter who struck first misjudged the wound though, she thought a grazing wound would finish a werewolf off. It hurt, sure, and Runs with Boar's arm hung loose for a couple of seconds, but eventually it would be okay. Angela thought it would be useless with just a poke, so the werewolf played it up like it is so much harder to use that arm. Whatever information she has about us is over-exaggerated, silver takes longer and is hard to heal, but it doesn't disable us with a poke. She played it off like her arm had become useless, but shifted forms into a larger human. The werewolf is bigger in size and muscle in general at the start of the fight. When the werewolf stopped playing around, she had grown a foot taller and more muscle. She figured it would deter the Avenger, but she didn't stop. In a deeper voice showing, she gives this hunter one more chance. One more chance, Angela, neither of us have been. She is cut off as another series of strikes took her concentration from speaking. The human thought a last-ditch effort could win her the night, but again she had underestimated the werewolf. She struck out much more often, favoring attacks towards the wounded arm, but when the werewolf woman kept blocking more on that side, she tired after swing number 12, which is still easily blocked or parried. What, did you think you had it easier, because I am barefoot on the beach? You know what I am, you just didn't know much about me. I gave you a few chances to back off, now you'll hunt me till one of us kills the other. I'm just visiting the shore on vacation, I don't even live here, and you jump me. It ain't right, lady. I cannot fail. The wannabe avenger calls out to anyone around who might hear, which in this case is no one other than the werewolf and her pack. In answer, runs with boar shield, bashes the human to the sand and kicks one sword a couple of yards away. She says, sadly, Angela, yes you can. From the ground, the hunter swings wildly with the other trying to catch a leg, which is blocked by the superior's sword. The hunter kicked out with her legs, the werewolf used the shield to press them down as a recent wave flowed over their feet and legs. More will avenge me, you will die. That is the problem here, Hunter, I am just visiting, whoever you are after isn't me, but silver isn't the plaything of amateurs. Not that you could actually follow me, but I can't let you go after more of my kind. The hunter pressed up to do a crab walk back, but her feet were held fast by the werewolf's shield pressed down with a foot. Another swing of the hunter's sword is batted away. A slash at the hunter's wrist and thrust through her chest staples the hunter to the sand, her blood turning the sand a dark red to the werewolf's keen eyes. Her pack was walking up congratulating her from yards away. Bunch of jerks, are you kidding me? This silver is going to be a pain to heal. She bent down and picked up the one half of the sword the avenger still had limply in her hand. Her alpha is walking over to the other half which was kicked away. That is mine, I won it fair and square. Her alpha said.
This weapon is too dangerous for us to use, would you sell it, or use it against your own?
She answered, no, but I'd melt it down and sell the silver, or use it against corrupted wolves. Come on, you just made me fight a hunter by myself. Silver Scarred held out a hand towards her, the other held the other weapon. He didn't have to say what he meant to happen again, she would have to give up the weapon. Even if she would melt it down or sell it, someone else could use it, and it is a tainted weapon to use against her own kind, they wouldn't use it. She handed it over to him and he found the way to link it together again. The alpha told the pack.
Let no one think she can't take care of herself. Hunter killer.
Her arm is raised by her alphas in a cheer. She might have been praised, but her life was in great danger, and she didn't even get to keep the spoils. It isn't right either. A few other prominent experiences she had with her pack were brought to the forefront of her mind as well, over and over again. In her mind, her life is not important to them, in fact they are much more upset with her, when one of their lives are in danger and she doesn't help. She is reprimanded, if that ended up being the case. She had been mistreated by her pack, and those experiences in her life made her rethink her loyalties. She might not like the vampires in general, but in her mind, her pack had treated her like trash most of her life and she had gotten tired of it.
Let's get this done. Multiple vans and trucks pull up to the front of the dance studio, where the gathering has been held these many years. Zant calls out.
We do not drive separately, these 2 vans and a few trucks will allow us to get out quickly, get together, and go from there. If we get there in 12 different cars, they might spot us easier, even since we are parking far away. When we get there, Seth and the others from Seth's family, hide who you can, you both can do a few of us, right?
They both nod their heads. Zant continues.
Petey, when we get to the place, you need to stay with Alison so that she can fulfill her part, watch her back and hide her when you can. We run there with almost all of us hidden, and start separated fights on patches of them, go nuts, just don't get yourselves killed.
They grabbed needed weaponry, most grabbed long and short swords, a few grabbed rifles and shotguns. Zant next calls out.
We need those with quiet weapons to one side and shooters on another. Hiding groups should go in first, silent and deadly. We also need someone who is decent, doesn't have to be great, at finding those who can hide like us who are okay with a sword or fists for groups 2 and 3. Shooters will come with Paul and me at the back when they sound the alarm, don't shoot until they sound the alarm, if you can be silent, Hit them with the butt of your guns, but when they sound the alarm, shoot away. Group 1, PT, to hide and watch out for Alisan and himself to the west of the complex, away from the fence. Leave as soon as we get there to look around. Group 2, Seth, to hide this one, Becca, 3 sword-wielding vampires and a ghoul hitting the west side of the complex. You will leave about 15 seconds after Group 1. Just keep running, I wouldn't want you to run into each other. Group 3 will be Max to hide this one, Rob, you 3 sword-wielders, and you ghoul hitting the east side of the complex. You will leave about 30 seconds later. Group 4 will be Paul, Zook, myself, and the rest of the ghouls and shooters. Will wait a few minutes after 2 and 3 starts. Let's move out, everyone, let's get this done.
They get into the vans and trucks to make their way to the rendezvous point, the mall close to the storage place. Seth and Max talk to their groups and ask if anyone still needs blood. The start of this would be a good time to top off. Most of them were down a few liters of blood, but a few were lower than the rest. They were told they would be the first to strike silently, told to go in for the bite when they were pointed out, or tapped on the shoulder. They silently get there, and gather in separated groups. The coordinated groups leave at the planned timing. Group 1 gets to the storage unit location around 2100 hours, checking out the area. The red garage doors dart the whole complex. Loose gravel is all over the ground from what they could see, and the concrete of the buildings is pretty well maintained. There were dozens of separated concrete buildings with rows of storage units. They see the patrols around, and scope them out using their sight blood powers to find mostly ghouls and humans. The ambush begins silently. Group 1 waited for the action. They were there to take strategic hits and observe. Group 2 made it to the complex. Seth, Becca, and the 3 other vampires jumped the fence. The ghoul tried to keep up and stayed with them until they got to an area that he could run through and join. Group 3 similarly jumped over the fencing of the complex, other than the ghoul who admired the vampires jumping 12 feet into the air and found his way around to join them at an entrance that could be used. The separated groups make as silent steps as they can, on the loose gravel, which by design is not so simple. 2 groups of 6 were hard enough to coordinate, let alone keep their feet silent as they sneak up on a fortified group of people guarding the complex. Group 2 started silently on a group of 3 people. Seth whispered to them that neither were vampires and pointed to 3 that said they were low, and gave them left, center, right, and they nodded and started their silent hunt. Since they were all hidden well, they walked up closer and one raised their hand with 5 fingers, then 4, 3. A countdown. At nearly the same time, they all start with a chokehold and dig into the neck of their victims. The sweet smell of blood filled the air as 3 men wiggled and flopped to the ground with vampires attached to their necks. The good guys drink their fill and the 3 dried bodies, after about 20 seconds, were left against a concrete wall out of sight. Continuing walking for about 30 seconds, Group 2 finds another patrol. There is a man and woman. Seth raises a thumb and points to the last in the group that says she needed more. It is Becca. He whispered to her, asking if she had a preference. She said the woman, and Seth nodded. He whispered that he would take the man. They did the countdown like the other group, and Becca grabbed the woman and bites right in. Seth grabs the man by an arm and swings him with such force against a nearby concrete wall that it flattens his nose. The man spun around and bared his vampire fangs, breathing in, about to call out. Seth clapped his hands from side to side over the man's cheeks with extreme force. The sound of the skull cracking woke up the quiet night. The dents that formed into his head nearly gave it the shape of an hourglass. Becca's eyes widen with her teeth in the woman's neck as she has never seen a skull caved in like that. The other vampires and ghoul watch in awe as Seth digs his canines into the neck of the other vampire patrol member. He held the man up with a flex of his arms and his eyes reddened as he drank heavily from another vampire. Group 3 comes up on a patrol of 4, the one who is watching due to his observant blood powers says one is ghoul, the others are human. Rob said he needed some blood and said he'll take the ghoul. Max wanted one of the humans to top off and 2 others were ready for the others. Rob got up front to stop the ghoul and the other 3 waited on him to pounce first. Rob's fingers grew to the sharpness and strength of butcher's knives, and he slashes quickly out of nowhere from the perspective of the patrol and the target collapses in a heap. Within seconds the other three are pounced on and in the ecstasy of the kiss of multiple vampires. One had been brought up against the concrete wall, the other two had been grabbed from behind and bitten into, losing their feet and hitting the loose stone. When they had finished their fill, they were hidden again and continued their stalking of the patrols of the huge complex. It takes another couple of minutes of slow walking to not disrupt the loose gravel as much as they could, to come upon the next group. There is a workout bench at one of the open doors of the storage units and there are two men working out, one with his back on the bench lifting, the other curling dumbbells. One who is observing whispers to the silent group that could not be seen or heard. Both are ghouls. Max mimed a quick plan and walked over to the chest press guy on the bench, another walked up to help him. To handle the arm curl guy standing with dumbbells, Rob stood behind, another in front with the sword ready for a side swing. Getting the rhythm of the chest press, Max spent some of his stolen blood into his strength and fueled his blood power to do the same. He presses down hard on the long bar at the opportune time, pressing hundreds of pounds of additional pressure onto the neck of the man trying to work out. He is immediately unable to take the added pressure and the long bar falls to his neck. The one helping Max dug his sword repeatedly through the man into the bench. Within the same second, the other curling the dumbbells, is cut at the neck from front, and from behind his back is ripped open. In shock, he lifts the dumbbell to block another front swing. He is able to stop a swing, but his body realizes all of its support has failed and he falls to his knees in a heap of blood and muscle. He loses control of the dumbbell as his empty arm rises an inch closer to his neck but is unable to move further. Group 2 does not run into any patrols for nearly a minute, but hears someone jumping from building to building not far above their heads. Seth whispers to everyone to stay down and he jumps to the roof of the building they were next to. There is another vampire strolling along the roofs of the different buildings and when she looks along the path between them and finds nothing, she jumps lightly to the next without much effort. Their problem is that she is getting closer to the last group that they had silently killed. The rest of the invisible group walks along the buildings, unable to be seen following Seth since they can see him, yet the woman vampire cannot. He follows her closely, knowing he needs to stop her. She prepares to skip over to the next building and feels like she loses her footing at first and feels the slightest of pushes, as she falls to meet the ground. 3 others are on her the second she hits it, swords are digging into her tough flesh, and as a vampire, she feels all the extra punctures her toughened body takes, but it isn't designed to take this much. She stops moving seconds later. A stake punches into her back to make sure. Seconds later, Seth's ability to hide others well had been disrupted from the attack. From across the complex, nearly to the other side, there is another on the roof and whoever it is, has an air horn in their raised arm. An air horn, a portable one you can get at hardware stores, is blown once, and another 100 yards away sounds as well. Their cover has been blown. The other group jumps up, and pounces on the one that Seth can see, but it is too late to stop the surprise attack. Group 4 had made it to the wall of the complex and were just about to rush in. Zant calls out.
Sounds like we are missing all the fun.
They all smile at each other, and jump over the nearest part of the fence if they can, others rushing to the nearest entrance. Using the strength and speed increases of the blood to join in the dirty business of reclaiming the city that is theirs. The complex becomes alive now. More people show up along the sides with weapons, guns, swords, and a miscellaneous smorgasbord of fun. Zant and Paul are speed demons, bringing out swords to work their magic and dart from one enemy to the next, a blur of action. They barely can be targets of others, when they dart to the next, slicing without barely being seen by their targets. The easy part of the fight is over though, for they have been noticed, and the Fang members rush to the sides of the complex to join. There is a show of muscle, speed, and anger in the brood as they defend from the ambush. Claws are grown from fingers, and calls go out to wake up anyone that is missing out on the fun. Group 1 joins in the action as well, but they are strategic. From the magician on the outside, many humans and ghouls fall from a mist of blood being taken from them and leaving the fencing of the complex. This misting blood being taken from vampires didn't affect them as much though. It has the good guys in good standing in the fight, for they have started well, but the big hitters start by getting in some good hits. Zant meets the eyes of another warrior with a sword in his hand. Her sword comes up in a salute, as does his. Gunshots, shotgun blares, and a scream in the distance means nothing in this fight. The first chime of their swords is loud in both of their ears, the second can barely be heard as their personal fight is all that matters. Both of them using the speed blood power available to them, they were at a near match. She fences with him for nearly 20 seconds, a long time in a fast melee. He blocks an attempt to slash a leg, she swats a thrust to the side from him. They both had much more to do, but they concentrate on each other. With them concentrating on each other, another body is broken apart near them that only one saw, which made the ground slick with blood and gore. Zant's enemy is paying more attention to his surroundings, causing him to steer them towards the obstacle. He feigns a stab to her side, and she slips for half of a second. He takes an opportunity to swing at her sword arm, scoring a solid slice through her arm, under her shoulder, and into her chest nearly half a foot. Her arm flies from her body, and lands feet away. Her combatant Fang member smiles at his victory. She grabs the blade with her hand stuck in her chest so that it could not slide further in. He tugs and pulls, but she keeps her grip, blood flowing from her hand. As her enemy's arm twitches again to pull harder, claws went through his back, forcing his arm loose. Rob is lost in the chaos and had made his way back to the main group. He sees Zant's plight and had to help. His claws went through the Fang warrior like a sharp knife through bologna. The warrior flops to the ground in surprise and gets a few fingers dug into his chest for good measure. Zant staggers to one knee, concentrating on healing her blood loss. She can't heal enough to be able to regrow that arm, not possible. She uses some blood to heal the wound in her chest and grabs her sword with her other bloody arm. Another larger group joins the fight, and the large number of shooters, including Zook, getting involved, shooting, and taking cover around buildings. Paul helps Zant by pulling her to full cover behind a building. Zant wipes her hand on her clothes, then flexes her single arm around her blade hilt with a growl in the back of her throat. There are 10 enemies shooting at Zook and ghouls in the louder group. The shooters do their job, but 3 with swords stay back and guard the other in the collared shirt, who grows in size. Shooters are heard crunching the loose gravel down one of the walkways of the complex, and most of the shooters, including Zook, follow them. The one dressed for some occasion, wearing a collared shirt and slacks, looks over and nods in a gesture to go get us, forcing his guards towards the one-armed woman and others helping her, so they rush in quickly. Zant and Paul look at each other, and prepare to meet the guards. The slacks on the growing man are a little roomier for lower body parts to expand, but the shirt tears from some sharp edges that are forming on the strange man's body. The crew with Zant included Rob, Paul, and herself. Rob is still trying to keep up. He is not as experienced in the speed blood powers as the rest of them, but his claws are savage. They do not have a whole lot of time to pay attention to whatever is happening to the growing creature though, as the 3 dart forward, giving him time to expand. Paul and Zant are combative, and have high positions within the organization for a reason, but they are at least partially outmatched, while Rob is also just trying to keep up with everyone moving around, by swiping around with his sharper fingers. Zant is able to parry and swipe at one, while Paul is blocking and dodging attacks from 2 of them, but they are fast. 2 of them have stakes, but rarely, if ever, find a good chance to strike with them. Only the longer range of the sword is keeping their prey at bay. Paul is highly experienced in fighting though, and catches one of them off guard, ducking under one swing from one, and taking a leg off at the knee of the other, who flops to the ground, not screaming, but angry. Then Paul could focus more on one of them, but the last is getting much bigger than he was before. Paul calls, "Zant, switch." She obliges to throw the other 2 off guard, and they handle these 2 to work together on this growing monstrosity. The growing man is short at first, nearly 5 feet tall, but he surpasses 6 feet 5 inches as he grows other more unsightly parts. The partial ripping of his shirt turns to cut apart from his body alone as he continues to expand his upper body with muscle and hardened skin. Switching their attacks, and their guard on the 2 less experienced, yet still quick enemies, allowed Zant to surprise hers with a gash taken out of one of his arms, and another across his chest, and drop him, They work together to finish the last, and heal from their pain, as they watch the last grow to nearly 7 feet tall, and stop, with claws, much more muscle, horns on his skull, a smile on its wider face, and anger in its eyes. With Group 1, Petey isn't as scared of his job on the outside anymore. A lot of shooting and metal clanging is going on inside that fenced-in area, and he is just watching out for other guys, and the woman he is with, drawing a red mist of blood toward her with some of her abilities. "Hey, that stuff is neat," he whispers to her. "Can you teach me some of that? I promise to keep it a secret, and be nice to you." He is bringing out his best smile, to charm her. She looks at him and whispers back,
"Sure, but then I would have to kill you."
She realizes who she is talking to, as his smile brightens, and figures he might actually take her up on that.
"Never mind, Watcher, I cannot teach you this, not now or ever. Please pay attention, you are supposed to be watch."
No sooner does she say this when she feels a number of very fast, much more strong, very surprising punches to her head and body. Her face goes numb from the loss of structure. She is glad she doesn't breathe or she wouldn't have the chance. Another appears by Petey on the ground. A shadowy form appears out of nowhere, pulls out a stake, and gets a fast strike on Allison, but then, the stake crumbles in his hand after the attacker gets a good strike on her heart.
"Damn," a voice says, as whoever it is, pulls out another stake and smiles. Petey's eyes squint in remembrance, recognizing the voice from somewhere, but doesn't have much time for it now. Allison takes a second to look at Petey, and he is on the ground, useless as a guard, a woman standing over him. She waves her arms and twists her fingers, using her magical blood power. Her attacker grunts and his shoulders slump down as blood escapes from his eyes, seeps out of other pores, and out of his mouth. She knows blood is warming inside his body and trying to escape, but he isn't surprised or pained enough to stop. He watches her do it, and darts in with much speed, punching her with one hand, and stabbing her with the other wooden stake he brought. Petey leans up and is able to see his assailant, a black-haired, plain-looking woman, but she is not pulling her punches. Her fingers lengthen as Petey's eyes widen, worried about both of the new attackers he doesn't recognize. Seconds later, as the area around them is engulfed in a blackness that Petey can't pierce with his blood power sight-aided eyes. Petey mumbles, "Oh no, I'm going to be in so much trouble." An inky blackness swallows his words. With the rest of Group 4, Zook has been helping to deal with the main bulk of the fighters during most of the activity. With riot gear on, mirroring a couple of the others, he doesn't make for the bravest man in the bunch, but he does his part. He is better with a shotgun than a machete. Some get close to him, because they know bullets are not too effective, but he is able to keep many away with his shotgun. He has some backup from some of the tough guys too, who are big on the strength and speed blood powers, and like showing off. Some of the newly created men of the other group are there to just be front fighters, thinking as many do that they can take on anything, get forced back with super strength punches, and arms ripped off by eager good guys. Again, sometimes Zook wishes he is a little bigger on the muscle, and sometimes he feels that he'd get dizzy from the speed of the power as well. He has a place, and he likes it. Many take a few shotgun hits to the body, but spend a short time healing as they jump right back in, even near their own death. A couple more experienced ghouls and vampires join the fight though, and the tougher and bigger guns get shown, as in muscle ripples from two guys who obviously work out. They start on the roof of one of the garages in the complex, flexing, and showing off. Even a couple bend and break workout bars they head up on the roof, and twist them into pretzels. One of the pretzeled barbells gets thrown toward the group of leftover vampires with different weaponry, like a disc, and hits Zook in the head, cracking his face mask guard. It phases him for a short time, but he doesn't hit the ground or twitch. He does his duty. Two men jump down to the ground floor, sharp teeth showing, and ready to go at it, but they all hear a frightening wolf's wail. Multiple growls and howls can be heard from the far north side of the lot, as all of them involuntarily shudder. Even the expecting allies, the defenders of the storage units, knew it might come to this, didn't think they could work like this, but the fear that shivered down their spines isn't measured in their usual fear. In Zook's mind, he wondered when the hell they were going to show up. Maybe they were just waiting for them to kill each other. Zook isn't sure if even the wolves would make a difference. These transformations that the Fang has access to are beyond anything he has seen or experienced. 14. Chaos. Multiple growls and screams fill the air, as two wolves join Zook's group out of nowhere, just about ready for action. One is a huge wolf on 4 legs, the other is just about done changing, and he is a giant compared to the rest. His hands are claws, and hair grows everywhere on his body as his clothes melt into his body somehow. Zook has been to the zoo, but any wolf he has ever seen would cower. From this big one, it looks around and studies the scene. The growing wolf's face extends, and yet another shudder rolls down everyone's spine. One of the men is brave enough to get a shot off, and the now beast towering over them, even 30 feet away, staggers a second, and looks back at them all with a row of sharp teeth, and growls. He leans down on all fours with claws digging in from his once big hands and feet, and jumps on top of that brave man, rending parts of his body from other parts of it. Action shoots off again. The 2 muscle-massed other groups of the Fang stand hesitantly for a couple of seconds, rightfully so, but there is only one thing they can do, and that is, try. One calls out to the rest, run, and die. The Fang members shouldn't ignore the large wolf as well, who ran to trip the other men like the beast it is. 6 men and ghouls fell over the beast, and it grabs what body part it can to pull out of socket. The good guys had a better shot and start emptying shots into the others, but after seconds realize they have little chance. When they hear, catch, from behind and above them, someone trying to get their attention, we only have one, over here. A Fang member throws a machete to the ground, another one is able to reach for it and rushes back into the fight. The beast man, nearly 8 feet tall, palms one of the men's skulls in his right arm, lifting him off the ground without much effort, but looks over at the other in anger, as a new weapon joins the fray. Just about the time the weapon is about to be brought into the middle of things, the huge wolf pounces on the newly geared vampire, flattening him to the ground and running over him, unable to grip any parts, but darting away, feeling uneasy about the new weapon. The big wolf looks at the beast, and something unspoken is between them. The growl from the huge beast gets louder, as he tosses the man he has in one hand, nearly 30 yards against a concrete building wall, and rushes at his new enemy. So does the large wolf. Outmatched, the man who is just given a new weapon, knowing what it is, knows to go for the smaller target to benefit his group, and rolls out of the way of the big one, and swipes at the leg of the other, cleanly cutting it off with the sharp silver weapon. Blood rushes out from the large wolf's new wound, as it flopped to the ground with a yip. The man leaves the ground without a victory smile, by the beast with an arm almost as thick as he is. The arm with the machete is held out, the man resists, but it keeps on moving away from his body as he feels it come out of the socket slowly from his body, and then is pulled from his shoulder, out of sheer strength. The body of the man, now wishing he could go into shock and pass out, is brought upwards and twists horizontally in front of the beast's maw, and he feels everything in his midsection crunch together. His rib cage is pressed into other non-working body parts, but no amount of blood is likely to help him recover from being bitten like that from a huge man-beast. Not only does the defeated warrior feel most of the pain, his bones scrape against and puncture his tough skin, he feels his spine twist and pull out of place. He regrets toughening his body to this point. He is lasting an extra couple of seconds feeling the sharp teeth of a werewolf's jaw. The wolf shakes the body multiple times in its jaws for everyone to get the point, and the broken pieces of one of their strongest were thrown into 3 other men, and they turn weapons from the party they were trying to drop, to the beast, from which they were trying to keep away. Perhaps they feared death from this thing, but they also feared torture, pain, and death, at the hands of their masters. They've seen what happens to those who disobey. Someone unknown is walking toward the fighting, like it is just another night. He has 3 colleagues, underlings perhaps, and they are walking towards all the noise. Each of them wears old-fashioned black robes and a red waistcloth that is pulled around them like a belt. Master, with such a force against us. His thought is choked back by the man walking in front, who sneers back at him for breaking their silence. This master, who is so called, is an immaculate man, with facial features of the possibly highest paid Hollywood actor, teeth shining as they lengthen and sharpen, striding along the ground as though he is floating above it. They all hear noises and turn around as 3 wolves are looking around a corner of one of the rows towards them, 2 of them on one side, another on the opposite side. The 4 men turn towards them slowly, brandishing armbands on each arm. The wolves pass by them, looking for more prey. The master in front smiles and spins around to continue walking toward the main fight. Tonight, certainly is going to twist things up, isn't it? We should join the action. I believe most of the fodder is outmatched. They shouldn't be able to find their pack member till it is too late, and we must join against the wolves. The bleeding-hearted ones have been more resourceful than expected. The unknown group of a few vampires who have so far stayed out of the fight, join it, to help twist the battle back into their favor. The Good guys, realize the plight, a silver weapon has joined the attack, and one wolf has lost a leg, but the other is working through the Fang's ranks. Zook makes his way toward the limping wolf, trying to lean it down. It growls back, but he says he is here to help. He will at least stop the bleeding. They have a blowtorch to cauterize a wound. The wolf growls quieter now but nods its head up and down to indicate it will allow this done. They get a torch, one of the small ones used for creme brulee. Awkwardly, they pass the small torch to each other, most of them wondering if they can handle the small flame so close to them. The torch is finally handed to Zook. Even he couldn't handle a flame that close to him. He passes it on to a ghoul that was with them. The ghoul grits his teeth and, even though it is a very controlled and small flame, pressing the button to ignite it had him worried. Eventually the ghoul was able to press the fire up against the wolf's leg to stop blood loss. It growls, looking up at the controller, and snarls deep from its throat. It stops growling and lays its head to the ground, when the flame goes off. The others desire to join in, as well, but figure they would likely get in the way. The big one is doing a lot of the work, so they stand and wait. 3 more new vampires attack the wolfman, but he is not in the mood to play with them. Claws go through them like a hot knife through butter, and chunks of the attackers drop as unused pieces to the ground. The wolf has made his way partially away from the other group of good guys, and looks over at 4 new men wearing strange attire for this decade, robes. Each of them has not been in any part of the fight. He can tell, there is no dust or blood on them. He sniffs the air smelling something familiar, but looking down, sees armbands on their arms, recognizing the symbol of, "Don't hurt this one." He looks around for other targets and has stopped most of them, few crawling on the ground. He looks back at the vampire party he is helping from before, and most of them aren't directing weapons to him, but another is using a torch to stop the bleeding of a pack mate. He looks back at his pack mate, then turns his eyes to the group who is nearly 30 yards away, then his head swivels to the group in front of him. He growls as they have come closer, too close. One of them, suspiciously, has his hands in big robe pockets. "We don't know them." A call comes out to the wolfman. A clawed hand digs into the beastman's gut, and twists, as claws dig through skin and muscle. Surprised, in pain, and loss of air has the big wolf gasping as he is able to stumble back. The werewolf in non-understanding betrayal strikes out at one who got close. One good swipe digs through the fancy robe into real, honest chainmail under robes, rendering it almost useless, and adding a nice new bit of air conditioning in his love handles. 2 of the women in armbands bring out guns, showing their face as they pull the hoods down. The last who dug his claws into the beast, pulls a claw out and grows bigger. The 2 gunners start shooting the wolf, who has the current gut wound. The surprise has him staggering to the ground, not being hurt too much from the fight, but surprised by the betrayal. The man who had his chainmail ruined, takes a short time to heal, and pulls out a baseball bat, a metal one. That man with the bat walks his way to the beast, flanking around to the side to avoid the bullets, and directs them to stop for a few seconds, and he strikes the beast with heavy blows. The shooter looks down at his gun, wondering something. He says out loud, "These are silver, how is this walking carpet surviving them?" The wolf shakes its head in frustration, getting bruises all over his body, arms, and legs, all loose from more pain than he has felt in a long time, but he isn't dead yet. The vampiric party, who is waiting recently, rushes towards the new attacking group, going after the gunners, and stop the man with the bat, as he spins and swings at them, but they don't have a silver problem. They overpower the robed men in numbers but do not ignore the man growing. 2 rush in with swords, and 1 gunner strikes at this growing creature, but it is taking many blows, blocking with its arms. A new sound fills the air, not digging into the skin, but this growing thing is blocking with its arms, and it sounds as though it is blocking with another metal or stone. The creature moves around as it grows and blocks swords with its arms that are not plain arms anymore. Spikes and thicker skin have grown, and they keep on growing. Zant, Rob, and Paul have their own problem. They are dealing with a creature they have not fought before. He is huge just like the other one on another side of the complex, yet politely wearing the slacks that still barely stayed on his legs. He has added parts to himself, and also has strength and speed adding to his form. The claws that form block their sword swings, and this one is good at it, dodging, and blocking both of their attacks with claws sturdy enough to block well-made swords, and able to heal their attacks, even get a good hit, which has been too few. The creature's blood power to increase speed also matches theirs. The speedy party of 2 backs off for a few seconds, looking at their foe with a little admiration, and more than a healthy dose of fear, when the forgotten assist joins in. The crazy form twists strangely, twisting its body toward them without much understanding when Rob jumps in, trying to get a sneaky hit in, but partially failing. The good guys see marks flare up with blood on the creature's back, and Rob gets in on the fun. He is definitely the slowest of the bunch, but he is tough, and his claws hurt the thing quite a bit. The bad part is, that he must get closer, and it gives the creature a chance to get a bite in, biting into his shoulder, and pulling back, ripping it away, a chunk of Rob's shoulder and neck, spitting it away from his body, licking the blood off his teeth. Rob loses his footing hitting the ground for a second, gets back up, holding his wound, which is much bigger than his hand, heals it, but with that kind of wound, it would take a long time, so he fights on without a piece of his neck, not needing to breathe anyway. The three of them swing and stab at the creature. It lifts its head in an otherworldly roar in frustration. The amount of blood it has had to spend against these warriors is beyond what it has had to spend against most foes in the last century. The huge monstrous beast of the Fang has trouble concentrating on them all, so with a show of force, he uses a new ability, by a shadow mystic, an ability to create shadowy tentacles to distract Paul and Zant. Multiple tentacles the size of snakes, appear out of the ground, and lash out at the speedy ones. Their swords are able to block them, but they have substance, not just mysterious imagery and shadow. He then rushes at Rob, trying to get the one that hurts it much more out of the fight. He jumps onto the slow one that hurts him with vampiric claws. A couple of swipes of his own claws stop Rob's movement. By ripping through flesh, the bite comes down hard, draining Rob deeply of his blood, while Zant and Paul are dealing with strangely formed physical shadow snakes, trying to strike and wrap around them. The short fight of attrition comes to a close as Zant and Paul take out and slice away the black mass that has distracted them, while Rob loses his whole body, fully, of blood. The monster licks its lips and quickly heals most of the marks on its tough form. The monster's head quickly darts to the side. A large caliber rifle is being used from somewhere to connect, and he barely bats an eye. Someone has joined the Zant and Paul party with a bigger gun. They hope whoever has the weapon is a good shot because this beast is not majorly phased from such a strike. After the initial surprise, he is getting his second wind, so to speak, and walks towards those who try to deny him victory. 1 against 3, however, as Zant and Paul distract the monster with their swords. Once they see 3 more shots hit the beast, and where they come from, above them on a roof, and in a certain direction, they go on either side of it and leave the area open for the shots but didn't let the monster get out of the vantage point. After some time, they take horns, and clawed fingers during many strikes, and the shooter did their part. 5 bullets strike from its shoulder to hip, but he continues to strike at his enemies. Those bullets, however, cracked its thick skin, and a sword punches in, and dragging it toward other holes, following the bullet holes like a macabre connect the dots kid's picture, soon stops the amount of healing it does. Nearly separating into 2 parts, the vampire, a creature from hell itself, collapses to the ground. They might not get tired, but they certainly need a minute after that opponent. They look over at the mass that is Rob, much of the blood drained away, and his body is not twitching. As they make their way north of the complex, they see broken apart bodies, and other bodies just lying with pieces missing all over. At the other fight, Zook is feeling like he should try to be doing something. The wolf on their side is not doing well against the creature of the Fang. Many claw marks and bruises show the wolf might not make it. The creature digs under the armpit of the wolf as he nearly severs his arm at the shoulder, and the wolf kneels on one knee, barely keeping things together. "Come on all, we have to get in on this," he shouts as he directs a couple of others to shoot. He takes a couple of steps forward and shoots the shotgun he just reloaded, punching into the creature, yelling to try to get its attention. And he does. The creature struts towards him and with his claws, carve a wide slash at the foolish vampire. Over the last minute or so, Zook has spent much blood into building his toughness, and his own blood power, to take more than a few bullets, but this thing certainly is intimidating. He spends enough blood to be able to catch a sword from a seasoned warrior trying to hurt him. He has done so before. His riot gear does its part as well. It is the strongest gear humans made to protect the police. It should be sturdy enough, right? 1 slash from the creature, and Zook crumbles to the ground in a less than manly screech, not having been able to take even one strong and sturdy hit from this thing. It cuts through the riot gear like it is stormtrooper armor. Destruction in their wake, Zant and Paul swagger around the side of the complex where the noise is coming from, and see not one huge thing, almost just like the thing they just took time to kill, but another much more hairy, scary, yet bloodied up creature, scratching and raking each other in combat. They twist and wrestle around each other multiple times. Trying to help would not benefit either, so they continue, hoping their side is doing better than it looked. Next, they see Zook draw attention to himself and run closer. They meet back up with their comrades in arms. Zook is not down for the count, but he pretends to be, healing the wounds that he could. He feels like his blood is not an easy counter to the claws that dug into him. He has not been in this sort of fight before. He heals enough to be able to get off his butt and continue. A few on their side were noticed missing, some of the piles around them, but many were still up, bloodied, and ready to continue.
Start the search. We need to find our own before the wolves get the wrong idea. You 5.
Zant points out 5 of the group still standing.
Keep watch here. If the hairy one starts losing more chunks, help him however you can. We will try to find their packmate, and Tina.
Zook joins the search party, to check things out. A couple of them turn on some of their other senses, they don't often use, and start listening heavily and smelling around, getting away from the blood of the fight nearby, and the blood everywhere else. They see many units with locks, and without. They begin by forcing open many, yanking down with their own strength, and just find units of storage, as expected, but when they look in unlocked units, they begin to see bodies, many of them. Some of the people are still alive, looking pretty bad off, but alive. The team also finds a few units that are locked, but they know the smell of old dead bodies. They try to remember them for later to clear them out, would also check them for survivors. The others were like that, dumping in to have survivors smell their eventual fate. Some that are still alive, they tell them to stay inside, it is safer, and they will be back. There were a couple hundred units and they had lots of searching to do. A smell draws them to people who were being fed upon, and the dead ones who were not kept well. The noise of the combat still happening prevents them from trying to search by sound, and there were lots of noises still happening. The wolf growling is much of it, but there are some guns firing in the same area. A few search through, and catch nothing, then they unlock another. It has a strange smell. Zook tells them to wait on that one, tells them to back up, something is strange. He puts his hand on the door handle and concentrates, using his blood power to gauge the current or past situations of the door. He feels that this one is a trap, set with swinging grenades when the garage door is opened. They have nothing to mark it. Zook yanks off a shoe and sock, and ties a sock around the handle, for them to remember later. Even he knows the college door rule. Sock on the door, come back later. It wasn't a thing when he went to college so long ago, but it has been for decades. Sadly, there is a team to the north that is not as careful, and they hear grenade blasts. They rush in that direction. A flare goes up in the opposite direction, and they don't know exactly the situation, but Zant, Paul, and 2 others, go that way, in the direction of the flare gun, and the rest continue the search. Zook and other searchers come upon a group of wolves. They tore open one of the doors and caught a face of grenades. All of them are on the ground, bodies smoking, pain but not death is thick in the smoke. Are you guys okay? Calls out Zook when he gets a bit closer. The wolves slowly are getting up. What's it to you, Leech? One calls. We will be fine, how are other things? Oh no. One of them says, as he shakes noticeably to the searching party. He closes his eyes and everyone hears another roar from the next row of the complex, deep and passionate. They hear cracking and shaping as another werewolf runs with heavy steps toward the fight of the big beast against the other big creature. Another of them says, the other needs backup, he should have told us much sooner. My pack alpha is going to help, things aren't going well against whatever one of our pack mates is trying to kill over that way. The search party continues to look. We found another one of those trap units over that way, tied the handle with a sock, don't open it. A spokesman, who is changed to a hairy, sort of human and beast form. How could you tell? Zook answers, a strange smell at first, then I could psychically tell that they did something to it. I can try to find more of them along the way too, just be careful. They continue to the next row of units, searching for their missing members. The Alpha, a man-wolf shifting to the size of a rhino, looks ready for a rough fight as it rushes by. Seeing a creature he had never before seen, a couple of vampires shooting it with shotguns, another one with a sword swiping away. He runs on all fours toward them, and when he is still many yards away, he roars out in anger at one of his pack mates collapsing to the ground, bruises and blood covering it. Growling, standing in place, the beast uses his own tricks, to grow his skin to build a thick, muscled, and leathery layer. The bipedal man-beast pounces towards the creature, rocketing himself through the air, from 40 yards away. It barrels into the creature with the force of a train. The one vampire up close with a sword, darts to the side as the creature scrapes along the ground. The guns also stop as the 2 hulking monsters collide. The 2 piles of muscle try to dig their claws into each other, barely grabbing purchase, something neither were expecting. The wolf's skin is comparable to hardened leather, and the creature's skin is as colored and hard as concrete. Since they are rolling around, it is difficult for either of them to get a good fighting angle, and their claws are less efficient since neither is able to pierce the other's skin. The bodies of the two monsters are very different, though, and the ferocity of the wolf is not matched. The wolf grabs the creature's horns on its head, and it lifts it up entirely off of the ground, slam, whack, boom, again and again, face first to the ground by the strongest looking man wolf the rest of them have ever seen. They also wonder if it would be enough, as the werewolf twists the horn monster, and puts one of its hands around the creature's throat, claws and all, grinding them against his skin. The creature looked back at him and smiled, a blood trickle coming down its face from its mouth, in a mocking gesture. Attempting to help, a shotgun shot goes off toward the close combat, hitting the horned creature, but not a dent formed on its thick skin. None of the shots do much but fill the air with noise. Both heads twist, looking at the shooters with anger at disrupting the real fight, and the good guys trying to help back up, seeing more than they bargained for in those horrible gazes. Rage fills the wolf as his other hand, not keeping the creature on the ground, digs in its claws with force into its shoulder, but even then, not easily gaining purchase, scraping the surface like it is the side of a mountain. The wolf creature slams his elbow down on the vampiric creature's face, slamming the back of its head into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times, the color and hardness of this unnatural thing showed as it is still undeterred. The wolf stands and grips the creature by the legs, planning on lifting it from the ground once again. The creature, using its own unnatural strength, lifts its legs, kicking the beast in the knees, and forces it to the ground with him, finally looking worried to the rest of them. The two clash against each other, arms of muscle trying to grab, the claws actually a deterrent in their current desire to grip each other, but the wolf is able to grab more parts. His hair is tough to grip, and each time hair is cut or pulled out. The wolf is able to grab horns and added juts of bone with its claws though, which is done, and the creature is thrown into the fencing of the complex, which buckles from the added weight. The bloody first combatant wolf wakes back up, and gets to its feet, looking around at the vampires staying back, and his alpha, silver-scarred, there against the creature, seeing their surprisingly terrible match of strength. His muscles and bones unnaturally stitched together, he groans, hoping to help again soon. When his alpha pounds on the thing that he worked on quite a bit, he gets up and walks over to join the rest. A growl escapes his maw, sort of cheering for his alpha. Silver-scarred stalks over to the creature, spreading his maw and showing his row of teeth. The creature only gets up showing he has little fear. The wolf in his warrior form strikes out again at the vampire in creature form. Neither could withstand this onslaught of a fight for so long. The wolf is breathing heavily, the creature is running out of blood. They are both putting a lot more effort into the fight than expected. Once again, the creature hits the ground, with many enemies trying to keep it from running, but the vampire never ran, not even from these odds. Only one of his betters could force him to run, and none of them were around. On the ground, the creature whose tattered robe still had a few torn bits stuck on pointy parts, and an armband stretches to the limit as well, kicks out against the wolf's legs, the weaker part of its body, but it did not work. The beast grabs it by its head, scratching into its skull of head spikes, even drawing some blood, but the wolf didn't care. The wolf looks around, sees a decent smashing point, and uses the creature's head as a battering ram, smashing it into the side of a storage unit's wall. Slamming it once, again, and punching its head through, but that isn't enough, so he moves to another part of the wall and punched it another few times to make new holes in the storage unit. The creature just shakes its head as it is unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Silver-scarred claws and scrapes, kicks and swipes many times, the creature fell, but in surprise, it rolled into the wolf's legs, knocking him forward, and forces his body down, getting onto his back, and digs his teeth into the wolf's neck, able to finally pierce the thick hide, and drinking its blood heavily. His pack mate isn't hearing any of that, and rushes in to help, digging in his own, clawing and hacking away. It is not enough, the creature heals the pain and damage from the current attacker with the blood of his alpha, but he wouldn't allow it. He backs up a few yards and bull rushes this creature, a charging uppercut, his claw forcing space between them, and this thing is forced off, claws digging into its gut and launches it nearly 50 yards away into a set of trees outside the complex. No! The rest of the vampires call, as they run with extreme speed, and jump over the nearby fence, towards those trees as quickly as they can, to rush after the monster. 15. It cannot be. When they get to where they think they could find it, the thing has vanished. A couple of them have the sight blood power, and are outmatched by either this monster or someone else helping it because whoever it is good. Zant, their boss, has the blood power based on her family's blood type and prided herself on being good, but she still could not see where it might have gone.
You let it get away.
The alpha stays in his huge form just in case, but another gets smaller, still limping. It comes over to the area where they were trying to look. The not-so-big one can speak since the large wolf-shaped pack member couldn't.
What is happening? You were right on him. I can smell his fear, but now all I can smell is your corrupted stench.
It finishes with a crinkle of its shortening nose. Zant answers.
Many of us have the ability to hide ourselves using a power of our blood. With as much strength as he could gain, I would not think he had that ability with his other extensive powers, and being able to match muscle with your friend here, unless he got help.
Growling comes from both of them. The not-so-big one stays in a larger than regular man form, but is still pretty big, and able to speak. Zant continues.
I have much training and skill in seeing people who try to hide from us, and whoever is helping him is good at it as well. I cannot see it, but he could still be around. Watch yourselves.
Minutes pass with no other activity other than searching, everyone being cautious and searching diligently for other enemies. For those whose hearts still beat, it is pounding their ribcage to the beat of a drum for minutes after the last swing. The air continues to calm though, after a hearty fight, having spilled their anger as enemies' blood had spilled onto the loose gravel. The wolfman who can still speak steps forward and says,
We will search this complex in groups together, and we will watch each other's backs. A few members of my pack will stay in the center of the complex just in case we hear anything, and you all will search for our packmate and yours that is missing. Once we find ours, we can go our separate ways. He cannot follow us where we can go. You all can live in fear of that one. He is no normal leech.
They agree to that strategy, and the vampires do most of the searching. After some time, they come upon Tina in one of the locked units. She is pretty bloodied up but can walk. With all they have been through, they check to make sure it is her and use their observing blood power to see if they are trying to use an illusion to hide someone, and it is her, same petite body, and scared face. She shakes a bit while walking out of the unit where she is. They come to another clean unit with a wolf on a gymnastic horse, with a small hard middle part, but straps all over to grab the wolf's legs, neck, and around the waist of a wolf. The horse is adjustable to fit the animal, able to spread the top part out if needed, but with as wide as the wolf is, it is a decent fit. Spikes jut out from its body to be more of an obvious weapon. 2 spikes extend on each shoulder and hip bone, ribs have some sticking out, and the skull has 2 sticking out, resembling a rhino. In the next unit, they see pieces of another wolf, mostly muscle and fur. The smell is intoxicating in the cool breeze of the night. The wolf on the gymnastic horse is not breathing well. They look and almost all the bag of drugs is gone from an IV. It looks like they were working on one side at a time. One of the guys in the wolf pack shifts into a smaller human size and walks to the one strapped to the contraption, putting fingers to its neck, feeling a low pulse, smiling, and finding space between the spikes to place his hand on his pack mate. The blindfold is taken off, as is some glue with a scalpel. Looks like they were doing plenty to it. It is still sleeping, and the drugs in its system weren't enough to kill it. They were thankful. That is the last thing they needed. Shots are fired, from a gun between most of the party, and someone shooting it from the complex nearby. The bullets go into the wolf that is bolted to the gym equipment, turning it slightly, and it is profusely bleeding from the wounds. 3 bullets were able to get through, but another 6 went into Paul, who, using his speed blood power to get in the way, takes the rest of the bullets to his body. He didn't have the blood to fully heal from recent activity, and hits the ground on one knee, not dead but heavily wounded. A couple of others use some speed to rush that way, and see Tina holding a rifle, and she is trying to run. The rifle looks like one of the guns they have stashed, and the clip is one of the ones marked as silver from inside their vans. It is one of their guns, and Tina is using it? Zook puts on his intimidating face. You are not Tina, you will take off her face, or I will remove it for you. He raises his shotgun towards her face. Tina looks up, and worry flows to her face as 3 vampires surround her, and 2 werewolves walk closer, not far away. She speaks with her lip quivering.
I don't know what you mean, I'm just.
Zook put his finger to her lips, shushing the possible imposter. Whoever you are, you can't play this off. Tina is much more meek than this. She hasn't touched a gun like this before, and you aren't quite getting her voice right. Tina walks a few steps back and bumps into another behind her. Her whole body shakes in obvious fear.
I can't, I just can't.
The imposter turns, trying to run, but there are too many watching. Zant zips over faster than any demon, and wobbles her body at first imagining the use of her main arm, but quickly correcting the action and grabs her with her single arm. Another vampire, unknown so far, rushes over to the wolf to check it. He goes back into the tool room and grabs a scalpel and pliers to pull out the bullets. They all hear an angry wolf behind them. Zant holds out the person by the hair.
Check on your friend, this one shot them, and they probably aren't good. I'll hold on here, and you can have them when we are done. This is one of theirs.
One of the wolves walks over in its huge form, smile obvious, and claws dried from all the blood of this messy night, towering over the cowering captive, showing a row of teeth that would put a shark to shame. If the captive vampire could mess up their pants, they would have. The member of the pack who could speak to them, tells her to let the person go. The member of the pack who could speak to them, tells her to let the person go.
We will handle this one.
The unknown Fang member pleads for themselves.
Please, I was ordered to. Orders are orders.
But a couple of seconds after Zant lets go, their feet leave the ground from a plain punch from a fist the size of their head, and they land on their back on the uncomfortable gravel. One huge claw grabs both of this vampire's legs. The face melts into a man's face, unable to control the power of physical change in a highly pressured situation. His body is much lighter than the other monster, that was tossed up into the air previously, and the Alpha is not going to let this shooting stand. He lifts the much smaller man above his head, and with much force, slams him to the graveled pavement of the complex. With several other vampires watching, he lifts the body in one arm, by both legs, and flops him to the ground. Again, and again, the body slams to the loose gravel, and he can no longer put his arms up in front of his face to block the smashing. On the first few slams, the vampires who can watch, flinch. The body is shortly no longer in the shape of one, punched into dents from all the rocks, and a few of them were sharp enough to punch through the skin. The savage wolf looks back at the rest of the spectators. If he could show the intensity of his anger at them, he is pretty sure they got the point. The body that is the shooter is no longer recognizable as one, a mass on the ground. Its legs were the only parts that are still not covered in torn skin and muscle. Its head hit the pavement with much force, and he likely didn't last past the second slam, maybe the third if he is tough enough. The pack member who can speak, walks to Paul, and says in mumbling,
Thank you for that, it isn't something you had to do.
To him, then continues to the gym equipment where someone is pulling bullets from the injured wolf.
Hey Leech.
The man who is a wolf whispers to the doctor helping.
If this one dies, you die, again.
The vampire uses the scalpel to break open more of the wolf's skin, and pull out the 3 bullets that went in. The muscles and skin sizzle and the patient moves around a little, shaking the area where it is wounded. The wolf is so drugged, it couldn't tell much of the difference, but it is in terrible shape. No need for that, it is fine, they'll live, declares the operating doctor. He grabs to remove the spikes off of the body, and they are growing out of their skin, or even forged into the bone directly. This is beyond regular doctor stuff. He looks over to the unknown pack member. Do you know if these will heal? This, to be growing where their skin opens, and it is something like, super glued on, or worse. The wolf representative looks over, gruffly growling, with menacing bass.
One of your kind did this to her. If we can't heal this, you better be able to. We will take it out on the lot of you. If you cannot, we will hunt you down and heal the blight that is your soulless body.
He left no room for other interpretations. In the next storage unit next to the pieces of old werewolf, a clang sounded against the door. The door is soon opened, and a box is up against the door. It is shaking because Tina is bound and gagged inside the refrigerator box. It has trash bags of clothes and storage bins. They get her up from the floor, unbind her, and she stands. It seems like much of the battle is over, other than the last beast that is hiding through blood power, or had an assist in doing so, a good one. One of the others who is looking around comes back to the group, and lets Sant know that he went out to check on Petey and the magician, and cannot find them, and they are not with any searching groups. Sant wonders about Petey. After everything, she uses some of her blood power to psychically call out to Petey, and force him to come to her. She figures it would take him a bit. She didn't know Allison well enough to call her, so they search more. They find an arsenal of weaponry, and a few items obviously separated, a few shotgun rounds, swords, space for a baseball bat, and then the rest is more bunched together on shelving.
Zook smiles, and claps Tina on the back of her shoulder. Wild week, huh? She smiles back, glad to see him too. Did you hear about anything going on? What happened here? What can you tell us? A few of the surviving crew were looking at her intently. She feels pressured, not knowing if she knows how to help. Tina says shyly.
My creator is here, her voice still makes me shiver.
Tina folds her arms in, and shivers as though her vampiric body could once again feel the chill in the air.
They had plans with a pet, I'm not sure what they meant, it could have meant this wolf.
She looks over at a man she didn't know, trying to calmly try to wake up his friend, who has spikes all over.
I'm low on blood, I'm not used to this. Are we partially safe, can we get out of here?
Most of them shake their heads. Zook clarifies. We have a lot to clear up here, lots of dead, lots of minds to help forget all this. We must clear the scene of claw marks in the ground and broken storage units, and we need to stay together for a lot of it because their big hitter might still be around. He ran away like a bitch. Once we clear much of it and clear some minds, it will take quite some time to clear bodies. We can't just call the cops and have them, and the FBI, all over the place, there will be way too many things to have to answer. We'll have to speak with management as well, to find out if they rented any of these units, and we must get some of our people to buy this place, just in case. This stuff takes a while. Finding personal effects to help identify bodies will be the usual way, so that we can inform some people that should be informed, like cops, or others. Tina gasps in a natural human reaction for her, making her think of the lives of those lost, but is not so surprised that her mind is leaning towards the need for that anyway.
Clearing bodies? That's pretty heartless. What about all the people, loved ones that have disappeared? There are dozens of bodies here, we can't just.
Just what, kid? Zook asks in a serious tone, discarding the playful tone they had together before she is taken. Just call the cops and have them identify all the bodies. Wonder why all their blood is gone but isn't anywhere here. These people could be from anywhere, and who knows where the pattern could lead. We could expose any of us in this, and as tasteless as you might think of it, we must do this sort of stuff, or we will be exposed and hunted by things who want us completely dead. There are wizards, hunters, werewolves, you know, these things we fought with here. All sorts of things would see or hear of this sort of scene, and know what to look for, then come here and start hunting us, just like that big guy said he would possibly do. You are young, and this is one of the first things to learn, we are not just mortal, but we are hunted. Keep your nose clean, and don't stir up attention. Petey shows up right in front of Zant, appearing out of nowhere, with his head held low. She doesn't have much time to stop herself, and she slices up with her sword. Petey gets a sword in his side, for surprising someone just after a fight. Zant shouts out in surprise.
Petey, you know that isn't nice. I'm still hyped up from all the fighting.
She pulls the sword down, back out of his wound gently, and Petey, having not used much blood during the fight, holds his shoulder together, and forces some blood to the area to unnaturally have the muscle and skin stitched together. Petey answers shyly, I'm sorry, nice lady, I think I might be in trouble, and I didn't mean to surprise you. He says all this quietly. With her one arm, Zant patted Petey on the shoulder, in an attempt to not scare him. She quieted her tone.
Petey, you aren't in trouble, but tell us everything. Where is Alisan?
He moves around some gravel under his foot. I'm sorry, some bad lady took her. Holy moly, you lost an arm. Anyway, I am looking around, like you told me to, and like she said. That Allison lady is nice, she said she is going to teach me the neat magic stuff she is doing. She is doing some sort of blood misting stuff, and we were out of most of the fighting, but a short person with black hair showed up. She punched me a few times, and another guy surprised me too. It hurt, and Speedy too, someone pulled out a stake. He poked the magic lady, once in the chest, but the stake thing broke when it went in her, which I thought was cool, but then the bad man pulled out another one, and punched at her till he got it in again, and she stopped. Everything was so fast, I kept on helping her hide, but each time she was doing magic stuff, she broke it, so I had to put it up again. She showed herself doing that. I could turn myself around on the ground after being sort of dazed. I saw that lady, and a crazy inky black fog appeared all around me. I went back to get her and help, but they were both gone unexpectedly fast.
Hey, Pete?
Tina broke in.
You said it was a short, black-haired woman. What else do you remember about her?
Petey thinks. Well, other nice lady, it's Petey by the way, it is a mean lady, and another guy, he is strong, but I didn't see or recognize him. I don't remember too much, her face is pretty plain, but I can show you her face though, hold on. He walked into a storage unit out of most of their sight and walked back out with a different face. Tina jumps back in surprise, and her legs turn to jelly as she hits the gravel of the complex.
Unholy hell, that is her, that is the woman that made me. I caught the name, Mel.
Petey looks shocked and apologizes. The woman's face that is of her maker instantly formed back into Petey again. The illusion is broken, but Tina looks over at Zook, then Petey, and then back at Zook. The wolf on the gym equipment, operating table now, in that one unit wakes up, shaking its head to clear it. It is let go and on the ground all four legs, shaking its whole body, not liking the feeling. Luckily, its spine is untouched, but much of its body is forced into more of a weapon. The man who is waking it before directs everyone out of the way. With all feet still wobbling, the wolf is moving around, to get the feeling back. The man who is talking speaks for the wolf.
The bad part is that they don't feel that all this hurts, their body might keep this.
And a finger goes up at Zant.
And it better not, we'll have some issues if their body stays like this. One of your kind can fix this.
Zant shakes her head.
No, none of ours can fix this, that is an ability our enemies and yours have deployed. We know many good doctors, though. I could get them the best care in the world if you'd let me help.
The man growls back.
Human, or leech doctors, you have helped enough. If their body doesn't heal this, we'll be back, and we'll find you. If we have to hunt you down, you'll regret it.
The wolf with spikes all over its body is growling at everyone who is paying it so much attention, that it doesn't recognize anyone, and bites at anyone close. A packmate walks in front to calm them down. A spokesman calls out.
Runs with.
A growl spits out of the alpha's mouth to stop the speaker, and silent communication passes between the two.
I mean, hey, it is us, you are safe, we have you.
With a sudden bite, the spiked wolf darts out, to bite its friend. By pulling their hand away, the wolf misses. Through their silent communication, they each press the victim to calm, but it didn't listen, growling and growing a bit, the wolf's head darts from side to side. All vampires backed out of the way and the pack gets involved. Most of the pack have shifted back into human form, but a few had stayed large just in case. They walked up for the wolf to see friends and held the wolf back by the spikes, but they had an unexpected sharpness to them and could not be easily gripped. The spiky wolf lunges at a packmate, not to bite them, but to headbutt them with a spike on its skull. It stabs a packmate in the gut and another spike digs into a shin, forcing them to the ground. Pulling its head back, it looks around to see who is getting close. It runs to one side to get away for a few paces and runs back, brushing one of the pack member's legs, scraping along the knee and thigh to do some more damage. It works with a terrible side swipe. The wolf lost their footing and drops back to the ground. This is like a bad game of catching the greased up pig, only the pig is an angry wolf covered in spikes, and it is not scared and running, it is angry and fighting. Zant calls out.
This isn't on us. What the hell is going on?
The spokesman from before answers.
The thought is that we betrayed them by not being here, calling us liars, our tries have been useless so far. She blames us for a packmate's death that she was with when she was taken. One of your kind did this to her mind. Do not touch her, we will handle this.
All the vampires back away, if not run out of the way, to make sure they don't intervene. The spiked wolf is in one of the forms of a larger wolf, it darts this way and that, attempting to puncture pack members. The alpha from before grows into a large human form, and steps in front of the wolf's path. He grabs her front spikes as she rushes, and forces the spiked wolf to the ground. The spikes cut into his hands, but the huge wolfman accepts this pain. Something goes unsaid between the pack in private, the wolf is heard whimpering shortly after. Its body shrinks to its original size of a normal-sized wolf, and most of them calm down. The man who has been speaking most of the time breathes in deeply, closes his eyes, and concentrates some. Zant pulls out a card from a pocket and sticks it out, but the man isn't paying attention, she waits. The man claims.
We lost 2 more in the fight, they had a few silver weapons, and they were prepared for us. We might have lost more than a few if we struck on our own, but we needed to save this one.
Nodding over at the one slowly waking up, swaying on their feet.
Pack pride demanded we get her back.
Zan hands him a card.
Call me here, and I will have it answered day or night. Believe me, I do not wish to be your enemy. I know, for some reason, you don't like us in general, but I will stay out of your way if you stay out of ours.
We will heal and rest, and we will do what we can for my packmate here. If we need you, you will help us. If you cannot, we will hunt you all down and finish what we have started here.
Zan objects, but the man representing the wolves has nothing else to say. There is little room for debate. One thought is to finish them off now, while they were heavily wounded, but she couldn't fight a war on 2 fronts if they survive. Zook brings Tina over to the rest of the group, stating, "Hey, I have this idea, let me know what you think."
16. I wake up that night realizing something. Tina wakes up at her apartment, going home wanting to see a familiar place after all the crazy recently. Her place is still messed up from her maker, she just doesn't feel like cleaning it yet. Did she remember last night? Is it last night? The crazy stuff happening, the argument with Zook, she isn't sure if she understood or not. She spins on the bed from everything going on, and she is still low on blood. Doesn't have phone numbers to call. Or does she? Her cell is charging next to her bed, she checks through and sees Zook as one of her contacts and calls it. It gets to voicemail. Tina's thoughts go to Zook, who has helped her a decent amount since she changed, explaining things she'll need to know. She leaves a voicemail. Zook, can we talk? I need some help. I can't be let go without. I'm not used to all. She feels something pressed against her back.
Oh, my plaything, I couldn't leave you alone for long.
She hears loud purrs like a cat. No, more like a panther. Or predator.
You are going to come with me to play some more.
Tina pushes forward and spins, sitting on the bed, as she gets forced down onto it. Mel lifts her shoulders to her ears and she tenses.
My Tina, you'll help me build more of a family, and we will begin on our own.
More people present themselves in the room, 4 from nowhere out of the corner of both of their eyes as though a shadow could walk on its own.
Mel, is it?
The Fang member who created Tina gets up, realizing her mistake.
Well, that just isn't fair, is it?
She asks rhetorically.
You willing to tell us what we want?
Paul asks. Mel recognizes the combatant from the complex and she saw him cut down some of the strongest fodder or roadkill that they forced to fight. She looks from one combatant to the next, gauging her situation, and knows she isn't able to get away with her prize. She snarls out.
I will greet the sun, or dance in a fire, before I give up my master. Your pitiful understanding of torture will not break me, and you will never find your friend, she has much to teach us.
She ends this with a smile.
We'll see, Missy.
A gun, 2 swords, and a stake come out.
You will never be able.
Her words are caught in her throat as a stake is driven into her chest quicker than most eyes see. Her words are caught in her throat, as a stake is driven into her chest, quicker than most eyes blink.
Hey, Tina, you okay?
Zook walks into the room, looking in on her.
We certainly hope she wouldn't just try to kill you.
He said, smiling.
We need her, or we need you.
Tina takes a deep breath, and wonders how she can keep getting surprise after surprise. You used me as bait? Zook answers.
Not that it matters. Look, you can help us. She made you, meaning that you instinctively can learn her ability to change muscle and bone, as she could. We are doubting the wolves can help themselves. If they could naturally heal it, their body would have beforehand. Since we have her as a hostage, that will be good as a just in case, but she is much more likely to mess up the wolf than help them. I'll help you over time. I'd like for you to learn this stuff so that when the wolves come, we can bargain for you to help. You will get some mega capital from them, and they won't get angry with us. You'll also get some favors from us. You won't want for anything till we can get you set on your feet. Trust me, it will be the best deal you'll get in a while.
Tina scoffs. What, you think I'll just take your offer? You used me to try to get to her. She could have ripped my head off for siding with you, she could have been able to get away, she could have. Zook stops her argument.
Sheesh, you objected to doing it nicely the first time. I figured if you had another chance to think it over you would realize it is good.
She looks at him, as the rest of them shy away from the argument. Tina looks at him incredulously. The first time? What do you mean the first time? Zant is another in the room, and she looks over at Zook.
You just get women in general, don't you? Just be quiet.
Zook doesn't understand why she is so upset, but he shuts his mouth for Zant. The boss woman walks up towards Tina, without missing a stride, even though if she were still human, she would be in extreme pain from the loss of an arm. Zant does it right.
Look, here is your master, staked on your floor.
Tina looks down at the stunned form of her maker.
If you want, you can stay with me, and not him, but it would help us if you did this. We will help you get acclimated to the change in your new life, and I can get you a job in one of my companies, whatever you might want to do. Free place to stay, blood, and any cash you need to get around, and why not a bonus just to learn this stuff, say 20?
Tina smiles, and replies, 20 isn't enough too. Zant counters.
Fine, 50,000, then.
Tina's eyes widen. Did you say 1,000 like 1,000? I thought you meant $20? Zant giggles, and talks in a light tone.
Oh sweetie, I wouldn't insult you like that. We must look out for one another. We will hold your maker till we might need her, but we will have her watched around the clock, and she will never be released. If you want to strap her to a post to greet the sun when we don't need her, you can choose that.
Tina shakes her head. I never want to be near her again. Zant nods.
Very well, my dear, will you please help us? The wolves will probably be back to demand our help in the near future. Their friend has changed, and you might be able to remove those spikes from their body and get them back to normal. Come on.
Zant wraps her single arm that is left around Tina's shoulder.
If you learn how to do this as well, maybe you can figure out how to give me an arm back. If you do this, believe me, I will reward you well.
Paul glances over at Zook and slaps the back of his head.
Is that how you talk to a woman? Sheesh, you're terrible.
Zook bites back.
What?
He then shrugs his shoulders, and they all leave Tina's apartment behind.
"17. Practice. Tina attempts to practice the blood power to manipulate bone and muscle. This is very difficult for Tina to build and learn. She has no point of reference, and it is not a naturally known thing most vampires know. She gauges how to start, or the steps to learn the next strengths within the blood power, but has no clues, so she speaks to Zant. She asks if she can get some instruction from her maker, Mel. However, she does not want to see her again in case she might be manipulated by her maker. She doesn't want to hear her voice or see her face, so she is hoping someone else could help. She tells Zant that she has no point of reference for this blood power and needs this information. Zant calls around, and no one is willing to put in the effort to get the information from her maker from the Fang, to get some instructions on how to help Tina other than Zook. For a basic favor, from Zant and Tina, he said he would help get the needed information, which is accepted by both of them, from Tina with a little agitation.
The woman known as Mel is still staked and blindfolded in one of Zant's basements. Zook is taken to where she is kept. She is laid down on a metal table. There are straps on her neck, arms, legs, and chest, very sturdy to keep her on the table, but there were other instruments around to possibly bring up things to chat about.
Tina doesn't want to be part of this in any way. She doesn't want to watch or listen. She said she doesn't want to know how he finds out, just that without some information, she will not be able to get this done. Zook takes out the stake, and she heals most of the damage to her chest.
Now, you shouldn't waste the blood on that, we are just getting started. He pats her face lightly with the palm of his smooth hand. Zook takes off his beige coat and leaves it near the door. The coat represents his capacity to be human. He needed to
slide that off, temporarily. He also didn't want to get it messy. The woman speaks, but doesn't yell out of control, or whisper to pretend.
Where am I? What is going on?
Zook had some power over her, and he sort of likes it. You have a few options here, lady. You can either help me out, or you will regret it if you do not. She answers with a smile.
You are weak-blooded, and weak-willed, you can do nothing to me that I have not done to another, and cannot withstand myself.
Zook attempts his blood power to manipulate her mind, taking off her blindfold for a short time. Tell me, how to teach Tina how to learn the blood power, to manipulate muscle and bone. Mel looks into Zook's eyes to placate him since he is putting in great effort to manipulate her. A single word and smug smile in reply.
No.
She cannot move, as the stake enters her chest again. She rumbles, from the piece of wood entering, but the staking did not take. Zook shrugs, and pulls it out. Zook says in mock wonder, "Oh golly gee, I must have missed. I have to try again. You keep on moving around so much I'm not sure if I can hit your tiny heart so easily." Since she still could not move, Zook shoves it into her chest again, which makes her go limp. He looks into her eyes and moves around to see if she is faking it. Her eyes didn't change as he walked by, but he knew that she could see him. He gets help from others to move her to another wooden table, locking her arms above her head, but her legs and waist are still loose. He asks someone to bring some towels, and a hatchet. He also forces her head down, and lifts both her eyelids so that she could see her entire body. Zook goes to work. Mel has to watch with her head down and eyes open. After about 2 minutes, Zook pulls out the stake to allow her to feel everything. Her head is leaning downward to see her body. Zook allows her to look down at her ruined feet and hands. The 2 big toes on both of her feet have been removed. Her thumbs have been removed from her hands. The stumps that were left were a mess of bone and muscle. Zook gives her a few seconds to think. So, do you know the origin of the nursery rhyme, "This little piggy went to market"? If you think about it a little bit, you'll realize how messed up it is. Here is what you should be asking yourself. Will he do more? Mel answers with a laugh.
You are bad at this. I wouldn't take you to the market to slaughter you. I would do it myself for fun. Every drop of your blood will be fed to the fledgling baby vampires that I will create. Your feeble musings do not dishearten me in the least.
Zook stakes her again, to the table, and she goes limp once more. He continues the work. He does another round, of trying to get her to speak. She barks at him, and snaps her sharp fangs towards him when he gets too close. He feels like he has given her enough opportunity to let him know what is needed. Dragging his stake already black with her blood along the skin of her chest, she feels it scrape against the skin right around the edges of the current hole in her chest. Showing no fear, she smiles and purrs like a cat, as though she enjoys it. Now we are talking. He slowly pushes the stake in again, going at it from a different angle, so that she could feel every inch of the wood. He is nearly able to see the heart in her chest, still as frozen as her soul. Minutes later, the stake is pulled out again, and she feels the pain. Closing her eyes, since she watched the whole thing, a blood tear rolls down her cheek. She opens them again, looking at her legs and one of her arms. The muscles have been torn apart by a hatchet. From her thighs down, her legs have been chopped to separate them. What is still attached were muscles, and bits of bone. Towels were used to staunch the blood flow from losing too much. No scream escapes her lips. From one of her arms, at the elbow, had also been torn off. Zook speaks softly to her. "Sorry, I really haven't done this very much. What do you think?" She answers, trying to seem sociopathic.
Not so bad. I would have pulled the stake out to hear the screaming, but I understand why you keep me staked. You won't make me scream out in pain, but I admire your amateur play. I've seen worse.
She lowers her head, but growls in defiance, to try to get something, anything, from this.
I am growing bored of this. Fine, I will teach her what she needs to get started.
He pulls her hair back, and whispers in her ear. "You will not be speaking to her, you will speak to me." He lets her hair go, and stands back a step, no longer whispering, but speaking in a playful tone. "I'm not asking you to betray the Fang, just to teach me how to teach another. If you do not, well, you have some more fingers, and pretty white teeth. It would be a shame. We haven't killed you yet, but we might get to it, eventually. We can keep you alive for quite some time by force-feeding you blood, you remember, as you did, with her.
How far do you think your beast will get without any legs? She answers.
You have a bit more spine than I realized. Fine, I'll tell you what she needs to know.
He smiles at his victory. That wasn't so hard, was it? He says this, wiping her blood off of his fingers with a dirty towel. A little effort shows on his face, not to lick it off of his fingers. 3 man-wolves representing their kind show up at a gathering, 2 weeks after their massive body count encounter, and speak with Zant and many of the others. Zant somehow looks more dignified, with a very expensive pantsuit, created just for her and her one arm, the other sleeve has a fake one. The man who is also a wolf announces.
We have gone to some of our healers, and they have not figured out how to remove these unnatural things from our packmate. The bones stick out of her like they are a part of her. We broke the bone, and her body reacts fast to it like the nerves are attached unnaturally. We drugged her up and axed one off, it grew back like it is a lost toe, so you will remove them.
Zant answers.
Now, let's make a deal. We have something you want, and we don't want you to kill us. What is to stop you all from hunting us after one of us removes them?
The man eyes her suspiciously.
You will do this for us, and we will promise you nothing.
This isn't a negotiation. This is a demand. He clenches his jaw, and looks around the room at all the vampires and wondered if even alone he could kill them all. They see him counting, and gauging his chance in a fight, they figure it is how he saw everything, whether he could take his friends or enemies in a fight right then. Zant tries to calm him down using one of her blood powers, a strong one based on her family's blood that she has become pretty good with.
Please, what can I call you?
He answers.
You can call me, sir, like the ones I spoke with before.
Zant nods.
Sir, I do not demand anything of you, I wish for us to have a non-aggression pact. We definitely do not wish to be hunted by you, and we have no incentive to help your friend if we do this for nothing, so I do not wish to demand your promise, I am asking for a gesture in good faith. We cannot remove them now without hurting her more, and your friends might have told you the same. We have the newly created vampire, the woman you helped save, she is able to learn the same stuff the bad men were using, and she is progressing, but we need time. It is her soul activity, she didn't know anything about it before, and it will take her a bit. It is a part of her blood now, she can learn it, but none of the rest of us can. We have one of the enemies from weeks ago, and she could possibly do it, but it is more likely she will kill your friend than save them. The woman can learn what is likely needed, perhaps with her current progression in about a month, and we can save your friend from her unnatural body.
You talk pretty. Nice lady. For a dead thing. Go ahead.
Says Sir, crossing his bulging arms.
I also respect that you can hold yourself upright after losing an arm, as you did. Is it a little off-balancing?
He smiles at his little joke.
Thank you for your concern.
She answers with a painted smile on her face.
I get by. Now, about our request. We wish to throw a group get-together every 6 months, and show you our group, in good faith, that we can be decent members of a city. We can introduce ourselves, you can know us as partial allies, and we promise not to hunt you and yours, if you just meet us, and try to understand where we are coming from. If you see some others wondering about the city that you don't know, we can take care of them, or, you can. Provoked or attacked, of course you can defend yourself, and if we are doing something terrible, you can let us know so that we can control someone on our side, but we would like consideration if you were offended about anything, and either we can correct it, or, you can do as you like.
The big man thinks it over, and leans his head upwards, concentrating. The other two look around impatiently, and sort of zone out as well, but not pay attention to their surroundings, as if they are communicating. One man shakes his head, another nods, and the lead man looks towards one side of the room, then the other, still zoned out.
This is an acceptable proposal, provided that your woman is able to remove the spikes from my packmate, we can come to an agreement, for future non-aggression, but we will not promise anything, and we will sign nothing in blood, or whatever contract stuff of which your kind can think.
The whole room relaxes, as hidden members of the gathering take their fingers off triggers, and those that don't require it, still breathe out a deep sigh of relief.
The wolves did not seem worried in the slightest, even though they should have been. There were more silver weapons and bullets in that room than the others had during the fight within the complex. The vampires around the room also were in extreme danger, silver or not. There were a dozen more werewolves hiding outside of the studio ready to pounce. As they are leaving, Zant calls out.
Excuse me, sir?
The man spins back to her from facing the exit.
Have you seen or smelled one of our kind recently, trying to hide around? Maybe even around your pack? He was with us during the fight, and we haven't seen him since. He was with the one speaking to you in the woods. He was hiding, but can change his appearance, so knowing what he looks like wouldn't help, but his smell probably couldn't fool any of you.
The man stops, and closes his eyes, to not pay attention to his area for nearly a minute. Then opens them.
No, none of us have smelled any leech recently other than yourselves, and we have sort of been in the area, other than going out to try to help our packmate. He might have died in the massive fight we had at the storage complex.
Zant replies.
I doubt it.
Epilogue. There are different aspects of the blood power to manipulate muscle and skin with her fingers. It is a little more morbid than Tina would have hoped, though. Part of the information is that you can't practice melding and move around fake skin. She spends a decent amount of time at a mortician's place. Tina didn't have to hunt as well. She had many willing people who threw themselves at her, women and men who liked to be fed on, from Zant's company. Zant obliges her with practically anything she wants. She had her own basement apartment, and she dines on any blood she wants to try. Zant also offers her men or women to share her bed, and she might want to try, but with her current direction and work, she can't easily see men as warm and cuddling, till she is done with this other stuff. She did like them, big-muscled and nerdy though. After tasting a few different blood types, she isn't sure why. After 2 weeks of doing nothing but hanging around dead bodies manipulating flesh, she could move on to bone, which is actually easier. She no longer stays at the funeral home. A few bones for bodies that were going to be cremated were brought to her for practice, and she gets pretty good at shaping them into different things and separating them in different places too. Learning the ability, Tina finds that it easily comes to her. The mortician is strange, but she is doing some good. As she learns this, the bodies are easier to cover wounds or stitch muscles back together as she practices more. She takes skin to cover holes from bullets or knife wounds, and without chemicals, she changes some of the body colors. The mortician is interested in how he is a ghoul, and didn't dare tell her no, but it is much easier for her than it is for him to cover the holes with skin instead of sewing it together. They have to cut it and sew it back up again, just in case someone came behind them and investigated the bodies. She didn't have to be there for the cleaning. That is the mortician's part. She makes the bodies look better, and it works well. When the wolves come by, at about the expected time, she shakes as their eyes zone in on her. Her hands turn sweaty, but still cold within seconds. One of them reminded her of a hawk reaching to catch its prey. She rubs her hands on her shirt and takes a deep breath to focus, even though none of it is required. After her nerves lessen enough for her mind to clear, she goes to work. She removes the spikes one by one. The wolf group has 3 men watching her, and their friend is not to be drugged. She isn't sure if what she is doing hurts or not. She could practically feel their claws at her back, scraping against her skin to move another inch in case she slips up. She has been remembering bit by bit what happened to her in Mel's basement. This didn't hurt before when she was strapped down, but being new at this, she isn't sure about anything. She needs no knives to peel out the unnatural bone and smooth over the natural bone of the wolf. She needs to move the wolf's skin back over it as well, to close the opening. It is all going well, but she needs to stop all the use of the power. Her blood is getting low, and this ability takes the use of her own blood. One of the men, the representative of theirs, offers his arm. There were only 6 spikes left, and she is almost done. She takes his arm, and bares her fangs, but is stopped by Zook, who is watching close by.
No.
He calls out.
Wolf blood is bad for us. Take a bit of mine.
He looks over at the wolves, who seem almost offended, and clarified.
If she drank a bit of your blood, you'd probably see it again all over your clothes.
He presents his arm, and she takes it without hesitation. Only Zook and Zant were watching. Other than the wolves, so engrossed in her work, she takes a decent amount of his blood. There is that liquor again, not thinking of any differences. As Zook walks back to Zant, while the wolves and Tina weren't able to see, he winks at her, and she smiles back. Soon after, spikes removed, the skin sealed, the wolf stands back up on all fours and shakes. Another says,
"You did good, woman." She feels better and wants to shift back soon. She isn't able to, with all those spikes, it could have killed her.
He looks over at Zant, the missing arm not taking anything away from her presence, and the classy look of her one-armed pantsuit, designed and made only for her.
"We'll discuss details after we are able to run together, and I will speak with my pack, and you can speak with your people. We will meet you later."
The wolves take their leave, as the newly healed wolf practically skips, if a wolf could skip, out of the door. A woman walks back nearly 20 seconds later, sticking out her hand. She is wearing a flannel shirt and jeans.
"Thanks for helping me."
Tina nods, and shakes the offered hand. She hasn't seen this woman before, but she is with the others, so she could only guess that it is the wolf she helped, shifting back to come and thank her. On her way out, the wolf calls out,
"This doesn't mean if I see you again, I wouldn't kill ya, keep that in mind."
She smiles in a playful way, leaving the room. Zant says with a smile,
"Nice outpatient surgery, Tina. You have helped out the city tonight, you can keep the apartment. I'll sign it over to you legally tomorrow night, and you'll get a favor from me, and a few others in court. Next, we have to try to work on an arm for me. It is a lot harder than removing that stuff, but you should try. No more free food though, we'll have to work with you on hunting, unless you'd like me to help you form a group that will let you feed on them. We'll talk about that tomorrow."
Zant leaves the operating room, and Zook walks over to Tina. She smiles up at him as he gets closer.
"So kid, you ready to not focus as much on dead people, and see what else you can do? The city is your new oyster."
He opens up his arms for a hug. Tina walks over smiling, and hugs him, strangely in more of a trusting mood, when minutes ago she isn't thrilled seeing him again. "How many times more do I have to tell you to stop calling me that?" He answers back.
"Just one more time, when you earn it."
He pauses for a short time, to smile and wink at her.
"Kid."
The end.